pounds?
Yeah, 26 pounds. I posted it on Facebook, and a bunch of people are liking it. And I tell you what, it is really happening out there right now. It just looks like it's just going to keep getting better and better. The
Mm-hmm.
mornings keep switching a little bit. One day's a little bit better than the other. Then it slows down the next day. It's part for the course. They're coming in, staging, moving around up and down the hills, going out to deep water, coming back in and feeding. There is a lot of bait around.
Well, that's good. But I mean, 26 pounds, Tony. That's a huge salmon.
Oh yeah. She was really big. She was full of eggs. Big female.
Mm-hmm.
Took two guys to reel it in. Had it on a what was it on? I think it came in on a 10 color.
Oh
If
my
I'm
God.
mistaken. It could be a 10 color or a downrigger. My days are blending together
Mm-hmm.
so much, but I tell you what, beautiful fish, a lot of meat. I mean, we're not getting limits, don't get me wrong, we're not getting limits, but it's more quality, than quantity.
Mm-hmm.
We took 10 fish that day, and they had 3 huge bags of fish. The kings are averaging, like I said, over 10, 12, 14 pounds the other day. We took 2 14-pounders for this guy Bobby's birthday, and he was a happy camper, his birthday fish.
Well, when you look at these kings and they hit like that, I mean, any, 14 to 16, 18, God, even the thought of a 26-pound king on the end of a rod that I'm fighting, my arms would be screaming,
Oh yeah, that's a big fish. That's a lot of power, Kings are so exceptional in fighting, it's like he screamed 150 yards off the rod. I remember now, it was off a downrigger.
Mm-hmm.
I was running a Moonshine Happy Meal, revised what I did to it, ripped off the tape and did something else to it. I customized some spoons. I don't know if it mattered or the fish was just hungry, but right place, right time.
Tony, that the guy has to just be absolutely ecstatic,
Oh, yeah, both of them, yeah. They, I had the one guy hold it up. I posted it for him, but yeah, the day was fantastic. We were catching them in the dark, and it was crazy. I'm only running like 5 rods. I ain't even putting the coppers out until it starts getting light.
Okay.
Because those kings are running up into the cores and into the coppers if you got them out early.
Oh, okay.
So I tend to wait, and when the morning bite tends to slow down, then I start putting out my long lines.
Wow. Well, Tony, if somebody wants to get on board Diamond Ghost Charters and spank them salmon, what's the best way to get to you?
I would call me on my cell at area code 847-366-0741. If you don't get me, just leave me a message and I'll get back to you. Please leave a message.
Sounds good to me, my friend. I'm going to let you go. And what do we all yell on Diamond Ghost Charters?
Fish on.
Fish on, that's right. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
Hey, sportsman. Midwest Outdoors Magazine is the one outdoor magazine that's all about helping you enjoy the outdoors for only $19.95 a year. That's right. They cover the waters we fish close to home and those special waters that we want to travel to for that favorite fish, whether it's Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Minnesota, wherever. With 10 issues a year and more than 1,000 articles each year, each issue is filled with articles by outdoor experts on where to go, what to use, and how to use it, including my article on local waters every month. You also learn from local and regional experts with the monthly marked lake maps, full access to the Midwest Outdoors Digital Edition, Insider Weekly newsletter, and much more. So go to MidwestOutdoors.com and sign up today. You can't go wrong. Hey, sportsmen, boat prices have dropped at Waterworks Marine with loan rebates as high as $5,000 on 2025s that are in stock and low rebates as high as $2,500 on 2024s and 2025s powered by your Mercury outboard. Plus a 4-year gold warranty. You heard me right, a 4-year gold Mercury warranty free on any new Mercury motor, and they're dealing on prices on top of that right now. Wow. But those 2026 Lunds and low models are powered by Mercury that are coming in really need to make room for them. So now they can get those deals out on the table that you can't say no to. So come to Waterworks at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or visit the website at waterworks.com to see the full line of boats, or call them at 708-798-9700 and ask for that Chauncey price on a new boat.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A Scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where Scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about Scouting.
For more information about joining a Scouting unit in Northeastern Illinois, call 847-433-1813. That's 847-433-1813. When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the two words every fisherman loves to yell is fish on. And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on. This segment is being brought to you by Diamond Ghost Charters. Give them a call at area code 847-366-0741 and get ready to yell, fish on!
It started out just like any other.
This is Kevin Van Dam, and you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
That sucker almost pulled me in. Monster Bass. The drag of my reel was smoking. Monster Bass. Please don't break my line. The sun was coming up over my favorite little bay. Little did I know.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. And as you know, I love the science of the outdoors. And whether it's fishing, hunting, bird watching, water study, what's on top of the water, under the water, in the dirt. Well, not here. It's in the sand, out of the sand in Michigan. But I saw this press release from Cody Norton, and he's with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. Cody, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Chauncey.
What's your official title, by the way?
I'm the bear, fur bearer, and small game specialist for the DNR's Wildlife Division.
Bear, fur bearer, and small game specialist? Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So I basically cover those programs across the state.
Cool. That's really cool. Now, this is what caught my attention. Tell me about this bear that's been running around for 2 years in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely. We first became aware of this bear 2 years ago. It was a cub, and it had gotten its head stuck in a blue plastic lid that had a couple holes in the top, and became stuck. We were able to, hear about reports of like trail camera photos of the bear in different locations, but it would show up. Somebody would get a photo. It might get to us, quickly, sometimes later on, after the bear had already moved on, but it never seemed to, stay in one place long enough for us to catch up to it until this spring.
Yeah, because the bear's not going to sit there waiting for you, right?
Exactly. Yep. And especially I mean, fall, you've got bait piles out there. Springtime, it's breeding season. There's a lot of travel, a lot of movement, larger home range sizes for bears. So, yeah, it was hard to keep them in one spot and long enough to get a trap there and get them caught.
Yeah. Now, this plastic lid that was on a 55-gallon drum with, you said it was a cub, right? That first got its head in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, he was a cub.
And so bear hunters would take these plastic drums and basically throw a whole bunch of donuts in them. I feel like I'm watching Yogi Bear on television, making a picnic basket for him. So they load up these bins, these plastic drums, put that seal back on the top of it with these holes in it, because basically you're trying to keep the bear in the area, because he's trying to get the donuts or whatever food they put in there out of these holes, correct?
Yes, except for this bear specifically, we don't know for sure if this was a bait barrel used for bear hunting or if it was a barrel being used to store chicken feed or something else that might have been attractive to a bear. But certainly barrels are used in Michigan on private lands. And yeah, the idea is basically to keep the bait. It rains out in the woods. Raccoons try to steal your bait, other smaller carnivores. And so being able to try to contain that bait is something that is desirable for most hunters.
Oh, okay. So, like I said, it could have just, went by the chicken coop, found this bin full of things and stuck its head in it and got caught. But now, okay, if it was 2 years ago, in 2 years, that bear grew, right?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, when it was a cub, it would have been born that winter before. So it was a very young, small bear. We don't know what weight, but probably 10, 20 pounds by the time it picked up the lid, and we caught it as a 2-year-old, and it weighed 110 pounds. So it had certainly grown over that time period.
Okay, so if it went from a cub to, what did it weigh again? What was the size?
So it was 110 pounds.
110 pounds.
Spring when we caught it.
Yeah, so at 110 pounds, that had to put more bulk on that around his neck and his body and everything else. I mean, I just, it's like, I'm amazed. Cody, I am just absolutely 100% amazed how this bear lived for 2 years with this collar of shame, like a dog gets when he goes to the vet, on him.
Yes, and we were pretty amazed too. Each time it showed up again on somebody's trail camera in the springtime, we were kind of blown away. We did not, especially the first winter, we didn't expect the bear to be able to successfully den and make it through a Michigan winter with this thing around its neck. But obviously it was able to feed itself and eat and drink and put on weight and grow. And once the lid was taken off the bear, it was pretty amazing what good condition the bear, was in. We weren't really expecting that.
Yeah. I mean, God, there's all these, lines from the Yogi Bear cartoon show. He was smarter than your average bear because he lived for 2 years with this collar on. He was able to forage. He's able to walk through the woods, run through the woods. I mean, there's so many things that this bear must have experienced. And then now, the big question is, you saw him on the trail camera. You're trying to figure out where he is, where he might be, where he could be, or going. How did you catch a 110-pound bear who probably didn't want to be caught?
Yeah, so we tried to have a game plan in place for how to be able to respond quickly if it did show up again. Basically, what's really nice is, even 10 years ago, 5-10 years ago, most people were using trail cameras that you'd have to go out and physically check in the field, in the woods, and look at the SD card, the card, and read the photos, and you might be weeks behind an animal by the time you pull it up, depending on how often you're checking it. now a lot of people are using cell cams, so they are getting notified, immediately every time a photo gets taken a lot of times. So that was, I believe, that was the case for this bear, or this scenario this spring. Somebody got the photo, got it to us right away. The local staff went out there and basically set up a bait station right at that spot to try to get the bear to stay in one place. And then we've actually been transitioning to newer style bear traps in the Lower Peninsula that are smaller diameter. They're aluminum. They're really nice, but with a bear with its head stuck in a lid this big, we were afraid that it might not either be able to go into the trap, or it might be kind of banging, on the edges of it and not comfortable entering.
Right.
So instead, we organized with UP, Upper Peninsula staff, with some of our older, really large diameter traps. And so we had to run one of those down from the UP and get it to this location and get it set. And we were able to catch the bear pretty much right after, which was really, really nice.
This is so cool. Cody, everybody, we're talking with Cody Norton, biologist, wildlife biologist for the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. And I am so, you have captured my imagination and curiosity with this whole thing. I'm so excited about this. Now, okay, using that big trap is probably better, because the bear, if he would have bumped into anything with that collar, he would have gone, I'm out of here, I'm not going to be sticking around here.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. That was our thought. And in order to set the traps off that we have, they have to pull on basically a little bait cage at the back of it. And so, the way his head was in this barrel, I don't know, it reminds me of like an old rotary phone. If he's trying to get to his head to the right height of where the bait's going to be in a really small diameter barrel, it might not be possible, or it might be really, really challenging and make him uncomfortable and leave. Was our thought.
Yeah, because they're spooky, that's why nature is the way it is. Yeah. And so you got him in the cage or this trap. You have to anesthetize them to make them take a little nap for you, because you're not going to play, patsies with a 110-pound bear. And then how'd you get it off? Just cut it off?
Yeah. I think the local wildlife technician went on a little shopping spree at Home Depot that morning, tried to just have, everything we could possibly need to be able to cut through the material and do it safely next to the bear's neck. So it was, basically just cutting it off. The lid had cracked in between the two holes, which was interesting, but didn't look like it was, flexing enough or going to be possible for that bear to get the lid off on its own.
Yeah. Now, you said you checked the bear out then, right?
Yeah. So it had, obviously all of its hair was worn off around its neck. It had some significant scarring around its neck where that barrel had been, spinning around it and on it. And then it had an abscess as well next to where the lid had been. But otherwise, the bear was, we usually do body conditions on all of our bears that we handle for research or different management purposes. And it scored pretty well on that condition score. 110 pounds is pretty typical for a 2-year-old bear. So we were, like I said, pleasantly surprised. We expect it to make a full recovery and, might not have as much hair and might have some scarring that it carries on into the future around its neck. But otherwise, it looks like it should be just fine.
Yeah, well, in a couple of years when he has his own little bear family, he could tell his little cubs about the tough life he had working the streets in Michigan, fighting off the animals that grabbed his neck and stuff. He could make all kinds of stories for the little bears in his family. This is so cool. Sure. This is so cool. Now, did you put a tag in his ear?
Yes. So we would have loved to actually get locations on it, right? But our normal method of that is putting a collar on, and we weren't going to do that with this bear. So yes, we did put an ear tag in. So hopefully, the same method we've been able to keep tabs on them over the last couple of years. People get trail camera photos and share them with us. or if they show up on DNR trail cams, we should be able to hopefully keep tabs on it, see how it might have recovered, see how that fur's growing around its neck. And yeah, it's kind of nice to be able to at least keep tabs on it that way.
That's cool. Everybody, and there's something like, there's like 13,000 of them in the state of Michigan, bears. And I think I saw a little note that 1,700 of them are in the lower northern peninsula, like basically Muskegon north. If you draw a line across Apple Avenue from east to west, from there north, there's 1,700 bears that live in this area. And it's just amazing how you guys, the biologists, are getting so much data, so much research to making the outdoors safe for people to enjoy, but making the outdoors perfect for all of wildlife to live. Really, Cody, you guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
We're constantly trying to balance, having a bear population that provides the benefits of having bears out on the landscape, part of the ecosystem, providing opportunity for people that might just enjoy watching bears or hunting bears, and then you're trying to balance that with minimizing conflicts between people and bears. So it's just trying to find that sweet spot for the bear population.
Right. And always remember, don't feed the bears.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't feed the bears. Cody, thank you so much for coming on the program this morning and talking to us about whatever you named this friendly little bear, to become part of the history and the lore of the bears of Michigan. Okay?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors. Hey, sportsmen, boat prices have dropped at Waterworks Marine with loan rebates as high as $5,000 on 2025s that are in stock and low rebates as high as $2,500 on 2024s and 2025s powered by your Mercury outboard. Plus a 4-year gold warranty. You heard me right. A 4-year gold Mercury warranty free on any new Mercury motor, and they're dealing on prices on top of that right now. Wow. But those 2026 Lunds and low models are powered by Mercury that are coming in. Really need to make room for them. So now they can get those deals out on the table that you can't say no to. So come to Waterworks at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or visit the website at waterworks.com to see the full line of boats, or call them at 708-798-9700 and ask for that Chauncey price on a new boat.
We are the keepers of the wild, America's original and most invested conservationists. For more than 80 years, we've been committed to conserving wildlife and the natural landscapes that define our nation. From rugged alpine ridgelines to peaceful tall grass prairies, we've supported the conservation of more than 36 million acres of American wildlands. Our funding has led to cleaner water, fresher air, and improved wildlife habitat. From abundant fish and waterfowl populations to robust deer and elk herds, nothing is more important than maintaining wild spaces for adventurers to explore and wildlife to thrive. We are America's hunters and target shooters, stewards of the American outdoors.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the 2 words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741, and get ready to yell, fish on!
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors Radio Network. For more information, contact us at chaunceymedia@aol.com.
Hello. 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 Hello.
This segment is being brought to you by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, where every boat sold is a fun certified boat.
1 pike, 2 pike, 3 pike, 4.
Let's hit the lake again and catch some more. My name is Chad Chewalski.
And I'm DJ Sweeney, and I got a little story about a slimy green meanie.
Some call it a water.
Hey, this is Captain Sig off the Deadliest Cats. You're listening to Chauncey's Great Outdoors.
If you ever grab a hold of one, your hands are gonna smell.
Yeah, and careful where you hold them. They're ferocious as hell.
They got a mouth like a gator.
And a body like a hog.
They'll bend your rod over.
Like you're snaked on a log.
But that's the type of fishing
that we both like.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors. And yes, on the phone, we need to get him on more because, number one, he's a great fishing guide. Number two, he's a great fisherman and does a lot in the community, a lot with a lot of different organizations and things. Number three, he's a member of the Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame in Hayward, Wisconsin. He even got... What was that?
I am an inductee.
Yes, he's an inductee into the Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame, and he touched his plaque.
Yes, I did.
Everyone, Mike Norris.
Good morning, Chauncey. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
To the audience, good morning to them too.
Oh God, yes, and they're all, and Mike has been guiding a number of years in the Big Green Lake, correct?
Yeah, Big Green Lake is my primary lake, and I do other lakes in the area of around Big Green Lake, which is in south central Wisconsin.
Yeah, so it's easy for anyone to get to, whether you live in Wisconsin, northern Illinois, eastern Iowa, even southeast, Minnesota. It's a very simple place to go. And so we're talking to Mike, and you've been on the water this morning. How long?
Oh, I've been on a half hour. And I'm on a lake called Fox Lake right now, which is 2,300 acres. A very shallow lake. 65% of the lake is probably under 5 feet, but it does have some deep water, and it's got everything imaginable: crappies, walleyes, largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, northern pike, an overabundance of northern pike, matter of fact, and an overabundance of largemouth bass. And to prove that, it's 80-something degrees out, and the water temperature is 84 right now, and I've been out a half hour, and I've already boated 5 bass.
This is the guide you want to go with.
They never tell you to go midday.
I know. I loved going out fishing with, I'd be on a lake and, someone would say, why are you out here? It's the middle of the lake. And I'd say, because you can catch fish any time of the day. You just got to, keep doing it. And boom, 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 right next to their boat, I catch a largemouth bass, and they go, we should have brought our poles.
This is a Mike Norris secret. When you go this time of the day, everybody's off the lake already, so you got it yourself.
That's like deer hunting. Wait for everybody to go in for lunch.
You got it.
They'll move everybody around for you. But now, Mike, let's the 84-degree weather. We've had weather as high as 95, 98, and it's been just horrendously hot. And, what is that, does that really affect fishing, or does it not affect fishing?
Well, it fish are going to bite all summer long. Otherwise, they would get real, skinny and look like they're sick. But this time of the year, like in Green Lake's 236 feet deep, and the thermocline's at about 35 feet. So you'll see a lot of fish that will move. When I say fish, I mean bass, smallmouth bass and largemouth bass, and northern pike, that will move out to the outside edge of the weed line, or they'll move to the first drop off, and they'll hang just above that thermocline.
Because, not to make it simplistic, they're like us. You're going to hide close to the weeds to be in the shade, and then, I want to cool off a little bit. They drift a little bit and drop towards that thermocline. They hit that sweet spot in their lounge chair, and they hang there for a while, and they go, let's go find a minnow to eat,
Well, you know what, Chauncey? No one gave me that message because I'm sitting in the sunshine right now.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get a tan, right?
Yes.
But so anyhow, Green Lake, you start looking. The bluegills will congregate in deep water. The more we get into the summer, the more they group, the more they go deeper. With the exception, they won't go any deeper than the thermal plains. The bass, on the other hand, will follow them. So when my guys are looking at electronics and they go, I have trouble seeing bass on my electronics. How do you do it, Mike? I tell them I never really look for the bass. I just look for the bluegills because they're easy to spot on your electronics. They're in big groups, big balls. And if you catch or you see on your electronics groups of bluegills out in that deep water, just start fishing that area. I will guarantee you the bass will be there.
Oh, yeah, they will be. They most definitely will be. And I think that's, I tell people follow the buffet table, and the bluegill are the buffet table.
They sure are. That's absolutely true. The other thing is smallmouth bass love perch. So if you can find schools of perch, it's the same thing all over. And don't get me wrong, they will eat bluegills also, but the largemouth bass goes more towards the bluegills. And the smallmouth likes those long, skinny fish.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're cigars. So.
Yeah. I like those long, skinny fish, too, on a frying pan, don't I? Oh, yeah.
Yes, they are good, aren't they?
Oh, God, they are so good.
And I figured out why they're so good, because really they're small and it's the breading that tastes so good.
All right, that's pretty good. Now, here we are, middle July, going in a little further into later July. What kind of baits are you cranking baits? Are you just using jigs? Are you live baiting? Are you using slip bobber? What's the program, my friend?
No, I'm not much of a live bait fisherman until the fall, and I'll get to that in a minute. So this time of the year, I am fishing with artificials, and I like to go. What I failed to mention when we were talking about smallmouth bass in particular is they also love crayfish, and crayfish will move out to the deeper weed edges and rock piles that are mixed in those weeds, and they'll hang out there in the summer. So the bass are out there looking for the crayfish. So my number one bait is a Strike King structure jig. That was the Denny Brower jig that's got an eyelet in the front of the jig rather than on top of the jig. And the reason its eyelet is where it's at is it helps that lure go through the weeds, because the weeds don't catch on an eyelet that is parting the weeds rather than catching the weeds, which is happening with a hook or an eyelet that sticks straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I pair that with a Strike King Rage Craw. There's some other baits. Drastic Plastic makes a nice crawfish trailer. And that isn't my numbers game, okay? But that's my big fish game. If I got clients that are looking to catch a trophy fish, that absolutely is a bait that will catch big largemouth and big smallmouth bass. If I want to catch numbers, then I go with a drop shot.
And that drop shot, you just put it down there, tighten the line, and jiggle that tip just a hair.
Yeah, that's a good point. One of the things that's very interesting, of course, is forward-facing sonar, because when I'm out there and I cast the drop shot out, I can see it falling, and I see the weight, and I see the lure, which is 24 inches up. That's plastic worm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, someone may ask, what do you use, Mike? Well, okay, I use a KVD Dream Shot, and I use it in KVD Magic or Watermelon Red. I always have a saying, Chauncey. People in the boat ask me, what color do you like to fish? Or what color should I fish? And I always tell them, you can fish any color you want as long as it's green. Simple as that. That's the story in the North.
Mm-hmm.
And really, if you look at the pros, it's amazing the manufacturers have 25 or 30 different colors out there. And then you go in one of the Elite Series anglers boat, and he's only carrying two colors, green or black and blue.
Yeah, I would say green. Green would make sometimes a little red in it, and black and blue.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can get green with gold in it, or gold and purple, Z-Man makes a a thing called the TRD, the 2 3/4 inch worm,
Mhm.
elastic worm. And if you can get it in green pumpkin goby, that thing is the most intense color. Bass will hit that left and right. Rock bass will hit it. Bluegills will hit it. Crappies will hit it. That color, I wish they'd made that color in a in like the 5-inch Senko, and but they don't. But that color is the most fantastic color. And one of the things about the small baits like that is people don't realize, but before you put them on a Ned jig, stretch them out. They're shiny. What bait looks shiny, right?
Mhm.
None of them. Live bait, I mean.
Right.
So you stretch it out, and what it does is it releases that salt that's impregnated in the bait, and it gives it a rougher look. So you've got a better sense of taste with the salt,
Mhm.
and you've got this, and it makes it float better too. And that's one of the tips that a lot of people don't know about. I see them get in the boat and they start throwing Ned rigs, and I go, whoa, hold on, back up. Let's get this thing, where it should be. And they go, what do you mean? I say, here, you got to stretch it out and get it elastic and get it rough looking, and then toss it out there. And it makes a difference.
That's very good. That's a good concept for everybody to remember. If you're going to be fishing it like that, you got to, add a little bit to it. You make it a little different, open them up, get that flavor out there.
Yes.
And then they just hold on to the rod.
And I think when it sinks, because it's got a rougher edge now to it,
Mhm.
I think it also traps and holds some bubbles.
Yeah.
Which is an advantage too, as it makes it almost like it looks like a ringworm.
Yeah. Because anything that, any movement, glitter, bubble, it's the fish go, what? What's that over there? Let me look, They just got to check it out.
That is for sure. And but gold, yeah, green. I know you said red. Right now, I'm using actually a Bass Pro Shop Stinko bait, I believe they call them. It's a 5-inch, and I'm using watermelon, red, and gold. So your color red, my color gold.
That's right.
Green pumpkin. Yeah.
That's 5 fish later in 30 minutes.
That's right. That's right. And I missed one or two too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be that fast.
Hey, Mike, would you mind if I called you back in a couple of months just to see what it's looking like for the fall?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You got to talk to me about the fall. It is, without a doubt, the best time to be up here fishing for trophy smallmouth bass. And that starts in late September, and it goes through October and November. So it's, almost mid-July, right? So
Yeah.
Mid-August, mid-September, a couple months would be just
couple months,
about
we'll have a little conversation. Well, hey, if anybody wants to get a hold of you, what's the best way to get a hold of our friend Mike Norris?
Well, they can reach me by phone. My cell phone is area code 630-842-8199. And I also want to mention, if they want to see the kind of fish we're catching, I'm catching, my clients are catching, go to my Facebook page. And I know there's a million Mike Norrises in Facebook, so let me make it simple. You go to Facebook, you go to the home page, you go to the search magnifying glass up there and type in Mike, period, Norris, Norris, period, 7773, and that'll bring you right to my page. And you'll see what my fishing expedition is like for my clients.
Sounds good to me, Mike. Thank you so much for coming on the program this morning. Okay, my friend?
Yeah, it's great to talk to you, Chauncey. Have a great day.
I will.
And
everyone,
your audience too.
Everyone, that's Mike Norris, a true great fisherman, friend, and buddy. Really. Everybody, you're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors. You know us. Hey, we know the outdoors.
Hey, sportsmen, boat prices have dropped at Waterworks Marine with Lund rebates as high as $5,000 on 2025s that are in stock and low rebates as high as $2,500 on 2024s and 2025s powered by a Mercury outboard. Plus a 4-year gold warranty. You heard me right, a 4-year gold Mercury warranty free on any new Mercury motor, and they're dealing on prices on top of that right now. Wow. But those 2026 Lunds and low models are powered by a Mercury that are coming in really need to make room for them. So now they can get those deals out on the table that you can't say no to. So come to Waterworks at 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, or visit the website at waterworks.com to see the full line of boats, or call them at 708-798-9700 and ask for that Chauncey price on a new boat.
At the Boy Scouts of America, our oath remains. A scout pledges to be kind, helpful, and brave. We're committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment where scouts can establish the foundations of character that will last a lifetime. Our approach ensures the Boy Scouts of America is building the youth of today into the leaders we'll turn to tomorrow. The Boy Scouts of America. Building character is in our nature. Visit scouting.org to learn more about scouting.
When you're fishing for salmon on Lake Michigan with Diamond Ghost Charters, the 2 words every fisherman loves to yell is, fish on! And Captain Tony of Diamond Ghost Charters will put you on the fish when you're ready to go. A salmon fishing trip with Diamond Ghost Charters is a perfect way to spend a half a day or a full day for 2, 4, or 6 people. Diamond Ghost has a charter package for any size group of friends, family, and co-workers just for you. So let Diamond Ghost Charters hook you up with a spring coho, a chunky summer salmon, or a trophy king. Call Captain Tony at 847-366-0741. That's 847-366-0741. And get ready to yell, fish on!
Okay, forest animals, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man.
I love it. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. Okay. Squirrel.
The forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Chauncey's Great Outdoors is brought to you by Waterworks, the #1 Lund and Low dealer in the Midwest, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Midwest Outdoors, the magazine for the true Midwest sportsman, MidwestOutdoors.com.
You're listening to Chauncey on Chauncey's Great Outdoors on ESPN AM 1000 in Chicago.
Black and blue with the hands of yellow, the bluegill boogie. Yeah, the bluegill boogie. When the bass ain't biting and the trout are gone, try the bluegill boogie, you can't go wrong. He's a little cousin to the big boss bass.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Chauncey's Great Outdoors, and I hope you're having some fun today, because I'm still having fun. Hey, Captain Tony was on at the beginning of the show. We were talking about the salmon fishing and stuff with him. But really, when we got into those steelhead, that sun went up, and as soon as it got, I want to say maybe... If you look at the sunrise and you put your hand down there, you put 1 or 2 hands underneath it, so it's starting to get it up in there in the sky. Those kings just left. I have no idea where they went. But about an hour and a half later, we started picking up steelhead on some longer lines and planer boards, and that activity was just doing so well. I mean, we had a really great time, and those fish were active and jumping and doing all kinds of stuff. Those steelhead are real aerobatic fish. I mean, they'll do cartwheels out of the water. They'll, rip line out. Oh, my, that was just so much fun. Oh, my goodness. Okay, couple of other things. Let's talk, first of all, let's get the Aden fishing report out of the way, because everybody will tell me I didn't talk about Aden. And so here it goes. And this report is always brought to you by our friends at Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Stop in there, check out the pricing, give them a call and say, I want that Chauncey price on that new boat, okay? And you'll get a good deal, I guarantee you. Okay, Aiden says, all right, let me open it up here. It says, oh, hi, It says, Papa, during the week, Dad and I and Sue, Sue's name has popped up a few times, and I didn't get a chance to talk to him when I was up there about Sue, whoever Sue is. We went out and we found salmon to be out on Lake Michigan in 50 to 95 feet of water, going down 80 to 150 feet of water. Wow. You mean in 150, not going down to, but that's okay. We understand, Aiden. We used glow spoons and meat rigs that worked pretty good. The people on the pier, we saw a few freshwater drums that they were catching on casting spoons. Along the shore, we also caught bluegill, smallmouth bass, and carp, and I had one gar on, but he bit my line. Hope to see you soon so we can catch some more fish. Your hockey star and favorite grandson, Aiden. And he goes, ha, 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 because he knows I have 3 grandsons. They're all my favorite. And the Aiden Fishing Report is brought to you every week by Waterworks Marine, 18660 South Cicero Avenue in Country Club Hills, 708-798-9700. Give him a call. Remember, give me that Chauncey price, please. Oh, let me tell you, you have to get out early for those big salmon. The perch reports on Lake Michigan, some people are catching them, and you could be 20 feet to the left of the person and you're not catching a fish. So you have to move around or wait for the fish to move by you. It's not hot and heavy, but you can, and some people have caught a limit of fish. So they just put in the time and the hours, but you better do it early in the morning. Once again, that early morning is a very big key with all the weather that we've got going on right now. And speaking of weather, I would stay away from all streams and streams where they dump in the large rivers and stuff, because with northern Illinois and central Illinois getting smacked with all this heavy rains, right, Thursday night, Friday, yesterday, it was really, and Wisconsin's gotten a lot of heavy rain. So you're going to see a big upswell in these creeks and smaller streams, which means the fish are going to go off hiding. So, and please be careful. Please, please, please. That's a very important thing. But that's, otherwise you can catch fish. Might be easier to do a little bit of fishing on Lake Michigan, because that's not going to change that water level much at all. The other activity we saw, Kenny Husker O'Malley was fishing the Kankakee River before the heavy rains, and there's a number of photos of him with some smallmouth bass and rock bass, so he did a good job this week. Congratulations to him. Some of the forest preserves in Cook County are doing well, but once again, you can catch fish mid-morning in the big, broad sunlight up in the heat and everything else. But right now, you need to take a look at fishing early morning as soon as you can get out there. And then I would fish a lot more sometimes when we're talking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, because those fish are coming back up wherever they're hiding, and they're looking in the shadows and in the shallows for something to eat. So those are some key locations, and that's how I've been picking out some salmon up in the forest preserves. It's been very, very good for me when I'm doing that. I'm quite happy when I see that. Some of the forest preserves that we've been seeing are Skokie Lagoon activity. It's going to come up a little bit with the heavy rain, but it will come back down. Butsy Lake had a number of fish being caught, from muskie to in the main pool to pike in the west pool. Largemouth bass are doing well. Walleye on the Chain of Lakes. Oh, baby, we need to get out there. Oh, my goodness, there's some really quality fish going on the Chain of Lakes here in Illinois. And once you get zeroed in on them, current location, 6 to 8 inches off the bottom, boom, 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 boom. That's what it's going to be like. And bluegill fishing, those bluegills on the beds, it is, you're doing catch and release because you're on the beds, but it is so much fun, because those light action rods, small line diameter tests, and then small jigs, you're going to go boom, boom, boom. I can't even tell you. A couple of days when we were up in Michigan last week, we found the bluegills in the shoreline, and it was like throwing anything out there, you caught a fish. Redworms and waxies worked real well. Whack 'em and stack 'em jigs worked out. The cubby mini mites worked really well. If you just flip it out there lightly, let it work, just drag it back, boom, another fish. And it was like this all day long. I can't believe how much fun I had. I felt like I was a little kid with a can of redworms and a cane pole. It was just, oh my God, But good time. Activity up north, we're seeing the Hayward area. That action is definitely on the upswing some more. They're doing quite well, but once it starts midday, you need to get off some of those waters because there's a lot more boat traffic on the lakes from resorts and people and private owners. But early morning, late afternoon into the evening, those are some of the best times. Walleye fishing on Lake Geneva, doing quite well as largemouth bass and big fat bluegills. Mark Kubo, one of my reporters and pro staffers for Chauncey's Great Outdoors, got into the hand-sized bluegills and slabber rock bass, and he was fishing as the deeper sides of the weed line edges. Oh, he says you were doing very well. And you were somewhere between 10 and 13 feet of water picking up these big panfish. Oh. And you know what? They tasted real good. I know. On a sad note, though, I've got to tell you this. This past weekend, 4th of July weekend, I don't have the numbers for Wisconsin, Illinois, and Indiana, but Michigan was a very deadly state for drowning. They had 11 people drown in the state of Michigan, 2 in Lake Michigan, and everything else was inland waters. Please, life jackets. If you're on a boat, wear a life jacket, and don't do that. So many people. I was reading another article about when there's more than one person drowning. A lot of times it's a father and his child, that wound up drowning because neither the kid is in distress. The dad goes in, and they're both in distress. Please, that's the life jackets. Or every time you click it, it says "I love you." I love you. I love you. Remember that. That's my line. And always wear a life jacket when you're out on a smaller boat because it will keep you alive a lot longer than. And some people, their boats even blew away from them on White Lake. There was a little sailboat. The wind blew it over, took it down away, and the kid could not get back to the boat, and he didn't have a life jacket on. So please, let's make sure our weekends have numbers like 0 drownings. It is very important. Very, very important. You can now apply for the Indiana Department of Natural Resources. They have an online reserved hunt program I think there's $1 fee on tap, but you can, dove hunts, deer hunts, a number of different programs that are really, really cool and just allow people more access to the great outdoors. So the dove hunters, there's I think 6 or 7 different places to go hunting throughout the state. You're also seeing activity, as I mentioned, for deer, goose hunting. They also have some great programs where you're hunting private lands, but through a permit on a certain weekend, a certain date. But when you apply, you have to have your license, and you make sure for this coming year, and just make sure you get everything planned out and lined up. But all of it's online, no paper, all online. And the other important thing is no late fees. You got till July 30th at 11:59 p.m. In order to get your applications in. And that's a really cool program that they do in the Indiana areas. Okay, we got that. We had some great interviews today. We had things like that. And I think I pretty much got a lot of things. Whoop, I can hear something in the background working. That's the flute, folks, which means we're coming to the end of the show. And as always, I like to leave you with a Native American proverb. And this one comes from a good friend of mine, Apensui Majuat. And he said, "They are not dead who live in the hearts they leave behind." Remember that. They are not dead who live in the hearts they leave behind. That's very, very true. Please forget, we don't own the woods, the rain, the storms, or the fish we catch. We're borrowing it all from our children's children's children. Okay? And you know what? We'll never forget Ann Grachek, just one of my mothers that we lost this week. Take care, everybody.
Hey, Hi, friends. I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard, whether it's protecting equipment or storing yard tools. Suncast's durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to suit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week. Save big money at Menards.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You mean to tell me that you went home and swiped a ball that was signed by Babe Ruth, and you brought it out here and actually played with it? Yeah!
Are you one of those people that has to know how much the Babe Ruth ball is actually worth?
I was gonna bring it back, but it was signed by Babe Ruth! Yeah, you keep telling me that. Who is she?
We'll keep it right here because today is your lucky day.
The Sultan of Slot, King of Crack, the Colossus of Cloud, the Colossus of Cloud, Babe Ruth!
It's time for Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, sponsored by ERC Delivery and Huggins and Scott Auctions.
The Great Bambino!
Happy Saturday morning. I'm Tom Morgan with the Robert Edward Auctions President Brian Dwyer. Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery. Our producer this week is Charlie Bevins. And we'll be joined around 7:25 by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. Before we get to I've got some items that REA has posted on X, some previews of some items coming up for the summer catalog, but I've had to mention this. I saw that Cal Raleigh hit 2 homers yesterday, which gives him 38 and puts him 1 off the record for the most homers by the All-Star break. Vince Clementi, who has that record?
I am going to take a guess. I think I've heard Reggie Jackson in the early 70s was ahead of Ruth's pace. I'm going to guess Reggie Jackson.
Good guess, but it is incorrect. It was Barry Bonds in 2001, who somehow at the age of 36 hit like a crazy amount of homers for a few years there. That was the year he hit 73. And yeah. When he suddenly turned into he was always a great hitter, but he turned into the best hitter ever there late in his career the last few years. But still pretty amazing for Cal Raleigh to do that. So pretty cool. Now, Cal Raleigh, I think, is 28 years old, so he's in his prime. To give you an idea, the White Sox home run leaders, they have 2 guys with 10 and 2 guys with 9. They're 4 home run leaders. If you add them together, 38. just what Cal Raleigh has. Isn't that crazy? Okay, now on to some of Brian, REA's been, and also Huggins and Scott have been posting some pretty cool things on X or Twitter, like showing previews of what's coming up and highlights of some of the things that have sold. But here's some of the things that I noticed that this is for the summer auction. Bidding begins July 29th. You can go to collectrea.com. You guys have Nolan Ryan PSA 9 cards, 3 different ones, a 1969, a 73, and a 75. I think that 69 is my favorite Ryan card ever, but those have to be tough to get 9s in, Brian.
They are, yeah. The 69 is often found off center. The 75's got colored borders, so they're very tough to get in high grade. Let you in on a little secret. We also have the 68 Nolan Ryan in a PSA 9.
Oh.
So if you want to start building a mint Nolan Ryan collection, you can go from the rookie on in this upcoming auction.
You know, that actually, we got a message from one of our listeners who wants to know the favorite piece in our collections. For me personally, okay, I collect Hall of Famers graded, and I don't care which one as long as I like it. So I'd say I got a bunch of different pre-1970 Hall of Famers that I don't think I could pick one. But if I had one card in my collection that would be the last thing I would sell, I think it's my Michael Jordan Upper Deck autograph card from 2005 that I bought from one of my regular T-Crown customers back in 05. I know I saw it pulled. I know it's legit. It's a beautiful card. I think that would be the last one that I would sell if I had to sell my collection. Brian or Vince, you have something that stands out?
I have some Roberto Clemente artwork I would hold on to. I have some Roberto Clemente, just artwork that was done, limited editions. So kind of put it up on the wall. So I'm kind of partial
Very
to that.
nice. How about you, Brian?
I have a 52 mantle in a PSA 1 that was the culmination of 20 years of looking and waiting and trying to, get it for my collection after seeing it in price guides and magazines. And when I finally got it, I felt like I had achieved something, and I've owned higher graded ones since, but I've always kept the PSA 1.
Yeah, that's neat. There's sometimes that you just get a connection to a card. That's like, I can't think of his name, that one famous chef that wears the white glasses. That's his trademark.
Graham Elliott.
Graham Elliott. Well, he was on the show one time. Really nice guy. That was when we did the show down on Lake Street, and he came in. At the time, he had a place in Marina Towers, but he was showing me at the breaks like some of the things in his collection, some awesome stuff. But right before we were leaving, he said the one thing he really wanted was a 52 Topps mantle that they had painted glasses on the guy, and he thought it was just perfect for him, So yeah, sometimes it doesn't have to be the most valuable that's your favorite. It's just something that you have an attachment to. So, I really like my Ernie Banks Good Man card, but I don't think that would go for a whole lot of money, the one that I wrote Good Man on. Well, some other items that are in the Robert Edward auction in the summer catalog if you go to, I reposted some of these things, but you can go to the REA Twitter or X post and see some of the things they have on there. A 1935 Gaudi 4-in-1 card with Ruth, Rabbit Moranville, and then some guys named Brandt and McManus, I think. SGC 8, one of 2 with none higher. That's going to be a good one. For newer collectors, LeBron PSA 10 Topps Chrome rookie card. Sandy Koufax, there's PSA 9 cards of his last 2 years, 65 and 66. Those would be tough cards, but I looked up a few things on Koufax stats. Amazing. From 55 to 60, ages 19 to 24, he averaged 6 wins and 7 losses with a 4.10 ERA, 115 innings pitched and 114 strikeouts, but 68 or 9 walks. So he had a good strikeout rate, but must not have had the command. Starting with, let's see now, from 61 till he ended his career at age 30 in 66 with a sore arm, he averaged 22 wins, 8 losses, 2.19 ERA, 272 innings pitched, 286 strikeouts, and 69 walks. So he got his command together, because that was almost 3 times as many innings pitched with the same amount of walks. So pretty amazing stats there. And then age 30, I don't know if he, if Tommy John would have corrected, he had arm problems and just retired. That was it, coming off that good of a year. Pretty amazing story about Sandy Koufax, though. What a great pitcher he was. And, Kershaw, if you look at length of career, he's had the better career, but he's even had some where if you take his 4 or 5 best years, Kershaw is right up there pretty close. Now, Brian, Huggins and Scott also, they had on Twitter, pretty sure I reposted this one, T Crown Tom is my Twitter ID. Charlie Gehringer, they had his 1934 to 36 Diamond Stars original art, 4.5 by 5.5 inches. It went for $16,800, including buyer's premium. And they have more coming up in the summer Huggins and Scott auction, including Mel Ott and Jimmy Fox, I think. Brian, do you know how many total they have in that Huggins summer auction?
I think it's just those 2, but they're pretty big. They're pretty big players. So, there was, I think, just those 3 artworks that came in, spread out over 2 auctions.
Wow!
Great finds. They don't really exist in any serious numbers, but when they sell, they go for big dollars.
Yeah. No, I got contacted by one of our listeners. He has a Pete Crow Armstrong Topps Chrome rookie autograph numbered to 25. And he's thinking he wants to get it graded. He's thinking he might send it in and we'll run it in a Huggins auction, but it's a roller coaster for Cub fans right now. Like one day you think, boy, they can win the World Series. And then a game last night, you're thinking, oh boy, I don't know. But he thinks what he wants to do is send it in, get it graded, and we run it in the fall auction after the Cubs win the World Series, he said. And wouldn't it be something? Now, think about it. Let's say the Cubs did win the World Series and Pete Crow Armstrong has a big series and ends up MVP, like finishes strong. I mean, his power stats are great. He's a great defensive center fielder. One weak spot, the on-base percentage is a little low, but what a great center fielder. So that's always the tough call for collectors with the modern day cards. It's like, do you keep them long term? If you sell, when do you sell? It's a tough call. But everybody's got to make that decision on their own. And if he wants to send it in, I'll be meeting with him and send it in for him. I picked up a collection from another listener for the summer auction that had real clean 1974 and 75 Topps complete sets. And he had 2001 Topps Pujols and Ichiro rookies, and one of each. And then there's one with the 2 of them from that year. So those are good cards. And then, if anybody has a 1997 Fleer or Ultra David Arias card, that's actually David Ortiz, just so you know. That's his rookie card. So check your collections, but I don't know if they're even going to want to send those or do those, but I sent them along also. They had his Fleer, Ultra, and Ultra Gold rookies. So we'll see what Randy ends up doing with those. But kind of neat stuff. And if you do have something, we still have time. I've got one of our listeners is waiting for some cards to come back from PSA, and then we're going to send them in and still try to run them in the summer auction. If they get them in, and we can get them to Huggins before the end of the month, they can still do it. So he's got his fingers crossed on that one. He's got some pretty big stuff coming. But send me a Gmail, tcrowntom@gmail.com, if you have something you think you might want to run in an auction. And some other items now on sale. Brian, you got that REA marketplace going with some big money stuff in there. It's go to collectrea.com and click on the marketplace. I saw you have an unopened wax box of 1960 tops, 24 packs, 325,000. So that's the type of thing now. They list it for 325, and if somebody says, well, I've got 310,000, but I don't know if I can go 325, they can make offers on that stuff, Brian?
Absolutely, yeah. Every item in the marketplace has the ability to send an offer to the owner. A lot of the stuff that we've sold has transacted via that owner offer process, and that's the most expensive item in the marketplace. But there's a lot of stuff that's $100, $200, $500, $1,000 as well. So, like the auctions, trying to get them for everyone.
Yeah. Now, Oscar Robertson, there's a 1966-67 Cincinnati Royals game-used home uniform, Mears A10. That's at $100,000 on there. 79-80 Topps Hockey 36-pack unopened wax box. BBCE, that's Gretzky's rookie year, $45,000 for that baby. So a lot of good stuff on the REA Robert Edward Auctions website, collectrea.com, and you can go to the marketplace to see that stuff. Okay, some items that ended in the Huggins and Scott auction, in addition to that Charlie Gehringer, some different stuff that they've been posting videos of. There was a 95 DC Comics, or 85 maybe, Green Lantern original artwork ran for $6,300, sold for $6,300, including buyer's premium. We had talked about that 1930 Cubs team signed photo album. Beautiful. You can see it in their video. It included guys like Hack Wilson, where they were all individual signed photos. I think they had made those. It was for another Cub player, and all the guys had the signed photos in there. That went for $11,700. A Christy Mathewson signed book, One in the Ninth, WON in the Ninth, $19,200. And then they had that 19th century catcher's gear that ended at $22,200. But on that video, I'm pretty sure I retweeted that, or you can go to the Huggins and Scott Twitter or XID and see some of their videos of some of the things that ran, and they'll be posting things that are running also. That's some kind of neat stuff, Brian, for people, the social media people, to be able to see some of the items.
Absolutely. I mean, the Huggins has always been known for a great variety of material, and this auction coming up and this auction that just ended were no exceptions.
Yeah, very good. Some neat stuff. Neat videos. Okay, also now I got an email from Barry who asked about a 1940 scorecard. This is kind of neat. It's from April 8th, 1940. Okay, back then, they didn't start the regular season until I think around the 20th of April, typically. So April 8th was an exhibition game between the Yankees and Brooklyn Dodgers. It has pictured the managers. Leo DeRocher was the manager for the Dodgers. Joe McCarthy, the Yankees manager. But it's signed, kind of an interesting thing. It's signed by Joe DiMaggio and 6 Yankee pitchers, including Lefty Gomez, I think. I don't know, maybe it was, spring training or an exhibition game, and DiMaggio was hanging around in the bullpen with the pitchers when the guy came up with it. But anyway, I was a little leery that it might be because it was DiMaggio and 6 pitchers, I thought maybe that could be a clubhouse. Randy thinks it's authentic, but the value of it, he didn't think that was that much, maybe, a few $100s or so. Now, a lower priced item like that, if it has a cool factor, that's still not enough money typically to send in, Brian?
It's right on the borderline. I mean, I would agree with Randy that, DiMaggio signed so many items in the course of his life. It would actually probably be worth more if it was just signed by DiMaggio. But throwing in the other players and then the fact that he probably has no connection to that scorecard, probably not a great auction item, but something that does still have some value.
Very cool. Guys like Monty Pearson, Johnny Murphy, some other guy, couldn't even read his name. But I looked them up and I could tell at the time they were all Yankee pitchers. It was kind of a funny group, but still a neat item. And if you have something like that, sometimes you send them in and it's like, well, it's good, but not enough value to send in. And sometimes you're surprised. It's like, I've got this and that, and this one here is actually, oh, that's big time. We can send that. So just if you're not sure, send me pictures to tcrowntom@gmail.com, and I'll fill you in and let you know if they might be worth sending in. We got a lot more to talk about. Brian, we're already done with another one of your segments, so have a good week. We'll talk to you next Saturday.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, very good. Now, after the break, we will be joined by the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, and the unbeatable Nancy Huggins. Charlie Bevins, the producers are on a roll, first place producers. We had Jake had won 2 weeks in a row, got a little cocky last week, went out on the limb and lost one back. But it's 4 for the producers, 3 for Nancy, 3 for Bulldog, and 2 for Vince. So we'll see what happens. We'll be back after the break.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Workplace stress is now a leading cause of declining mental health, with 61% of the global workforce feeling it more than ever. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You can't escape work, but you can take small steps to care for yourself. A walk, some sun, a favorite song. Therapy is one of those steps. Ongoing support to build resilience for whatever your day throws at you. Balance is tough. Getting help shouldn't be. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more. 3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit 7bridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment. From bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes, we host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Sponsored by ERCDelivery.com and Huggins & Scott Auctions on ESPN 1000 and ESPNChicago.com.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Charlie Bevins, and the Bulldog Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond, along with the unbeatable Nancy Huggins for this week's episode of Which Ended Higher. Nancy, I feel like you're lurking in the weeds there. You've got 3. I just feel like you're dangerous where you are in that spot.
Yeah, I'm a little alligator, aren't I?
Yeah.
I think she's playing with us, Tom.
I am toying with you guys. I think.
Well, I have to say greetings from New Jersey, and my dad wanted to make sure that everybody is. He says hello to everybody, and they're all doing well.
Very good.
Hello,
very good. Good to hear from him. Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. And if he wants to make your pick this week, that's fine with me. It's up to you.
No, he knows more about airplanes than he does sports cars and memorabilia. So
that's good. Did he watch that one?
If he's stuck in like a 1927 aircraft or something, that might help.
You know, they have those card collections. Did he watch that one on Apple TV Plus? That series,
Masters of the Air. Yeah, it was excellent. Wow. I thought they did a really, really good job with that. And the only thing he had a problem with were the hats, because the hats weren't worn down enough like they did, because the pilots would put earphones on, so the hats would be like hanging down over the ears. That's the only thing he had a problem with. That's
interesting. That really made you realize that it wasn't such a piece of cake being a pilot. I always kind of thought that they had it easy, but they sure didn't.
Those B-17s, they took beatings. Unbelievable how those things could actually make it back. I was, and I'll just take a second. I was actually at a air museum not too long ago, and they're building a B-17, and I didn't realize that the wings were built like train trestles. And they had a bunch of railroad people come in to help design them and get them built. And once I took a look at the inside and how they're built, no wonder they took a beating and were able to fly home, because they were built really well.
Wow.
So amazing. Anyway, that's enough about that.
Now, Bulldog, who was the guy that they named the Iowa Stadium after that was a pilot in World War II? And
that's Niall Kinnick, who was a Navy pilot.
Yeah.
And was on a carrier in the Caribbean on a training exercise and took off and never came back. So it was a tragic ending to Niall Kinnick. And by the way, Nancy, talking about the B-17, remember they used to call them the Flying Fortresses. They were considered pretty
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, their pictures, they would come back with half of the tail gone, holes in the middle of the wings, and it wasn't until at the end of the war when you had the Messerschmitt 262 come in, and that was a jet. And when those came in and started flying, Hitler wanted to use them as bombers, but then they started using them, and those things would fly out of nowhere, and then they would take off half of a wing, and then, of course, each plane had 10 people in it. When that would happen, I mean...
I've been watching a series on Netflix about World War II that's pretty good. I have to watch that when my wife's out of the house. She's she's not interested. But I think
the Flying Fortresses are exactly that. They were fortresses. So
on to which ended higher. Here we go. Okay. We got some good items that range from $3,000 to $4,000. So kind of mid-price, but good solid items that ran in Huggins and Scott and REA auctions. And you guys will have to pick which ended the highest. Okay, first item. Joe Fulks, Fulks, 1950 Bread for Health, bread label, PSA 1.5. There's only 5 graded, and believe it or not, that's the highest grade. Now, in case you've never heard of him, he was, in 1946, the first NBA scoring champ. They actually called it the BAA at the time, Basketball Association of America. I think in 48 is when it started being called the NBA, but they add these statistics in with the NBA. And an interesting thing about him, he was shot and killed on March 21st, 1966, by the son of his girlfriend over an argument over a handgun. He was only 54. But a Hall of Famer, if you looked at his stats now, at low shooting percentage, but at that time, I think that was pretty typical. And at his time, he could really score. So that was the first item. Next item, Bulldog's going to give us a little background. We might have to wait for the third segment, Bulldog, but Larry Doby, 1956 Topps number 250, graded SGC 9. It's one of only 2 SGC has at that grade, and that's the highest they've graded. But it's not a rookie card. It's his 1956 Topps card. Next item, Tampa Bay Rays, 2008 American League Champs ring presented to scout Mike Cubbage. This ran in a Huggins and Scott auction. The Phillies won the series that year, so they just got an American League Championship. It's not a World Championship ring. And the final item, Lou Gehrig, Tony Lazzari, Lefty Gomez, and Red Ruffing, a 1936 exhibits 4-on-1. This is a postcard style, 3 3/8 by 5 5/8 with a blank back, but it shows all four on the front, and it was graded PSA 5, ran in a Robert Edward auction. So this is a tough one. They're all tough. But Vince, you get to go first now.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah. That could be good. It could be bad.
Yeah, I know. So I'm going to go with the Joe Folks.
Okay, Vince is going with Joe Folks. Very good. Next, we'll go with the Bulldog.
Well, the Bulldog last week, nobody won. Recall, I remember I'm still in shock. Bobby Jones won it last year, and I didn't take Jones. I remember that. I'm still burning in humiliation since that time. But I'm trying to come back today, but I try to forget that. And I got to go, since I'm talking about him, I got to go with Larry Doby.
All right, the Bulldogs going with Larry Doby. Okay, next we go with Nancy.
I think I'll go with the exhibit card.
Okay, you're going with the 4-on-1
Mm-hmm.
with Gehrig is one of the four. Okay, from 1936. We've got one open for you, Charlie, or are you going to double up and go out on the limb that broke last week for Jake?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be spraying to all fields here, but I think I'm going to go with the Lou Gehrig as well. I'm going to join Nancy on this, regardless of whatever it may mean. I don't know. I feel
that's what they did last week. They went with me last week, too.
I was sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, I was trying to figure out what Tom's tells are. He really doesn't have any.
No.
So I'm going to go with the Lou Gehrig, that whole bunch.
I make a point of not having tells. I try not to have any. So, and these are the lowest item. Speaking of not having tells, the 4-on-1. Okay, out on that same limb.
I think I'm going on the lowest these days.
Of course. Well, the good part for you, Nancy, you don't lose a point, but the producers, after a 2-week win streak, now have a 2 weeks minus streak and are back down to 3. I'll tell you, now the prize, this isn't Little League. It's not everybody gets something anymore. We're doing first place wins or else you lose. So it's going to be the same type quality prize, but only one winner in the future. So the battle really continues here. All right. So that was the lowest item in a Robert Edward auction. It went for $3,000. The second lowest item, also in a Robert Edward auction, Bulldog, was the Larry Doby, $3,120. So it's either Vince or no one that gets a point here.
All right.
And
I could tie it all up here.
Second, it would be, if you get it, Vince, it's a 4-way tie, just so you know, for first. That I don't think has ever happened.
Well, let's make it
the second best item, $3,600 in a Huggins and Scott auction. The Tampa Bay Rays championship ring. Vince, $3,960. The Joe Folks. Yes. Yes. So it is a 4-way tie.
We should have known. Tom spent so much time on that one.
Yeah.
Yes, but I've also spent a lot of time on items that aren't it. I make sure of that. Okay.
All right.
Well, Bulldog,
what did the folks go for? What did the folks go for?
$3,960, including buyer's premium. So it was a good group of items in the Huggins and Scott auction. Bulldog, we have time if you want to do a quick Larry Doby recap.
All right, I could do a recap. And I know this motley crowd didn't think much of him, but Larry Doby, ladies and gentlemen, was the first African-American, first black to play in the American League. In fact, he started playing for the Cleveland Indians at the tail end of the 1947 season. That was the same year, of course, that Jackie Robinson broke in with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And Robinson gets an awful lot of credit, and rightfully so. But Doby went through a lot of problems, too, as being the only black in the American baseball at that time in the American League. And he turned out to be quite a player, by the way. Of course, Beck was there at the time. I think he had 5 times he was hit over 100 RBIs. He led the league in home runs on 2 occasions, and he helped pace the team to 2 World Series appearances in 54 and 1948. And Doby, for a local angle on that, by the way, was traded at the end of his career to the White Sox. Didn't do much then, but later on, he had Bob Lemon, I think, as the manager, and Larry Doby took over as manager of the White Sox. He did not do well. He ended up below 500 as a manager with the White Sox, and that preceded Tony La Russa. But Doby had quite a career. He had a background, by the way, before he went into baseball. He played in the Newark Eagles in the Black League, so the Negro League, and he had some good competition. And then during the war, he was at Great Lakes when they had those great powerhouses. He played baseball for the Blue Jackets. So when he came on board the Cleveland Indians in '47, he had a good background behind him with the Newark Eagles and, of course, the Great Lakes experience. And he did very, very well. Under the pressure, remember the pressure this guy was under all the time, being the only African-American in the American League, the first one. And yet he managed to take it all. But he never gets as much credit as Robinson did. He wasn't as colorful a guy. He wasn't a great spokesman as Robinson was. So, but he's right up there. He's right up there.
And a very good hitter. They're both in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, rightfully so.
Yeah, very good. Well, now, if you guys want to stick around, we're going to do Vince's year. We're going to do a little background on the year that he picks. And I've got some little info on A.J. DiBanza is supposedly going to be a high pick in the draft next year. I want to he just signed a contract, and I want to tell you about that a little bit. So a lot to come after the break. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Well, guys, I'm gonna take off, so you all have a good week. And sorry, I'm not going to listen, Vince.
Okay.
Talk to you guys soon.
Have a good one, Nancy.
All right, bye.
Okay, hang in there. We'll be right back.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
This is it. The legendary live band, Fish, returns to the road this summer. Fish. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, July 18th through 20th, United Center. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Everything's right, so just hold tight, all right.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Let me assist you in doing something about your hair loss. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com. Our team has the experience and expertise to help you look younger. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics and their low prices or gimmicks. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. DrYatesHairScience.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking at Menards. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BACK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BACK to 42424. That's BACK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now back to Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan.
Welcome back. I'm Tom Morgan, joined now by Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, our producer Charlie Bevins, and Chicago Journalism Hall of Famer John Bulldog Drummond. We're on till a little before 8. And let's start things off with Vince's year, the year he's going to pick.
All right, in this year's World Series, in Game 3, Babe Ruth called his shot off a pitcher, Charlie Root of the Cubs, and hit a home run. And it's, people think that he wasn't calling a shot, others think he was, but what's
what do you
also
think?
Cool about that, I think he was, it's the lore, I'll believe in it.
Yeah.
But what's really cool is when he crossed home plate, there's a picture of him and Lou Gehrig kind of shaking hands with Gabby Hartnett in the background. And it was kind of cool, and it was Babe Ruth's last World Series for the Yankees as a player in 1932.
Very
I gotta
good.
have my 2 cents worth on this. Charlie Root was the pitcher that dished up the ball that Ruth hit for a home run. He later became the manager of the Eau Claire Bears. Now that was later on, but I was from Eau Claire, and I remember he was speaking at was it Lions Club or something like that. Everybody asked him that question. Did Ruth did Ruth actually point out that he was going to hit the ball in a certain place? And of course, Ruth always denied that. Matter of whether, so that'll still go down in controversy. But the pitcher, Charlie Root, said no. He said that very much several times. And you bug him like that, you might get a bunch of tobacco spit in your face. He really got sore about that. I'm not kidding.
Well, looking at the history of Robert Edward auction, 1932 is filled with Babe Ruth big money items. And also a William McKinley that I'm going to have to ask Brian about next week. But 1932 U.S. Carmel Babe Ruth PSA 8 sold for $210,000, including buyer's premium 2 years ago in the spring auction. Another Babe Ruth item, 1932 Babe Ruth game used bat. Year of the called shot, it says $102,000. That sold in the 2018 spring auction. I think if Brian was here, he would say there's a big upside to that. That would go for quite a bit more now. And this might have been the one that I think it was David Wells that wore this in a game. The 1932 Babe Ruth New York Yankees game used cap. Remember what was it? David Wells that he pitched a game wearing that, and I think he threw a no-hitter. It was a lefty, but that went for $99,875 back in 2009. So that might have been the hat. And then this William McKinley, I don't know what the deal is with this. 1932 U.S. Carmel President's card number 24. They said at the time it was newly discovered in 2014. EX5 went for $96,000, graded by SGC. So I already made a note for next week to ask Brian about that card. What the biggest?
According to X, Wells paid $2,500 fine for wearing Ruth's game-worn cap. He bought it for $35,000. He didn't. He said he wouldn't wear it in the game, but did it anyway. And yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, that was neat. That was really cool. Wearing a Babe Ruth cap when you're pitching for the Yankees, really neat. That was pretty cool. Now, I have to give a quick plug to my plumber. Okay, we had in our water pipes, we had some like clanging of our pipes. And we had these levers put on to 2 or 3 years ago to turn our water off. And it was like stuck. So I didn't want to push it too hard because I thought if I'm pushing it the wrong way or something, I don't want water spraying all out. So Mike Ambrose from Ambrose Plumbing in Naperville, he's been our plumber for 10 or 15 years. Great guy. I call him up. He comes in, brings his son in. They were talking about the radio show, actually. And he goes, he had to really strain to get it going, but he got it going. I was like, yeah, I could. He goes, I can see why but you wouldn't have done anything if you were pushing it the right way. So anyway, I told him before they left, he wouldn't take any money. He goes, I didn't do anything. I just did that. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a plug on the show since they were talking about it. Good plumber. He really knows. We have a 50s split level house. It was built in the 50s, and he really knows these houses. So if you're in Naperville, need a plumber, Mike Ambrose at Ambrose Plumbing is the guy to check with.
Very cool.
Now, on to AJ DiBanza. Okay, this, I can't even believe they gave him this much right now. He signed an exclusive card and memorabilia deal with Fanatics, which it can be in Topps and Bowman cards and have game use items. But supposedly he's getting $6 million plus. Okay, he's going to BYU. He hasn't even played in college yet. Now, potentially he could be. I already saw one thing that had him as the second pick, not the first pick. He's 6'9" with a 7-foot wingspan, 210 pounds. 39-inch max vertical, so all good. I've seen video of him. He can really take it to the basket, but he's not a great three-point shooter. It's like, come on, he sounds like a stronger, bigger RJ Barrett or something. But I'm sure they think he's going to help them sell cards, so we'll see how he is. I want to see now BYU games and see how good he actually is. I mean, if his outside shot looks good and he's playing D, we'll see. But that's a lot of money to give to somebody who hasn't done anything yet, not even in college. So we'll see how that works out. It will help sell the Bowman draft. They have these Bowman University products that are good. So it'll definitely help selling that product, and that's probably all they're really interested in. But we'll see how he ends up developing. What do you guys think if you pulled an AJ DiBonsa, a low numbered card, and it's selling for like $20,000? Vince, you hanging on to that or you sell?
I'm probably waiting, hoping he's does something special in his first or second year, and then maybe sell it then.
You wouldn't do I would sell immediately unless I see him at BYU and he looks like he can be an all-time great, but I'm selling that.
Maybe that's why you're in your position and I'm in my position.
Yeah, I take $20,000 for it now. I take it now. $20,000 I could use at my age.
Yeah, right. You're not holding on long term. I'm not holding on long term either. By the time, if he's in the Hall of Fame, I might not be around to see it. So without a doubt.
By the way,
yeah,
I don't think that people are talking about with the NIL, the amount of money these kids are getting now in college. It is amazing, I know, but it's not that new. I remember when Hugh McElhenney, and I think I mentioned this maybe on the air one time, came to the University of Washington. He had a lot of support from the boosters there. When he came with the 49ers as a rookie, they asked him, "Well, Hugh, how do you like it in the NFL compared to playing college?" Well, he said, "It's fine." He said, "I had to take a pay cut."
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think he was. People thought he was being facetious. I don't think he was at all.
Yeah. They had boosters that used to really boost the checkbooks
under the table.
Another story locally here, when the Bears used to play the Packers in a preseason game, a Shriners game, they called up Milwaukee, and we carried it. We, the station Channel 2, carried it with doing the play-by-play was my God. That's Brent Musburger.
Oh, yeah.
Bill George was the color guy, and the Packers had a guy by the name of Mike McCoy, who was a rookie from Notre Dame, and George said on the air, he said, "I wonder how much of a pay cut he had to take to come here." And Brent Musburger, that's why he's still around. Musburger said, "You said that, I didn't." And by the way, Bill George never did another game for Channel 2, and after that, I'm serious. That was a big faux pas in those days, making it. But who knows? Maybe that was true. I don't know.
Speaking of Brent Musburger, quickly, we're getting towards the end. But didn't you see him at the studio get knocked out by a wrestler or something?
No, we did that as a gimmick. He was going to be on. We had Bernd Gagne on the show, the sports show, and Brent was trying to figure some kind of gimmick that other than just a boring interview. And I said, let him put that hold on you. And stranglehold and knock you out. And believe it or not, we went outside. He shot it, and Brent did pass out when the guy gave him that whole headlock. It was, and now and he went out and came back. None the worse for wear, but it was a great gimmick, and we got good numbers. People wanted to watch that. We promoted it.
Do you remember what year that was by any chance?
Well, it had to have been. It was in the film days. A guy named Stacy was the guy that shot it, so it had to have been around 70, 71, no later than that. Maybe.
Oh, wow.
70 or 71, back in that era.
Wow. And you went just out onto the street in front of the studio.
We actually did it outside the McClurg Court, the studios, is where it was done,
I wonder if there's a video of that still out there.
Well, he shot it, of course, but God knows what had happened. But I probably lost by now. It's up to the attic, and the guy knows what had happened. But it was a good gimmick. It was on film. And it was a great. People talked about it. And that's the name of the game,
Yeah, boy. Some of the older guys. It's pretty amazing with the new thing where maybe Joe Jackson, Pete Rose will be able to be in the Hall of Fame. Joe Jackson card, 1940 play ball, PSA 3 out of a scale of 1 to 10, not that high of a grade. 20 years after his last game in Major League Baseball, this came out, and that still went for $4,200 for a PSA 3. Wow. I would imagine it'd be interesting if that ended up being something where those guys make it, and then there's a new demand for some of their stuff. Also, This is something I had never heard of. Oh, real quick, here comes Mission Impossible. But 1887 Lone Jack cigarettes, inventors and inventions, 14 cards in the collection went for $7,800. So if you have any old Thomas Edison cards hanging around, I think Ben Franklin was in it, send a Gmail to tcrowntom@gmail.com. Okay, thanks this week now to the Bulldog, John Bulldog Drummond, Nancy Huggins, Vince Clementi from ERC Delivery, Brian Dwyer, the Robert Edward Auction president, on every first segment with us. And thanks to Charlie Bevins, another good job. You'll have to explain why you got a negative, but I don't need to do that, Charlie. Have a great week, everyone, and we will be back next week, hopefully.
Looking to cash in on all those years of collecting? Do you have a sports item that's been passed down through your family and you want to find out what it's worth? Call the experts at Huggins & Scott Auctions, the fastest growing auction company in the sports collectibles industry. At Huggins & Scott, they're set up to maximize the value of your items. Whether you have sports cards, autographs, or other sports memorabilia, partner with the team at Huggins & Scott to get top dollar for your sports collectibles. Go to hugginsandscott.com.
Save big at Menards and be prepared for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Featuring 3 fan cooling speeds and remote control, allowing you to control the comfort settings from anywhere in the room. Save big on Denali Air. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're gonna dig this.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out. And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
That's right, Ryan. As the news of yesterday, a little Friday news dump. We haven't had a good Friday news dump in a while. Bears have extended Ryan Poles after a 15-36 start to his tenure. He gets a 5-year extension that'll line him up with Ben Johnson. It's Tyler and Shea on ESPN Chicago. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. I don't think anyone saw this coming in the middle of July.
I didn't.
We got some breadcrumbs a couple, months ago? Basically when the Ben Johnson signing happened, all the way back in January, we got some breadcrumbs that, hey, this could happen. I think Courtney Cronin was one of the ones that was really in on that and was telling us all about that. And then all of a sudden, we got the final confirmation that, hey, this is a done deal now. We heard from Adam Schefter yesterday, and Ryan Poles is now aligned with Ben Johnson through the 2029 season, Shea.
I don't really get it. It crossed my desk yesterday, and I was a little baffled, mostly by the term attached to it. This might be a homework assignment, but has there ever been a general manager who has finished last exclusively in his tenure and received a 5-year extension? Like, the funniest thing
Can't
to me,
think of one.
all off season, we hear about how things are being done differently, and you get the OTAs and the mini camps, and you hear about the accountability. They're all about accountability. Ben Johnson's leaning on people. It's a whole new feeling at Hallis Hall. Everybody's going to be held accountable. And then the GM gets a 5-year extension after finishing last in 3 consecutive seasons. The only 3 seasons he's been here.
And not to mention, not a great draft track record either. Like,
no.
If there was something
not
like
a great trade track record.
If there was something with the we're like, I don't get me wrong. I think the Bears are an ascending team right now.
I agree.
But it's not necessarily because of what's been put together by Ryan Poles. Like, at the end of the day, you chose Darnell Wright over Jalen Carter. One guy's a top probably 50 player in the NFL. The other is far from it.
Well, that's my thing. Is like, people bring up the good that he's done. And I'm not sitting here saying he hasn't done good.
It just doesn't need to be extended in the middle of July with 2 years left on your deal.
But I keep hearing about, well, you can bring up he traded away Roquan and then replaced the money with Tremaine Edmonds, and that looks awful. Or traded for Chase Claypool, or passed on Jalen Carter, or like all the bad you can bring up. And then people answer, but he did the Bryce Young trade. I'm sorry, I must have missed where all those guys are all pros. You know, the Panthers won the same number of games as the Bears last year. Mm-hmm. Do the math for me, somebody, where this is like a glowing success of a trade. There's a world where you ended up with the 4th best quarterback and the 5th best wide receiver with the 1st and 9th picks in the draft.
It's very early. I don't think it's going to end that way.
I'm not either. But you extended him at a time where the evidence is that's what you got.
I don't know if he's the 4th best quarterback out of the.
Sure, you want to say 3rd, but
I get what you're saying.
You can't do better than Rome at 5. He's not better than Malik Neighbors. He's not better than Brian Thomas Jr. He's not better than Lab McConkey. He wasn't better than Marv. You can't do better.
No.
And I never liked using the 9th pick on a wide receiver 3. So if you're going to call up with that excuse, well, he was playing behind DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. DJ Moore's a 0-time Pro Bowler. Keenan Allen's out of the league. And you still can't explain using the 9th pick in the NFL draft on a 3rd option receiver.
Bears fans, how you feeling about it? 312-332-3776. Ryan Poles has been extended. He will align now with Ben Johnson through 2029. I think this is going to tell a great story about the Chicago Bears, though, because it's one thing to extend him. I think both you and I agree business is being done a little bit differently up there at Hallis Hall. This felt like a classic Bears move.
Yep.
However, the extension only means something, and it can only really hurt this team long term if Ryan Poles is, in fact, not the guy. It can only really do damage to this team if you're not willing to part with long-term money like that. Like, if you're cool, let's say this thing doesn't work out in 2 years. If you're cool axing Ryan Poles, then what does it matter, right?
Sure.
At the end of the day, it won't matter if you're okay moving on from the general manager with a lot of years left on the contract. But if you're not, then this is classic old Bears rewarding people without much of a resume.
But it also doesn't make what you're saying. Like, you can be comfortable moving on from him and paying the buyout and just parting ways if things go badly. It doesn't make the decision good business. This is like a Fortune 500 company getting nice projections on their future sheets and handing out raises on projections. What happens if you don't hit them? I've never seen people be rewarded for being the worst in their field for consecutive seasons. And that's really what this is. You can paint anything you want that he's done as a positive. You can spin it however you want to do it. Play the propaganda game. Tell me that Caleb's the number 1 pick and would be the number 1 pick if the draft happened today. I disagree with that, but do what you want to do. God bless. Feel the way you feel. You can call up and tell me you feel like Rome is, I don't know, he's not better than Malik and he's not better than BTJ, but you could tell me you think he's the 3rd best wide receiver in the draft. Okay, we'll have that conversation. But they're not right now. And you're rewarding this guy on the hope that they are.
And I think he's getting rewarded, too, off of some of the moves he made this offseason. I think they did do some really good things this offseason. But there's still a pretty glaring hole along that defensive line.
Yeah.
It has been piecemealed together with a lot of different types of ways to go about it. You've got an older veteran who knows what his production is going to look like in Grady Jarrett. You've got a project on the edge or maybe inside with Dio Dangbo. And then you've got a draft pick, too, with Shamar Turner. Like, I don't know how this thing's going to end on the defensive line. And, oh, by the way, you traded for Montez Sweat and extended him upon that trade. He was good that 1 year, but the full sample size of a season when you really needed him, he was a nothing.
Yeah, that contract, the Tremaine Edmonds contract I mentioned, but it's also, you can't, look, we can say we like things. I like Ben Johnson. I like the hire. Mm-hmm. He was the guy I wanted the most in the entire process. I like Joe Thuney. I like Drew Dalman. I like Jonah Jackson. None of those guys have taken a snap for the Bears. Ben Johnson hasn't coached a game. So if they're sitting up there going, we like that you did all this stuff, you haven't seen any of it bear fruit. What happens if you go out this year and you're 6-11? God forbid. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I even think that will happen, but if it does, well, now you've locked yourself into this GM for 4 years after that.
Unless you're willing to part ways with them. And maybe that's the way that business is being done differently. Matt Eberflus was let go early. We didn't expect that in season.
No.
We probably saw it coming at some point. But to me, there is a degree of acting differently up there. It's just, this is going to tell the great story about whether or not things are truly different.
There's no reason this had to happen right now.
None.
Charlie said it perfectly yesterday. If you don't extend him, what's he going to do? Quit? Like, he was just going to walk out of the building and give up his job? This might be the cushiest gig in the NFL. You finished last in consecutive years, 3 straight years out of the block as you're opening to your tenure as general manager, and you got a 5-year extension.
Yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. 312-332-3776. Bears fans, how are you feeling about this Ryan Poles extension? We were not expecting this in the middle of July, but here we are. And all of a sudden, you've got a general manager who's aligned with the head coach. Now, there is something, too, with Ben Johnson may be calling more of the shots here, and this may be, like, we see it in baseball all the time. There's a general manager, but then there's a president of baseball operations. Think with the Cubs, right? It's Jed Hoyer. Mm-hmm. He's the one calling all the shots. Carter Hawkins, he's the one who has the title of GM, but he's not really the general manager and calling the shots. And maybe that's what we have here. Maybe we have a Ben Johnson is the one who's really making a lot of the football decisions, and Ryan's the one who's working on a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff to get these deals done and stuff like that. Maybe that's the situation, and if that's the case, all right, I get it. It's fine. But then this has to work.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
The rub on all of this is that it has to work. That's always been the case, and I just think you made it more difficult for yourself to part ways with somebody in the event that it doesn't. And you haven't seen any of the success actually occur on a football field. The results are what they are. That's why I keep saying you can spin anything positive that you want. The results are they've finished last 3 straight years. His record as a GM is atrocious. He's picked in the top 10 every year.
Yeah.
And you gave him a 5-year extension. Mm-hmm. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And it I don't know, man. It's just bizarre.
It's weird, too, because he goes, this team went 5-12 last year. And what were they picking? 10th this year, right? With the 10th pick, usually 5-12, you're picking like top 5. And I feel like because they picked 10th, people don't really understand how bad it was last year record-wise. 5-12, you should be nestled inside the top 5. Not picking 10th and letting things fall off the board before your eyes ahead of that. Like, to me, I don't think we truly understand how bad it was last year based off of the record when you look at where they were drafting. Like, top 10 picks every single year. Yep. It really should be like top 5 picks in 2 of the years and a 9th pick.
Yeah, 5-12 in the NFL is a tank year.
Yeah.
It just happened. You did it when everyone else was also doing a tank year. Like, to me, this whole thing feels like the most classic Bears move, where they're trying to fit themselves into the mold of the Ravens or the Steelers or all these teams that have consistency and stability and alignment between a general manager and a head coach, without any of the success that preceded it. Mm-hmm. And I always laugh at the idea you have to have stability. You can't just keep firing people in the NFL. The hell you can't. If people aren't doing their jobs, a.k.a. winning, you can absolutely just fire them. They just did it with the head coach. Don't tell me you can't do that. Success breeds stability, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hit it on the head. 312-332-3776. Ray's in Evanston. Morning, Ray.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
What's going on?
Hey, so, Shea, I agree with, let's say, they could have waited a year to extend polls. I've also been a big believer of polls since he got here. I think at least since day one, first year, making the moves, getting rid of the number one for the biggest trade that anybody's made. Sorry about that, guys. To get all those draft picks, I think he's always wanted Caleb. He got him. I think the biggest issue we've had with our organization was upper management and ownership. And now with Kevin Warren there, at least Ryan Poles seems to have more leeway to do things. I mean, look, this isn't like the Bulls extending AK and we're all scratching our head as to why, right? At least Poles has a plan. If Ben Johnson doesn't work out, every other GM in the NFL would have hired him this offseason if they could have,
I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm not even saying I disagree with you, but why isn't this like the Bulls extending AK? At least the Bulls don't finish last.
Yeah, but there's no direction there.
I understand that, and I'm not advocating that AK is good. I'm not saying I would have extended AK. I'm as mystified by it as anybody, but I'm also as mystified by this. You finished last in your division. Like, I can't get over that.
There's no reason to extend someone for having a plan without any sort of success.
That's why I said it's like, if imagine whatever company you work for says we feel like this next year is going to be good and bumps everybody's pay 25%. It would never happen, ever.
I don't even think like Ryan Poles is necessarily a bad GM. I get that there has not been success so far on the field, but you could at least see a vision, right? There is some sort of plan on the table. There's something that you can buy into as a Bears fan. That doesn't mean you have to go out and hand out new paper. That's the part that's mystifying, I think, to a lot of Bears fans. And at the end of the day, like if they go out next year and they win 10 games, it's a moot point. You win 10 games, sure, you're going to look like a genius for handing out this extension.
And that's fine. Like, we're all rooting for that. I'm not sitting here telling you this morning that I'm rooting for Ryan Poles to fail or that I hope this extension doesn't work. I think it's bad business. Hope isn't a strategy. You don't run a business on belief. You run a business on facts and numbers and success and winning. And they have done none of that.
Kyle's in Hodgkins. Morning, Kyle.
Thanks for taking my call. I want to say that I am in favor of this extension. After all, we did see his trade with Carolina. That could not have worked out any better. He traded the first overall pick and got the first overall pick, along with a handful of other picks. Now, we haven't seen the success yet, but keep in mind, he inherited a dumpster fire. Now, he's won the offseason 2 years in a row, which is basically, I think, what the GM's trying to do. Now it's up to the head coach and the players to execute. So that's all I got for you.
All right, Kyle. Listen, you can say he's won the offseason two years in a row. What is it? I think some people would even say 3 years in a row, right? Doesn't matter.
Nope.
Does not matter until you see wins on the field.
I don't care that you won the offseason. You won 5 games. And I get it. People are going to continue to do it, and it's a big part of why he got extended and why he has a reputation that he has in this town. I got to stop hearing about the Panther trade. I really do. It was 2 years ago, man.
But, okay, I'll push back on that. That one you're going to continue to see. It's very young in terms of what you could, like the fruit that you could see from that.
I get it, but...
Like, it just got paid off. The last payment has been handed over the table.
The team you allegedly fleeced won the same number of games as you.
But you're also giving that team a year head start in drafting a quarterback.
Yeah, I know. But it just, if I'm, and look, I'm not telling you it's always going to be this way, but they extended him today or yesterday. They made the decision on his future yesterday. This could all change. But the evidence of that trade at the time they give him the extension is that there might be 2 quarterbacks better than the one you took in the draft with the number 1 pick. There are certainly 4 to 5 receivers better than the one you took with the 9th pick. Darnell Wright's not an all-pro.
No.
You moved on from an all-pro to get Darnell Wright. DJ Moore hasn't been a Pro Bowler, and who knows what he's going to look like this year. We've all talked about Ben Johnson reportedly isn't even sold on him. Yeah. So, tell me where all the wins are in that trade right now. And again, it doesn't have to look that way forever. And I'm a Caleb believer. I believe all of this will improve. But they extended him yesterday, where the evidence is what I just said.
312-332-3776. Bears fans, was yesterday a step forward or a step backwards for the Chicago Bears? How you feeling about the Ryan Poles extension that's running through 2029? We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back. It's Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with 1-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Back to Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Taking more of your Bears calls here on this Saturday morning. We also have to get to your parents went on a little field trip.
Apparently, pun intended.
Very, very excited to discuss this. We'll do that about 15 minutes from now. Ryan Poles extended through 2029, taking the temperature of Bears fans here. You like it? You don't like it? So far, it's been unanimous in favor. You and I certainly not in favor, and that's not to say don't extend him at some point. He may very well be deserving of an extension, but in the here and now, as we sit here on July 12th, that is not the case. So how you feeling, Bears fans? 312-332-3776. All right. Do we think this is our boss on the line here?
We have Danny in Glenview, and we're wondering if it's our boss pulling a rope-a-dope on Charlie Bevins.
Zetterman, is this you?
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
We got you. That's not Zed.
I am not your boss, but now I have the cheat code how to get on the radio if I ever want to do this again.
Congrats, you hacked the system.
And the funniest part is I'm like, well, Glenview is where I live, but it's just not hoity-toity enough. They're not going to think I'm rich, which I'm not. Okay, so here's my take. I am the only guy that agrees with you, apparently, and I'm sort of mystified by that. Because let's think about how the rest of corporate America works versus how Bears ownership works, and I'll draw it back to football. Okay, the rest of corporate America is hyper-focused on what? The client. They're hyper-focused on the only thing that feeds them, their lifeblood, in fact. And they're figuring out ways to pump up the revenue every chance they get. Every book you've ever read on business is, please the client. And who do they kind of exploit? Well, of course, us, the employees. They're going to push us to work as hard as they can for as little money as they can. And we sort of just accept it. That's how capitalism works. And we do the best we can to negotiate around it. Bears ownership is exactly backwards on this. Who do they exploit? The fans. Their clients. They exploit those who feed them. And who do they, of course, somehow nurture and take advantage of? Their employees. We should all quit our jobs right now and apply with the McCaskies for jobs.
I'm telling you.
We've been stupid. It's not their fault. It's our fault. We're stupid for not applying for the job. In fact, I'm going to try not to rant. Now let's draw it back to the actual Bears and what they've done. And you're precisely right. Not only that, am I crazy? Did Bryce Young kind of improve a little bit towards the end of the year?
He absolutely did.
Is there a chance he'll be better than Caleb Williams? And I hope I'm wrong, of course. But, if there's anybody that can pick a consensus number one quarterback and have him immediately turn to garbage, it would be the Bears. But let me ask you guys a question. Imagine your studio's full of your entire staff. I know it's Saturday morning. There's probably 3 guys in there.
Bingo.
Put all 100 of the people you work with in there. Throw a paper airplane, and whoever that airplane hits, man, woman, child, whoever works there, maintenance guy, he's the new GM, or you keep Ryan Poles. I'm not being bombastic. Honest to God, what would you do?
Well,
paper airplane or Ryan Poles?
I would keep Ryan Poles over like the guy who vacuums the floors here. But
I tell you what, the guy who vacuums the floors would be very nervous about his job and would go on Google and say, how can I be a good GM, and actually work to improve. And I don't know.
Well, Danny, I think you're hitting on something that the crux of what really bothers me here is I don't like that Ryan Poles can feel safe now. Like, I do think there should be some heat on him.
Look at Jed Hoyer. He's doing some of his best work right now.
With all the heat on him.
And maybe some of it is, okay, he's built this up, but it's not like he didn't feel a little bit of heat last year or the year before that. He didn't have a new contract. He didn't have an extension.
And I get, like, the argument that you've made and that other people have made, this shouldn't be a punitive enough extension financially to the Bears that they wouldn't be able to fire him if things go sideways. I'll believe it when I see it.
I think we have seen it. Like, the Eberflus thing was I'll believe it when I see it type of moment.
That's a one-time deal. It's happened once.
But I would also say hiring Ben Johnson, that's kind of a second.
Yeah, but then extending polls, like it... I liked the idea of him being in a hot seat a little bit. I liked the idea of him being in the jackpot. And let's see what you can cook up. Because you brought up Jed. I just watched Jed with a 5-year runway have zero urgency in the first 4 years. And it took until now for there to be urgency. Knowing you're safe in sports often is not a good thing.
No. I do think, though, there is something to, all right, Ryan Poles, he's got some sort of plan in place, and it does feel like the Bears are operating a little bit more in the deep end of the pool in terms of how they act. I've started to see a little bit of evidence there. So maybe this is, hey, things aren't working out in a year or two, and you're good with bouncing them. I could see it. And I'm not even advocating like, oh, you should have moved on from Ryan Poles. I don't know if there's necessarily someone who you could just hire off the street right now and would necessarily be better.
No, but it is the overarching feeling of you don't have to succeed to keep this job. There is no. It feels like there's no standard for the general manager of the Bears.
You've shown your boss a plan, and boss likes the plan enough to move onward.
Here's 5 more years, and it also, frankly, it scares me a little bit that they feel like this is a 5-year plan, which it's not. Like. There's no
5-year plans in the NFL.
To me,
you get 3.
And I can only tell you how I feel about it. You have to win now, this year. That's the way I've been this whole offseason. This isn't a rebuild.
No.
That
part's over.
You've got the quarterback. You went and got your receivers. Now it's, are you right or are you wrong? And you have to win. So 5-year extension does also scare me a little bit that they're like, we need some time here, guy. You shouldn't need any time. That should be done with.
Lewis and Lyle. Morning, Lewis.
Hey, good morning, guys. First, Shay, that apparently pun. My wife heard you say that, started laughing, and gave me both 2 thumbs up. So, congrats on that. Second,
master of puns.
Second, I'm a pretty big fan of the signing. Not for the reason that a lot of people are. I think what this is doing is it's kind of a signal to Ben Johnson as well. Like, this is you two are locked, or you two are tied together. I have a feeling that if Poles goes, it's not going to be a situation where, back in the past they fired Lovie Smith and Emery was brought in. I think it's kind of a sign that this is it's both of you are gone, both of you succeed, or neither of you succeed. Also, I trust what Poles has done with this team. I saw what he did. He was the one who convinced George McCaskey to tear down the team completely. He was, which he had never done before. And, he built it back up. He had the wrong coach, but he got the talent in the building. I believe it was you who said that after the Detroit game, Poles wanted to punt Eberflus through the roof at Ford Field. I have a feeling.
I think I wanted to do that.
Yeah, well, I think we all wanted to do that. Honestly, if they hadn't fired, if the Bears had kept Eberflus, I think I heard someone say that the Bears would have made January 6th. The Bears fans would have made January 6th look like a building tour. But regardless, the whole thing is, I think that Poles was the one trying to get rid of Eberflus. I think that Kevin Warren being in the building is the big sign that things are actually normal. We have a president who's not an accountant, who isn't only concerned about the bottom line. He's concerned about the product on the field. I think that Poles wanted to get rid of Eberflus after year 2. I think you even said it. Maybe he needed that reinforcement, that second adult in the room to tell George, hey, this is what we need to do. I trust Poles. I have a feeling that Kevin Warren was the one who gave him the extension because he wants both of them in. What's the word? You want your coach and GM in lockstep? This is them putting him in lockstep. I've got no problem with the signing. I'm excited.
All right, thanks for the call, Lewis. There was that Bears fan survey on The Athletic this week, and it was like, what was your grade for the job that you've seen from Kevin Warren? I said, I think he's done an A+++ job because I don't really give a rip about the stadium at all.
Yeah.
He put something out there on the field. This is something this is heavy on the resume now of Kevin Warren. You are attaching yourself to this guy. If I'm going to give you all the credit in the world for going out and getting Ben Johnson, you're getting whatever, either credit or blame, for extending Ryan Poles too. This is on Kevin Warren in my eyes.
Yeah, and it really, the way you feel about it just comes down to, if you're somebody who likes what you've seen from Ryan Poles to this point, then you're going to like the extension. And that's cool. There's never been a rule on this station that you have to agree with anything we're saying.
No.
I, just speaking for myself, don't like what Ryan Poles has done to this point. He hasn't given me the ability to trust him, and I don't think he should get a 5-year extension. I still look at the defensive line and go, are we ever going to address this seriously?
Yeah. At this point, this isn't a brick-by-brick operation at this point. You have to start, this year's big. You should be in the neighborhood of 9-10 wins this year. This is go-for-it time. And if we're not seeing that, it's going to be frustrating. It's going to be really frustrating. And we're going to feel a certain way. Definitely, if we get to the end of the year and it's 7-8 wins, I think that's going to, even if you see progress, 7-8, don't tell me 7-8 wins is going to be exciting. Because you can't sell me on that.
I just leave it on, I hope this doesn't lengthen the leash. I really do. I hope this doesn't, give a longer runway for success. Because it really should be right now. The fans deserve it. The players deserve it. Everybody deserves this to work. And if this is a sign that they're willing to take a few more years to get to the mountaintop, you can't afford to do that.
312-332-3776. Bears fans want your thoughts on Ryan Poles getting extended through 2029. He is now aligned with Ben Johnson and also Shea's parents with a field trip that they were on yesterday. We'll discuss that and more next.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze coming in off the lake, odd sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect. It's a Carmen and Yurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Reggie's on the Beach. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Yingling presents Summer Friday, live from the shores of Lake Michigan at Reggie's on the Beach. A live Carmen and Yurko show on ESPN Chicago. Please enjoy responsibly.
Tired of all the bugs in your yard? Enjoy your backyard again with Cutter Backyard, ready to spray bug control at Menards. It kills mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and other insects fast, controlling them for up to 12 weeks. A 32-ounce ready-to-spray container covers up to 5,000 square feet and is on sale now through July 13th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
You know what's wild? Yingling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yingling quality.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best-kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course feel, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart, because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
Hey, it's Cap. I'm lacing up the cleats and taking the mound. Sort of. Come see me throw a strike for the Schaumburg Boomers. I've been called up again.
Apparently they didn't see last year's first pitch.
Join me Friday, July 25 at 6:30 at Wintrust Field. The Boomers are battling the Joliet Slammers. I'll be throwing out the first pitch, leading the 7th inning stretch, and hanging out with fans before the ball game. It's baseball, fireworks, and a whole lot of boom. Grab your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norley. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
By the way, we're not going to have time to get to this, but I just wanted to. Cubs got pumped by the Yankees last night.
How about
Cody
three
Bellinger.
belly bombs?
3 from Bellinger last night. Could have had a 4th, too. Kyle Tucker took one away. But, yeah, Cubs are back at it today at noon. It'll be Max Fried and Matthew Boyd. Matthew Boyd out of the All-Star game now because he's pitching today instead of yesterday. But I don't think he really could have moved his start because of the way that the week played out. But
I mean, it's the all replacement.
Sucks.
Game.
Yeah.
Every time I open social media, it's another player who's like, I'm going to take this week to rest and relax and recover for the second half.
But it's all on the AL side pretty much, too. Like, somehow Seiya and Bush are not all-stars. Yep. I don't believe – I can't understand it.
If you had told me there'd be like – I don't even know what the number is, but it feels like 15 replacements at this point, I would have figured Seiya and Bush would have been among them. Nope.
I would have thought they would have been the first half of those 15.
Nope.
But not the case. Maybe something will change between now and Tuesday. But probably has to figure itself out by Sunday, in all reality. All right, we're taking your Bears calls here, 312-332-3776. We'll get to the adult field trip, too, as well, that your parents took from, today, right? Yesterday and today?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday and today. We had a good laugh about this in the pre-show meeting. Dean's downtown. Morning, Dean.
Hey, morning, guys. Lewis and Lyle's one of my favorite callers, but him and Shea know nothing about barbecue. I just wanted to say that very quickly. And also, thank you to Charlie for doing a deep dive and asking Tom Arnold during one of the breaks what the value was. Tyler, he appraised my PCA bobblehead that I got earlier this year when I went to Wrigley.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think of that?
So I have that same bobblehead. I was looking on eBay. You can get like $150, $200 on it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That ain't bad.
I love it. It's the only piece of sports memorabilia in my entire apartment, but I love it. I look at it every day, and sometimes I take a picture of it and just send it to random people. It's hilarious. So the reason I called was I was telling Charlie that I just think that it's not too much to worry about. I see both of your points, and it makes perfect sense. But because of the fact that Kevin Warren is in charge now, I mean, they're paying Eberflus all that money. If things go really terribly and, Ben Johnson wants to get rid of Ryan Poles, I don't think they'll have a problem making a move and just paying him whatever it is. That's all I wanted to tell you guys. Have a good weekend, fellas.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Dean. That's kind of how I feel. I think we've gotten to that point now with the Bears where they are acting differently. Who knows how long Kevin Warren's here, too, albeit he's brought here to do the stadium project, so you'd imagine until that thing is built, he'll be here, and that is obviously going to stretch past this 2029.
I do hope that firing Eberflus in season was like, okay, we've done it. Now we can do it again. And not because people have to remember how difficult that was. Yeah. That they rolled him out for a press conference as a dead man walking, and then had to have a meeting where they had to convince McCaskey that this was the way to go. So it's not like it was an easy decision.
No. And firing any coach, there's obviously a lot of stuff that goes into it, even if the track record is what the track record is.
But I think we talk about it kind of flippantly now because it happened, and it's like, oh, well, if things go badly, they'll just pay somebody to GTFO. And I'm not sold that that's the case entirely.
No, you're right. Like, it wasn't without a little bit of arm twisting in there, too. Rob, Sugarland, Texas. Morning, Rob.
Morning, gents. Poles ought to be picking up Ben Johnson's dinner tab for the next 5 years for starters. And until somebody convinces me that Poles had nothing to do with Eberflus being hired or fired a year too late, they'll always be Boop 1 and 1A for me. He's done nothing. And now his seat is nice and cool rather than it should be hot. So I agree with Shea on this. The guy really hasn't done a whole lot to earn a nice reward. It's usually the opposite. He should have been more concerned perhaps about being fired before he should be getting a 5-year extension. That's all I got to say. Great show, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I will say, I do think, to what Rob was saying there at the end, I do think he probably was a little bit closer to being fired than getting extended. But the whole Ben Johnson thing, like, if they had hired Mike McCarthy, I don't think Ryan Poles is getting this extension.
Fair. I'm fine with that. It's a lot of faith to put in a head coach. And I get it. You want to align everything. I'm never going to like alignment for alignment's sake.
I don't
buy that it's totally necessary. And I don't think Poles was going to get canned after this year. But did it need to be 5 years? You're keeping the guy through 2029.
I think part of it, too, is...
He's 15 and 36.
The weirdest part of it all is that he does have... at the time, he had 2 years left on his deal.
Yeah.
He still had a little bit to go here.
And I know nobody goes into their final year in this world in sports. Nobody's a lame duck, but hey, Jed Hoyer is. So, you can do it.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, wouldn't shock me if Jed Hoyer gets an extension in the next month either.
And that's a well-timed one because you've seen the payoff of all the work.
And you also kind of have to do it, too. And it's one of those things, like, if this team got off to a hot start, I think Charlie was saying this yesterday when we were texting with him, if this team got off to a hot start and, let's say they're 6-2 out of the chute, I'm cool with extending Poles then, right?
Yeah.
I think every Bears fan would be.
Yeah. There's no way it had to happen right now.
Yeah. It could have happened in October.
Was Ben Johnson going to walk out the door? He's already signed the contract.
Yeah.
Now, if you tell me that this got done in secret when they hired Ben Johnson, and the prerequisite to get Ben Johnson to sign was Ryan Poles has to be extended for 5 years. Okay. But this got reported on July 11th as a thing that just happened. So, not really buying that. It just doesn't feel like something that had to happen right now.
You know who was aligned? Phil Emery and Mark Trestman. You know who was aligned? Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy. If you're aligning two guys who are bad at their job, and not saying necessarily that we know for sure Ryan Poles is bad at his job, we definitely don't know if Ben Johnson is bad at his job. But to your point, Shea, alignment for alignment's sake is just a bad way of doing business.
Well, yeah, and then the other argument you keep hearing, or at least I do, don't you trust Ben Johnson? Sure, I love the guy. He's the guy I wanted. He hasn't coached a game yet. There is a world where he's bad.
Yeah. We were talking about this, what was it, Wednesday or something? Boy, if he's bad, there's a little bit of humor to be found if this thing just is a train wreck.
I mean, at this point, it would just be, all you could do is laugh at it.
At that point, you can believe in curses. If you're a Bears fan,
honestly,
you can believe in them.
You'd be close to it, but all I'd be able to do is laugh. It'd just be
Could you ever feel optimistic about the Bears ever again?
No, I never would.
If Ben Johnson fully just
Well, it's not just that. It's the twofold of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. You have the number one overall pick, a guy who's supposed to be a generational talent. I said at the time, my fandom would be over, and this was before Ben Johnson, but I stand by it. My fandom for this team would be over if your number one pick and your number 9 pick in that draft, if both of them did not see a second contract, I'd be done.
Can you imagine?
This is something
I think you're going to see a second contract with both of them.
I do too.
If both of them did not, this was before the draft even happened a couple years ago.
The reality, too, is like as hard as I am on Caleb, he takes too many sacks. There were things I didn't like in his game last year that have to get better, and I think they will with Ben Johnson. If you put his season a year ago in a vacuum and you remove it from the context of the best quarterback class in 25 years, he had a pretty good year.
Yeah.
But it's just you juxtapose it against, boy, Drake May with a whole lot less looked really good. And Jaden Daniels with...
I'm not there with Drake May.
Dude, he had nothing.
I know, but I was never really
had
impressed.
The worst offensive line in football.
Sure.
He actually had no wide receiver.
But I also was not impressed with anything I saw from him.
Fully brain-dead play caller. I don't think you watched him enough if you weren't impressed with him.
Dare I use the word social media quarterback.
You had Bo Nix take him out of it. You had Bo Nix take Denver to the playoffs.
Bo Nix was better.
You had Jaden Daniels behind an awful O-line with bad play, with a play caller everybody thought was bad, with a running game that wasn't good, with basically nobody receivers. I mean, Terry McLaurin is DJ Moore. They're the same guy. They've been a solo act with bad quarterbacks their entire careers. And then you stuff it with like replacement level stuff like Olamide Zaccheaus, and you get the best rookie quarterback season we've ever seen. The context of all of that happening around Caleb is what makes it feel worse than it maybe is.
Yeah. I think that's the perfect way to put it, because you look at, you saw a generational season out of a rookie quarterback last year.
Yeah, and it wasn't the one who went number one.
Nope. All right, when we come back, we got to get to your parents' story. They were on a little bit of a field trip yesterday.
I'm just shocked that this is what's going on.
I don't get it either, but we'll explain more when we come back. Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Peggy and Dionne. This morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Click on NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Chardog, Charlie Bevins, for producing today's show. You missed anything, check it out on the Pick a Side podcast feed on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, your parents took a little road trip, Shea.
So I've been trying to talk about this for a while because there's something fascinating happening in sports, and I don't know if it's real or I don't know what it is because I'm not a part of it. WNBA viewership is through the roof.
Okay.
And the All-Star voting's pretty representative. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it was something like last year, Caitlin Clark led all vote getters at 150,000 votes or something. And this year, she led all vote getters at like 1.6 million. The growth is insane. I'm not somebody who's sitting down and watching WNBA every night. I'm just not. I put my time elsewhere. I'm watching baseball. I'm doing stuff with my wife. I'm doing stuff with my friends. Like I'm not dedicating that time. But my parents, who are not basketball fans, but just flatly are not basketball fans. My mom says you can sit down and watch a basketball game or you can watch the final 2 minutes and you'll have the same experience.
Yeah.
I
don't think she's necessarily wrong.
No, but she's also just very not into. Nobody who likes basketball would ever say that.
Right.
My dad has never been like a big-time basketball watcher. He watches his college teams, but that's it.
Your dad's a huge Tigers fan, too, and they're having a dream summer.
Yesterday, they drove from Detroit to Indianapolis to attend the Fever Atlanta game just to watch Caitlin Clark.
I don't think I would.
Fascinating demographic.
Yeah.
The retiree trip. Like most people go to Boca or like,
go like
to the
scale
French
the Grand
Riviera.
Canyon or something.
You're retired. You go do like all these great things you can do. They're driving to Indy to watch Caitlin Clark.
Load up the van. We're going to Indy.
Is it really is she that fascinating? I can't think of a player in sports an individual player that I would drive 5 hours just to see play.
I don't think I would.
And she didn't even play well.
I don't think I've ever done it. I don't think I ever would do it. The closest I ever have been to doing something like this was I would do it to go see my own team. Like I've driven to go see the Cubs. I'm sure you've obviously driven to go see the Tigers. But the closest I've ever been was when Brady was going to play Mahomes. It was Bucks Chiefs. They were supposed to play down in Tampa, and there was a hurricane down there. They weren't sure if they were going to be there, so they had a contingency plan to play the game Monday night in Minneapolis. And that's like Brady versus Mahomes. I believe it would have been the last time they ever squared off. And that was one where I was like, all right, Minneapolis, what's that, 6 hours? Like, all right, I could do that. But that's to see two guys in a matchup.
Yep.
I don't think there's an individual I would drive.
Dude,
I don't think I would drive 2 hours to see a certain individual play.
I didn't walk 15 minutes from my house to see Paul Skeens because it was raining. They drove 5 hours to see Caitlin Clark.
Hey, they got more grit than you.
I guess.
That part did not rub off in the family tree.
I don't know. Maybe it's me, and everybody really is diving into the WNBA feet first. I haven't been a part of it. And it's not like it's not any people will be like, oh, you're sexist. No, I have a limited amount of time in the summer to do things, and I prefer to watch baseball.
Especially when your team's having like the season that it's had.
Of course. And frankly,
I feel about the Cubs too.
Like we don't do a lot of WNBA content. It's not a part of what I do, but everybody seems to be diving into this. And then my parents who don't even like basketball drove 5 hours to see Caitlin Clark.
Well, I guess you can't deny the popularity. I'm sure the tickets weren't cheap either.
No, I'm sure they weren't. They're going to 2 games.
Oh, they're going to 2?
Yeah. They made a weekend of it.
I actually like Indy, the town, too.
I love Indy. Indy's fantastic.
But I don't think I would ever drive to see an individual player.
Do they have non-fever activities planned, or are they just going back to the hotel?
I mean, really, how many non-fever activities are there?
I think it's just St. Elmo's.
Yeah, you go to get a steak, and that's it. What else are you doing in Indy? In the middle of the summer.
Just talking
it's
about
not
how
a summer
walkable it
destination, really. That's the other thing. You couldn't have figured out,
just getting your steps in.
Schedule it when Caitlin Clark's playing in L.A. Why are we driving to Indianapolis?
Nobody's vacationing in Indy.
Hey, they come here, too. They could kill 2 birds with one stone, visit their son.
Yeah, we could have gone and seen him at the United Center. It boggles my mind. I'm like, what are you doing?
Are they not, doing a loop to come see you on the way home?
No. And I've just been nice about it. I hit them with the heart react or the thumb up react when they send me photos from the game.
Those are 2 different reactions.
Thumb up react.
Thumb up react could be a little passive aggressive.
Good for you. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. That's not for me.
Heart is I genuinely enjoy it. Thumb up is what the hell are you doing?
If they had offered me a ticket, do you want to come meet us and watch? No. Nope. No, I don't want to go to Indianapolis for no reason.
I think you should feel a little slighted, though.
Why?
They're not doing the loop back to... They literally went to go see Caitlin Clark, but not you?
I don't
That's such a Midwest sentence. They're not doing the loop. They're not going out of their way 90 minutes to come see you.
90 minutes. Try 2.5 hours.
How far is the drive to Detroit from here?
4.5. So, but it adds 2.5 coming from Indy to here.
Right.
I don't need
what's 2.5?
If they're listening, please don't get any ideas.
What's 2.5 hours?
If you guys are listening, Shea's Mr. and Mrs. Norling, not for nothing, but stop on by.
What are you doing?
What, do you not want to see your parents? What's going on here?
I see them plenty. I'm going to see them in 3 weeks.
All right, that's going to do it for us today. The CDGA Golf Show coming up next.
Fever really is.
This is Tyler and Shea on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Save big on auto accessories at Menards. We have what you need to keep your vehicle looking like new. Give your car the care it needs with Spray Wax from Turtle Wax. Just wash your car, rinse, spray on Turtle Wax, and dry for the quickest way to a high gloss shine. Save big on all Turtle Wax products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. PurpleWave.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Good morning and welcome on in. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you, talking golf every single Saturday throughout the golf season. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. And Mike, we're finally back together, my friend.
I know.
We've seen each other in the interim multiple times. However, this is our first show back together in probably like 4 weeks now.
Yeah.
But it's good to see you. Good to be back in the studio with you. We do have a major on our hands as well as the British Open or the Open Championship, as they like to say across the pond. That will be taking place starting on Thursday, so we have to get into all of that, make those fantasy golf picks as well. We'll preview the tournament with Andy North coming up at 9:35. Also, Chris Montagano, the tournament director of the NV5 Invitational. That we'll be joined by him at 10:35 to tell you all things about the NV5, which is always just a great like breeding ground type of tournament. There's been some big names that have put Scotty Scheffler played in it once upon a time. Like they're big names that go through that tournament every single year. So we'll get you all the details on that. But I guess we start with a round of golf that we played about a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
At Medina, number 3. It was a great time. A big thank you to our friend Todd Heemsoth, who got us on. He's a member there, and he took us out there, and it was a great day. John Obarski was there as well, his friend. We just had a great time out there, and I had never played the old design of Medina number 3. You had. It was cool to see you and Todd's perspective of, okay, kind of like pointing out this is where it used to go. This used to be a par 3. This used to be a par 5. And just kind of seeing the old course through your guys' eyes and also seeing the new course as I'm walking through it for the first time.
Well, first and foremost, it's good to be back. Good morning. Great to be with you and see you again. And first and foremost, thank you. Thank you for getting that arranged with Todd. And Todd, if you're listening, one of the greatest hosts that I've ever been around. I mean, just a pleasure to be with, the nicest of nice guys, and just I could put him on my hospitality team anytime. But for me, it was like going back in the past. It was the greatest morning, I should say, greatest afternoon and evening, all talking about it afterwards, was the discussion about Medina. And still to this day, after people had found out I played, everybody wants to know, what was it like? You know, they've heard so much. And, you know, the first 12 holes were what they used to be, less a lot of trees and some cosmetic changes here and there, drainage, bunkering, and some, you know, soft changes.
Yeah.
But the moment we walked off that 12th hole, wow, is Medina different. I mean, you think you're going to go head dead north, but now they have you playing due west on the first par 3, and 14 used to being a par 5 is now a par 4, and 15 is gone as we know it. And so it is really an interesting layout. And, you know, Jeff Ogilvie and his team did a dynamite job, I think, putting it all together and rerouting the course. I think means that the everyday player is absolutely going to enjoy this golf course far more, I think, than the old Medina 3, because it was a monster. It was hard. It was so hard. you had moments where you would hit it into certain trees, and one of the holes in particular was number 4. It looked like a proverbial hallway back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not as intimidating anymore. And that's what I found. But that's not necessarily a bad thing when you are trying to play that for the enjoyment as an everyday member. Now, what will the world's greatest do when they come there for whether it's a U.S. Open, a BMW Championship, or
President's Cup next year?
President's Cup next year. But next year is going to be more of an exhibition. It'll be match play. We won't see anybody go low, because if somebody is really going low, they're probably in the process of destroying the other team, which means that match would end early and they'd come off the golf course with no official course record or stroke play. So from that perspective, the way the golf course will get set up will not be Medina 3, the monster. It's going to be up to the captains, and our home captain gets the call as to what he wants to do in terms of length of rough and the length of the golf holes themselves, and the way it's going to play. Whether does he want to have high risk rewards? Does he want to put a premium on accuracy or a premium on length? So I think the makeup of the team is going to determine what we do as far as the setup. But getting back to the course itself, fantastic shape and just a joy to play. And it was really cool to watch you play. I think it was your first top 100, other than Olympia Fields.
Olympia, yeah.
Yeah.
So I've played Pinehurst too as well.
Okay.
But yeah,
you're knocking them off now.
Yeah, I'm starting to make some headways there. But yeah, no, it was cool to like, and you guys were pointing out all the different spots. Oh, Tiger hit this shot here, Sergio hit that shot here, and it was cool. And they're still marked out on the course with plaques and stuff like that. It was cool. It was cool to see the course through that lens as well. And I think because the times that I've played some of these prestigious courses, I've done it before I've seen the big event on TV. Like I played Pinehurst before the U.S. Open, or like before I was like cognizant of like the U.S. Opens that were played there. I played Olympia Fields before the BMW Championship that was at Olympia recently, and then this was something that I've played after, and you're pointing out all these different spots on the course where all these things happen. It was kind of like walking through a little bit of a history lesson, or like a memory lane, a little golf history lesson.
Well, it certainly was a memory lane for me, having lived there at Medina for almost 3 years, planning the 1999 the PGA Championship along with the Ryder Cup in that year out in Boston. But it was, the Medina membership couldn't have been nicer and greater to us as the PGA of America, and me specifically, because I was their PGA of America on-site rep for 3 years. So they took me in like family, Don Larson and the rest of the crew there. So for me, it was really like a true homecoming. I will tell you this, though. People have asked me, what was the biggest dramatic difference? And yes, the trees are gone, but the thing that really, when we finally got to like the 17th hole, it dawned on me what is so different than before is I can tell where the wind is coming from at all times.
Oh, okay.
Because all the trees, not all the trees, a majority of the trees are mostly gone. And what used to give everybody fits was all those tunnelings and hallways of sort. The wind would swirl. It could go different directions on you when you can see the big flag going one way, but then down where you are, the way the trees move the wind and bounce it around, it provided real headaches for us as players. I think that got a little bit easier. And I think, well, I know it did, because I could easily see which way the wind was blowing. And then if you were ever in doubt, look at the big flagpole, because they've removed so many trees.
Yeah,
you can
true.
see
You can see
that
it,
thing
yeah.
from all over. So it does give you an easier ability to read the wind. But aside from that, it's still a difficult golf course. It may not be quite the Medina 3 that we remember, but it's going to be a special course in Chicago, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. I thought certainly a fair challenge out there on the course as well, and I think it's going to be cool to see it when you see it kind of unveiled to the public for the first time at the President's Cup next year.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to, before you know it, we're going to be a year out.
Yeah.
The Ryder
Cup's around the corner.
And soon that's going to be in our rearview mirror. And guess what? Medina, you're next.
Yep.
And I mean, and believe it or not, 2026 in the season will be on us before we know it, because lo and behold, we're down to our final major of the year as we know it this year.
I know it's crazy. We're already at that point, but we will preview the Open Championship coming up in a little bit, about 25 minutes from now with Andy North. When we come back, let's get to the Scottish Open, the Genesis Scottish Open that's taking place right now, because there's some interesting names, and it's always good to kind of keep your eye on this as you're tailoring some of your picks for the Open Championship as well. So we'll do all that when we return here on the CDGA Golf Show. This segment brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. He is the best American-born hockey player of all time, a three-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Play golf at Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the 3-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf.
Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Segment brought to you by Golf Elgin. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan talking all things golf with you. Take a little look at what's taking place at the Scottish Open right now. Your current leader, Chris Gotterup, at 11 under. He's got 2-stroke lead on Harry Hall. Then in a cluster tied for third, Matt Fitzpatrick, Ludwig Oberg, and Marco Penji. And big cluster tied for sixth right now. Some of the notable names in there include Tom Kim, Wyndham Clark, Jake Knapp, Sepp Straka, Rory McIlroy, Nick Taylor, Keith Mitchell, and Matty Schmid. So good little group here, good leaderboard that they've got going right now at the Scottish Open. But this is always a good little tune-up before we get ready for the Open Championship, which will get going on Thursday. And one of the things, there's a couple of interesting names that I see here that I'm looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out next week. Ludwig, certainly one of them.
Oh, yeah.
And then, obviously, the guy who he won the Masters this year, he completed the career Grand Slam, but Rory McIlroy, who has not played his best golf since finishing with that Masters green jacket. But since then, not only that, but he's certainly put his foot in his mouth a couple times along the way. It's a tough week to be the PGA Frisco, too, this week, too. Some of the comments that were made there. But I'm intrigued by what we're going to see from Rory when we tee it up in a couple days.
There's no doubt, and it's going to be interesting, just like you say, to give us the preview with now that they've gone to this combined PGA, DP World Tour partnership on this Genesis Scottish Open. And I think it's a great move, honestly. It allows these guys to get their sea legs about them, the time differential, their diet's right, and just getting comfortable with really the time change and getting used to that way of life over there for a while. And so this is I've noticed that when they have started doing this, the winner comes out of this event versus traveling over at the last second to try to get geared up in a matter of a couple days. And so I think that this event has really flourished as such. So it's a great, like you said, it's a great test to see where things are going to stand going into next week. It does give you a bit of a preview of the weather that they're having, which is unseasonable right now. It's unseasonably warm, I think, everywhere in the world right now.
Yeah.
And
you've seen it at Wimbledon, certainly, this week. I mean, you've got people being ushered out with heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And we battled that out at the U.S. Adaptive Open out in Washington this past week. It was bloody hot out there. So what happens, though, to courses in Scotland, when you see that high grass, when it gets wispy and it gets dried out, it is not as formidable and as difficult as it looks. It actually thins out, and actually you can benefit from being in that with what we call jumper lies or flyers, where the ball will actually fly further than what you would normally hit it off.
It's almost like it's teed up.
Exactly. And that is what's going on right now out in Scotland. So basically, they're giving you the preview that this course is going to run hard. It's going to run fast. It's going to run, the ground game may be in full effect for some of these players. And when I say ground game, hitting a lot of shots that are more closer to the ground, running them, chasing them down the fairway to battle against the elements. And the elements, and what I'll pay most attention to, is the wind. Because if the wind doesn't blow there, then they have no defense, other than the hardness of the green, so to speak. But you get a little wind going with the course running the way it is, and it's going to provide for some real fireworks.
Well, if you get no wind or limited wind too, you're taking the character out of what the tournament is.
100%.
And that to me would change the way I look at how I would approach any sort of pick or any sort of like we're going to give our fantasy picks in a little bit as well. We'll do that in about 40 minutes, but like it really changes the calculus of what this tournament becomes.
It does, and it really, I think, makes you start to think about, well, who sees this type of conditions the most? Americans or Europeans?
Yeah.
So, you know, I have a sneaking suspicion that we are in for the type of Open that is going to show well for the European contingent, and I think it's going to boost their confidence when they travel to Bethpage. And I think it's going to put them in a spot of confidence, and I don't see the Americans faring as well as we would hope. That's going to be my sort of thought.
That's kind of how I always trend too, especially when we get into like some of those further down groups, like Group C's and D's. There's a lot of names that you probably have never heard of. But I mean, well, who was the guy last year? It was Tristan Lawrence.
Lawrence.
No one had ever heard of him before. And then all of a sudden, he's hanging around there. Was he a 36-hole leader?
Yeah.
And maybe even a 54-hole leader as well.
I think he was right there or tied or one back.
Yeah, because
then
Xander was not leading after 54 holes.
No.
He had himself a nice little Sunday to kind of take that tournament.
He did, and Thurston, not so much.
But yeah, some of the other notable names right now at the Scottish, you've got Victor Hovland, who I'm very intrigued to see what he does at the Open Championship, coming off of a very good U.S. Open. But he is currently 5 under for the tournament, 3 under for the day, and he is currently tied for 26. Scotty Scheffler is through 7. He is 4 under for the tournament, tied for 32nd, 1 over for the day. So Scotty's going to try to take half the majors for the year.
And the other name that I'm keeping a keen eye on is Tom Kim. Tom has not been having all that good a season, what we traditionally see out of a Tom Kim. He is currently around 90th, I think, in and around the FedEx Cup points. So he's on the outside looking in on these playoffs. So he needs to play well over the next several weeks to close out this season if he plans to see the playoffs. And it's good to see him play well because he is an exciting guy to watch. He's got the personality. He's got the charisma. So golf is good when Tom Kim is playing well.
For sure. 100% agree with you there. Tommy Fleetwood tied for 38 right now at 3 under for the tournament. He's even on the day.
A little worried about him after the first round. I thought he might miss the cut.
He actually just bogeyed too, so he's 1 over for the day and just dropped to 47th. But that's another guy who always kind of trends pretty well and certainly has the profile to match up at Portrush. So the Genesis going on right now, and I just looking at the top of the leaderboard here because I think there's a couple other names like and they're former major winners too, but we haven't really heard a lot from them as of late. Wyndham Clark right now at 8 under, as is Matt Fitzpatrick. Those are two guys who won majors a couple years ago, and we really haven't heard from them since.
No, they're like Casper the Ghost.
And frankly, in the moment, they were kind of pop-up wins. I don't think anyone really expected, Wyndham Clark's going to go out and win the U.S. Open. Matt Fitzpatrick's going to go out and win the U.S. Open. But they put together a great 4 days, and they've had great stories. They've been profiled on Full Swing, too. We've seen a lot from them from the Netflix series, but we haven't really seen a lot of production from either one of them on the golf course since.
No, you really haven't. And although, I think Matt Fitzpatrick started coming back a little bit when they started playing the TGL, but he's been sort of an up and down. But I'm noticing of late, he's been trending in a much better direction since the summer has started. Another guy, Brian Harmon.
Yes.
Your winner from last year. He's now starting
2 years
to warm
ago, right?
up. Or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2 years ago. He's starting to warm up. He's 5 under. He's 1 over for the day, but he likes that type of golf. So
Boy,
he'd be a guy to watch out for next week as well.
And he's one of those guys to me. As a fan, I can't watch. I can't watch.
Wait, is it all the
waggles, the approach of the ball? It just drives me insane. I guess maybe the best part about his win, I mean, he was laps ahead of the field 2 years ago. You didn't even have to watch Sunday. because of how far ahead he was. And maybe that, and then you see him on the Ryder Cup team and he lays an egg there, and it was just, it was tough for me to watch Brian Harman with that.
It is. I mean, when guys get into that, I find myself counting how many times he flinches. He flinches. And then you're trying to see, does he do the same number every time?
Right.
And then the answer is no. Well, does he do it evens or odds? Or maybe it's odds on the odd shot, even on the even shots. But and I think the players, quite honestly, are frustrated by him, too.
Yeah. We do have a pace of play thing that we have to bring up because there was a big fight up in Canada, in case you missed it. But did you see, this was brilliant. I think I forgot to bring it up at the time. This was brilliant. I don't even remember what tournament it was. It was this year, but credit to PGA Tour Live because they did a fantastic job at this. It must have been one of the Florida tournaments. So obviously he loves to take his time, right?
Oh.
And they found a turtle, and they showed how far a turtle had gone by the time he had approached the ball and then ultimately taken his shot. The turtle had gone from the water to well onto the course in the time it took for him to take one of his golf shots.
Well, that's
brilliant. That is Emmy level producing right there on PGA Tour Live.
I will say that that producer should win some form of an ESPY or an award down the line here for that. But Brian is not known for his efficiency between the shots when he's hitting his shot, and I guess in a way he tries to, four-corner offense the rest of the field when he does that. But he is somebody definitely to keep your eye on. And there's a few other out there, but I agree with you. I like what Victor Hovland's doing right now. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could easily see him next week hoisting the claret jug. I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, you almost don't want your game to be in prime form at this turn. You want this to be sort of the warm up for him, and he's kind of right in that sweet spot right now at a tie for 25th, where he's playing good golf. He was fantastic on Thursday. He's been fine. He's been really good today actually. But he was fine yesterday on Friday, and then we'll see what tomorrow brings. But you can tell his game is really in tune. I mean, that U.S. Open, he finishes in solo third. He had it felt like he had a chance at times to win. Didn't have the greatest Sunday, which has kind of plagued him, along with a lot of young golfers. I mean, Ludwig Oberg, another one who's been so good, come out guns a-blazing to begin his career, but it's just he's got the Sunday scaries a little bit. And those are two guys. They're going to win one. They are, and it's going to be sooner rather than later. It's just going to be... You're going to have to find the way to find that Sunday gear.
Yeah. I think I would love to see either Ludwig or Victor get their first major next week. Mm-hmm. I just think it would also be good for the evolution and where golf is going, with this whole live and, the PGA now more coming out on, hey, we're going to take what we've been doing and building on and continue just to build on it and not worry about what live is doing anymore. And I think that's exactly the mentality they need to have.
Yeah, 100% agree. All right, when we come back, we will preview the Open Championship with Andy North from ESPN. That's coming up next here on the CDGA Golf Show. This segment brought to you by Golf Elgin.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow @KemperSports on social media.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best. Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort, up North Michigan golf without the drive. As we head on out now to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. And welcome in two-time U.S. Open champion and ESPN golf analyst Andy North joining us here on the CDGA Golf Show, as he does before every single major. Good morning, Andy. Thanks so much for taking some time with us today.
Well, thanks, guys. Another great weekend in the Midwest.
You got that right. It was so good to see you out at Rich Harvest Farm, Andy. And
thanks.
For those who still don't know, Andy North can really play good golf still.
Well, don't believe that.
Well, I watched it. I watched it, so don't even start there. But
I will say I had not an encounter with Andy a couple weeks ago, but I was up in northern Michigan playing at Belvedere, and they've got a list of all the former major champions that have played at Belvedere, and I saw Andy's name on the list.
There you go.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Andy gets around.
Shocking. It's shocking.
Well, Andy, we got the as some people call it, the British Open or the Open is staring us in the face over at Royal Port Rush. So what can we expect from the course to challenge the players this year? How is this course going to be different than any of the others that they play?
Well, this is really a spectacular place. If you've seen any of the flyovers of it, it looks like a moonscape almost, and it's just these craters and there's holes in between them. The weather has a tendency to get a little crazy up there, so you could see some wind and some rain, but it's really a cool place. And it's one of those, for golfers, a trip to Scotland or a trip to Ireland or a trip to Northern Ireland are really special trips. And this is one of those deals that if you get a chance with 4 guys or multiple couples or whatever to get over there and play this part of the world, it really is special.
Andy North with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. So this tournament obviously different from the other 3 majors in the sense that it is not in the United States. And I think you see guys approach the prep and how they kind of get ready for this tournament a little bit differently than some others. But what was your strategy going into Open Championships in terms of when you're getting over there, what kind of workload you're taking on leading into the tournament and all that stuff?
Yeah, it was really an awkward trip for me. Milwaukee was the week before, which was my home tournament, obviously. And so I had to play there. So ideally, you don't want to have to fly over Sunday night, get there, Monday afternoon someplace. The time change is really difficult. It's, 6-7 hours, depending on where you're coming from. And that is a big difference. And I never felt, like I was really back to normal until about Saturday or Sunday. So, and then you're ready to turn around and come back home again. So to play the Open Championship the right way, you probably need to be over there at least by the weekend. Or now with the Scottish Open the week before, you're seeing most of the best players playing the Scottish, which it really makes this trip a lot easier.
Yeah, in fact, Andy, we were talking a little bit about that before you came on, and I would think, because of just the reasons you stated, that we could look for the winner to be currently in the Scottish Open. And with that being said, do you have any dark horses or young players other than, obviously Scotty's going to be on everybody's radar, but because of the journey and all of it?
Yeah, this is not an underrated player at all because he won there the last time he was there, but Shane Lowry, I think is a really good pick. He's played the golf course a million times. Obviously, Rory, grew up in that area also, so he's played there a million times. I just think there's going to be so much pressure on Rory that, if he gets off to a shaky start, will that affect him? If he gets off to a great start, shoot, he might run away with it. But it'll be interesting to see. He's playing nicely at Scottish this week so far. I think that's really important that he hasn't been super sharp since he won the Masters. So, you just never know. I mean, it's golf, and there's weeks it works and weeks it doesn't. But there's a lot of self-imposed pressure for those Northern Ireland guys that all grew up in that area to play well there.
Andy North with us here on the CDGA Golf Show. So you bring up Rory there, and ever since he's won the Masters, we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of Rory. I mean, he's missed some elevated events. We obviously have seen him in the majors, and then he's had some comments that I think have also rubbed some people the wrong way. But what have you kind of made of Rory ever since he put on the green jacket?
Well, I think first of all, when you've worked so hard to reach a goal, and this was a major goal of yours for the last 10 or 12 years, it's hard to refocus. It really is. And I think he's got some other things going on in his life that he's trying to deal with. They're basically moving to London. They're building a house over there. There's a lot of things going on. I just think that I know personally after I won my first Open, that was what I wanted to do. That was my goal. And afterwards, you still can put in the time, you still work, but there's just a little bit something missing. And I think that playing this Open Championship in his backyard is really going to help jumpstart him to get back to where he wants to be.
Andy, you mentioned some of the obvious Irishmen, but there's 2 others that I've got my eye on as well. And one of them is a young Tom McKibben, who is from Northern Ireland. But what about our friend Patrick Harrington? Do you think at the age of 53, he could work some magic up in Ireland?
Well, obviously he can. I mean, he's played some good golf this year. He still has tremendous length. He's been over there playing in some events. So I think that he's there's one of your long shots. I mean, you could probably get Podrick at 100 to 1 or 150 to 1 or maybe 200 to 1. I don't know. I haven't seen any of the odds, but that wouldn't be the worst bet in the world. But I think over the course of 4 days there, it's so much more difficult for an older guy to be able to keep going at the level you need to get going. But he's capable of it because he still has that length.
Andy North with us here for a few more minutes on the CDGA Golf Show. One guy that Mike and I have been talking a little bit about lately, and it's a guy who's still in search of his first major, and I think we would all agree it's going to happen at some point. But Victor Hovland, who has knocked on the door so many times at a number of these majors, he was right there again at the U.S. Open, ended up finishing solo third. He's just had a little bit of difficulty on some of these Sundays. But what advice would you give to a guy like Victor or even someone like Ludwig Åberg as well, who has struggled a little bit with Sundays as a guy who's won a couple of majors like yourself?
Yeah, well, I don't think anything that we would have to say to them would make any difference. I mean, they're both unbelievable players. I mean, Åberg, we've talked about him at length over the last couple of years, that this is, in my opinion, the next superstar. Mm-hmm. He's been a little bit inconsistent this year. He won early in the year, but has been a little bit inconsistent, and that was what it looked like was his strength. So, he's still learning about traveling the tour and doing so many of the things that you need to do, but he's a great talent. Victor, on the other hand, he has really struggled with his game over the last year and a half. He's changed coaches a couple of times. He won a tournament at Tampa early in the year that he wasn't even going to go to because he was playing so poorly. So you just never know. I mean, Victor has looked like he's found some form back. He's a terrific putter. He struggled with his short game around the greens a little bit at times, but it looks like he's found something close to what he wants again. I mean, you look back just a couple of years ago when he had the unbelievable finish in the FedEx Cup, where he won a couple of events at the end of the year.
Won the tour championship.
The whole thing. Yeah, it was. And they kind of came out of nowhere. And I think that's the kind of guy Victor is. I think he's a streaky type player that when he gets going, he can be really good for 2 or 3 months. And then when he struggles, he'll struggle for a month or so. So, but I think he's a guy that, again, I don't know what the odds are, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I would bet he's in probably the 25 to 30 to 1 range. And the bookies, they love betting on golf over there.
Oh, yes, they do. William Tell.
To go to a pub, there'll be a bookie located in every pub in Northern Ireland this next week. So you won't have any trouble. If you find a guy you like, you can put a few bucks down on him.
Oh, that's great. Andy, I want to switch gears a little bit because obviously with the Open Championship, a lot more focus then will turn quickly not only to the playoffs, but to this Ryder Cup situation, especially here in the United States. And you've played on a Ryder Cup team in 1985, and so you understand the team dynamic. You were on the 1978 World Team. Given the situation with Keegan Bradley and the way the team is, because you look at a guy like last week, Brian Campbell, who wins at Silvis, he's only finished in the top 30 twice, but they're both wins. Yeah. So as a result, he's way up there. He's going to make this Ryder Cup team, but he's only finished in the top 30 2 times. So my question to you is, do you really think that being a captain would really preclude you from playing these days? Is it that big a job? Because
well, I think it's a big job, but he's already announced 5 assistant captains, which is the most there's ever been on a U.S. Ryder Cup team. I like the way he's playing.
I do too.
I think the guys in the room and the guys that will be on that team, if he plays well enough to finish 7th or 8th or 9th on the list, I think they'll encourage him to play. He has great energy for that vet. He can have probably more effect as a player than he can as the captain. So I would love to see. I'd love to see him have another really good event and solidify himself as a guy that should be playing on that team. But he's had all kinds of crazy things happen to him. There's years he got on the team. There's years that they thought he should have been on the team. He wasn't picked. There's a lot of – this is a tough team to make, and I think the route we've gone now where the captain has 6 guys qualify and 6 guys get to be picked, I don't love that. I know it's a lot of flexibility for the captain, but, going back when I made the team, we had 12 spots we played for, and either you made the team or you didn't. And I really like that. I like the fact that you earned your way on the team. There wasn't a friend who was a captain that put you on the team because you're a friend. You played your way on the team or you didn't. And it just happened that year that both Watson and Nicholas didn't make that team. So you just never know. But I think that it's going to be a good team. We're going to have a ton of experienced players there. We're probably going to have a couple of new guys. But at the same time, the players still have to play. The captain can do whatever he wants to do, but the players still have to play. And if they play well, you got a chance to win. If they play poorly, you're going to get beat.
So in 1985, did Lee Trevino have any vice captains?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
So it was just top 12 make it, and that's the end of the day, and let's go play some golf, boys.
Yep, and it was the sad thing is that was really a good team. Of the 12 guys that made that team, there were 10 major winners on it.
Wow.
And we ended up getting beat. It was the first time we'd gotten beat in a long, long time. So we kind of started this mess.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do we credit Andy North and the 10 major winners for where Ryder Cup is today?
Well, then there was a little thing they did a couple of years before that where they let the rest of Europe in versus just England and Scotland, which you had Seve and some other great players to that team. That made a big difference.
No doubt.
Well, Andy, appreciate the time. Enjoy the Open Championship next week, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Andy,
it. Have a great
you.
weekend.
You too.
You as well. Andy North on the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. All right, when we come back, I do want to dive a little bit more into the Ryder Cup stuff with Keegan because I do think it's very fascinating. It's a big decision that he's got to make.
It's a huge.
So we'll do some of that when we come back. Our Open Championship fantasy golf picks coming up at 10 o'clock as well. So stay tuned for all of that.
And these will be good.
Yes. It's a different strategy for this tournament.
Event.
All right. And this segment, of course, brought to you by Tullamore Golf Resort. More CDGA Golf Show when we return.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze coming in off the lake, odd sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Yurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Reggie's on the Beach. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Yingling presents Summer Friday, live from the shores of Lake Michigan at Reggie's on the Beach. A live Carmen and Yurko show on ESPN Chicago. Please enjoy responsibly.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com to learn more.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oak Brook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to ZeroFriction.com.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dutch Boys Durafighter is a premium interior paint and primer in one with a tough-lasting formula. It provides great scrub resistance and durability with remarkable hide and a smooth finish. Save big on Dutch Boys Durafighter paint at Menards and start your next project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
CDGA, to where you should play. This is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Aki, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Tour Edge. You know, we were just looking at where things currently stand between the U.S. and Europe for Ryder Cup. This could get ugly.
I mean, it could.
It's the big question on the table right now for the Americans is Keegan Bradley going to be a playing captain?
That's it.
And I almost think he doesn't have a choice.
Now, wait, as I look at this now, I think Andy brings up a good point. They've added more people. I think it's a foregone conclusion. He has to play.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he absolutely tanks it in the next 5-6 weeks, but I don't see that happening.
Right. I mean, he has been so steady this year with the top tens and just quality finishes across the board. He's got a win in there as well. Like, I don't see how he cannot play, because if he doesn't play, this team could be in real trouble. Because I almost look at it as this team feels like it's kind of in a rebuild year, if we're going to put it into like a team sport term. When you look at guys like, I like Maverick McNeely.
Sure.
I just don't know if Maverick McNeely's ready for this. And especially when you're on your home turf, this is usually where you want to get some of these younger guys, some of these reps, because it'll help them when they inevitably do go the other way. I think the same thing can be said from a couple years ago with Ludwig on the European side. He was fantastic when it was where were they? They were in Rome a couple years ago.
Right.
He was fantastic over there. But I think it helped because he had the European wind at his back from a fan standpoint.
That he did. And then he also had some pretty good, partners that came along the way.
He was with Victor when Victor was on his heater of all heaters.
And so the two of them just were a marriage made in heaven. They could do no wrong. They were the European first couple, if you will, of golf. And, I think that, their team could be remarkably stronger than ours, depending on how this whole thing finishes, because I just, you've got, what if Keegan wins the Open? If he were to win the Open, obviously he has to play because he's now in the top 6. You have no choice.
Right.
So that makes that decision quite easily. But then when you start looking at the likes of Ben Griffin, Harris English, Maverick McNeely, Brian Harmon, and Andrew Novak are basically your next 5. I just don't get the same feeling when I start looking at the European group down at that part of the team when you consider the likes, and that a John Rahm is going to be put on the team. So you got to figure him. They have Rasmus Højgaard, Ludwig Åberg. They have Justin Rose, Victor Hovland, Thomas Dietrich, and like we said, John Rahm for Matt Wallace maybe. And then that doesn't include Rory, Tommy, Tyrell, McIntyre, and Shane Lowry and Sepp Straka. That's a loaded team.
Yeah. They're 7 through 12. Europe's 7 through 12 versus America's 7 through 12. It's not close.
It's not close.
And even if you go the 1 through 6 too, like, listen, JJ Spawn's had a great year. Won the U.S. Open.
Right.
Is he ready for this?
I don't know.
Russell Henley's had a fantastic year. Is he ready for this?
I doubt it.
And I look at the 1 through 6 on Europe. Rory, I know he's ready. Tommy, I know he's ready. Terrell Hatton, Robert McIntyre, Shane Lowry, Sepp Straka, like, those are dudes.
Yeah, these are guys that are, like, taking the saliva off their lips because they're salivating at this.
Yeah. They
are looking like this is an opportunity. I don't know that the Europeans are going to come over here fearing anything.
No. Nope. I'm with you. All right, when we come back, we will give you our Open Championship Fantasy Golf picks. All that's coming up next. The segment brought to you by Tour Edge.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This segment brought to you by Geneva National. It is the CDGA Golf Show with you every single Saturday on ESPN Chicago. And it's time for our British Open fantasy golf picks. If you're unfamiliar, this is open to all CDGA members. If you're not a member, what are you waiting for?
Exactly.
Get in on the fun with us here on the CDGA Fantasy Golf Contest that happen every single major. And then there's a couple other different events that are scattered throughout the rest of the calendar year, but you get to play for some great prizes. We always have our head-to-head matchups as well, and it is time to get into some of the picks. So how it works is there are 4 flights. There's Group A, your elite of elites, Group B, C, D. You get 3 plus an alternate in Group A, same in Group B, 4 and an alternate in Group C, and then 2 and an alt in Group D. So let's just get on into it now. I think people know the drill at this point. Who do you got in Group A?
Well, in Group A, let's see if you can figure out the theme here. I am going out right out of the box with Jon Rahm. I think he's going to play well. Mm-hmm. I think he has been playing well, and I think he's going to continue to play well. Tommy Fleetwood, it's time, brother. It is time.
Boy, is it time.
Come on. I am now picking you. Win me a major. And Victor Hovland will be my third, and then I'm Ludwig Oberg as my alternate.
We have 2 of the 3 same.
Okay.
I'm with you. I think this could be Rahm's tournament. I dubbed this the year of Rahm at the beginning of the year, and he has not lived up to it on the major scale. He came very close at the PGA Championship and had a tie. He was tied for the lead on Sunday. But then just kind of let that slip through his fingers in a very dramatic way down the stretch. But I got Rahm. I'm matching you on Hovland as well. He is playing tremendous golf. I'm just going to go with the guy that I know is just a machine at this point. I'm going to take Scotty.
Okay.
And then my alternate, I'm going to go with Keegan Bradley.
Wow.
Captain Keegs.
All right.
It's an alternate, so someone obviously would have to drop out between now and then. But I like the way that he's been playing lately. All right, on to Group B.
All right, Group B. I'm going with the happiest guy on earth, Tyrell Hatton. And then I'm going to go Sanjay Im, and as Andy North pointed out, Shane Lowry. And my alternate is going to be Joaquin Niemann.
All right. We once again, 2 out of the 3 the same. I am matching you on Shane Lowry and Tyrrell Hatton. Hatton played really well at the U.S. Open.
Yes, he did.
And then the third guy I'm going with here, I'm following a very similar theme that you have. I'm taking Justin Rose.
There you go.
Who was very good at the Masters this year. It just seems like he's always there.
Yes.
For at least a little bit. And like if you're into the wagering and stuff like that, it wouldn't be a bad call to go like Justin Rose to lead after round 1.
He's good
He's
value.
done stuff like this before. And yeah, like value-wise, I don't think he wins this thing.
No.
But could he be in like one of those groups we're kind of monitoring on Saturday and Sunday? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he'll be up there. He plays difficult golf courses well. I mean, you don't see Justin Rose in those 28 under shootouts, but you do see him at majors. So good pick on your part.
All right, and then my alternate, I'm going with Andrew Novak.
Ooh.
Guy with 4 top 10s this year, so I'll roll the dice with him on a Group C.
Group C, we talked about him a little bit earlier. He's now coming back into form. Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Boy, we are on the same wavelength for this.
I think we are. Mr. Tom Kim.
Okay.
And Laurie Cantor.
Interesting, okay.
And then I'm going with Adam Scott. He's been doing well in the majors this year. And then my alternate is Matthew Pavone.
Okay. I've got Pavone in my group here.
Okay.
So I've got him. I also have Matthew Fitzpatrick. I'm going to go with Rasmus Højgaard, and then a guy who we talked a little bit about earlier in the show who was very good in this event a year ago, Tristan Lawrence.
There you go.
I'm going to take, once again, he put his name on the map for me, so I'm going to roll with it here. And then my alternate, I'm going to take Jordan Spieth, just a guy who I know can be dependable.
Yeah.
He's had success there.
He's got it, Jared.
And I think for a group, and I think for a Group C, pick. Like
great value.
Yeah, for sure. All right, on to Group D, where I think I knew maybe 7 guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, between the U.S. Open and now the Open, this could be the hardest division.
Well, and then when you get the PGA Championship, you get all the club
you get
pros.
all the pros, too. That's true. So, and then the Masters.
The Masters
is just a bunch of the old-timers.
Right, exactly.
So, out of Group D, I'm going opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm going with the senior Patrick Harrington from Ireland. But I'm also going with Tom McKibben, the young 20-year-old from Northern Ireland, as my 2. And then I am going with Mark Leishman as my alternate. And therefore, there is not one individual from the United States of America on my team. Because I think the Europeans are going to rule the roost in Northern Ireland.
You know, looking at my team now in terms of just like the team, none of the alternates, I think, all my alternates are American, but I only have one American.
There you
I
go.
have Scotty Scheffler.
So, yeah.
My Group D, I'm going to go Antoine Rosner and Matteo Manassero.
Wow.
With an alternate of Ricky Fowler.
You know, there's good value in Ricky.
Yeah.
In Group D.
But the problem is that if you want to, like, really make up ground on this thing,
you've got to pick somebody.
Ricky's going to be one of those guys. You're going to see him in Group D. People are just going to be like, I don't know any of these people, so I'm just going to click Ricky.
Well, I think this is going to be one heck of an event. So I hopefully, I have not been doing well against you this year at all.
But we have a lot of the same picks.
We do.
Like, I think we have multiple of the same in groups A, B, and C.
I think it's going to be my 2 Irishmen at the end that are going to do it for me, Patrick and Tom McKibben. That's my only hope.
The name of the game in this is finding guys that are going to make the cut, because every time you don't, you get the highest score of that day for anyone who did not make the cut. So that's where
you get your top 10 out of 12.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to throw 2 out.
Yes, that's
but
right.
Once you start losing your 3rd and 4th players, and like I did in the U.S. Open last event, I think I lost like 9. I think I had 3 people make the cut.
Who were some of the guys you left on the cutting room floor?
For this event? Well, Ricky was one of them, but the other one was Sepp Straka, believe it or not. And I know Charlie is a huge Sepp Straka fan.
Sepp Straka, for Charlie and I, is our new Joaquin Neiman, who, by the way, was very good.
Dragon.
Yeah, was very good at the U.S. Open. Did he finish top 10? I'm trying to remember. If he wasn't top 10, he was like top 15.
Yeah, I think he did.
At the U.S. Open. Like, it was... We've talked a lot about Joaquin Neiman lately, and he finally showed, or maybe it was the PGAs where he really showed up. But yeah, like, he's started to put together some results.
T8 at the PGA.
Yes.
T8, okay, so I misremembered the tournament there, but yeah, like that's the guy that he's my new Joaquin Neiman, Sepp Straka. I see
he's
it.
A real moving target.
I see the vision.
He won in a elevated event this year,
and everyone's like, he's the best player on Live right now, and it's not close. And we're just like, all right, I'll believe it when I see it. And then you get Sepp Straka, like Charlie said, he wins an elevated event. He's just put up some good results. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers. He's got 5 top 10s on the year.
I know.
And then he goes to the majors and just looks the lights just get way too bright for him.
It must be a little bit of that. It's the mental side of it. A guy that I left on the editing room floor, which I don't normally, is a guy like Bryson DeChambeau. I just don't like how high he hits everything. I don't know that he has enough of a ground game. Colin Morikawa, struck my fancy a little bit.
I thought about him too.
But then I watched him shoot 76 on Friday, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So I left him off. But I really do think that Tommy Fleetwood, the Tyrell Hattons, the Shane Lowrys, and the Robert McIntyres are going to be the names you're going to see up there. But I left most of those guys off because I obviously went with the crew that I picked. But I like the guys that can work the ball both ways, high, low. They have all the shots. That's what it's going to take because of what Andy said. The conditions could change hour to hour.
Yeah,
throughout this thing. So,
one of the other guys I was looking at who was very good in the event last year was Robert McIntyre.
Yes,
guy who just kind of knows the style of golf. He's been very good on the tour this year, and like the putter too. We saw like Cam Smith from a couple years ago just dialed in with the putter, and it's ultimately what won him the event. There was some crazy stat about like how many feet worth of putts he hit on that Sunday to just, I mean, he took the event, took it.
Yep.
And I think that's something that McIntyre could do potentially, but I just kind of liked a couple of the other names a little more.
So how would you feel if I told you that Patrick Reed is going to be hot?
I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good value at $450.
Well, and think about him too, all right? That's a guy who I think Keegan would like to weasel onto the team.
Yep.
And maybe doesn't have the justification to do it. But good showing here. This could get that over the top.
Right, because right now we have Bryson, but there's going to have to be at least one more and maybe two. Because if you go back to those names we mentioned that are between 7 and 12, you've got perfect opportunity to insert a couple of key guys in there from LIV if they can prove to Captain Keegan and the rest of the vice captains that he's worthy of making the team. But Patrick Reed has ice water in his veins, and he is a guy you hate to play against, but if he's on your team, you'll love it.
Mm-hmm. I think, too, obviously the Patrick Reed story, he's been good at these Ryder Cups before, too. And
Captain America, they call him.
To be honest, he's a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, Brooks is going to be like the other LIV guy.
No.
Brooks isn't going to be on this team.
No.
Brooks is going to be so far away from this team.
No, I'm not sure that the only way Brooks came up is if they were talking about clearing a brook on a par 5. I mean, that's going to be about it. There's no Brooks Koepka discussion in the Ryder Cup this year.
No, not at all. All right, Charlie, anybody that you kind of like in the event?
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys, I think there are some notable names. I don't think either of you picked Xander.
Defending champion.
Yeah, defending champion. He's T19 right now, so he's kind of in that Victor Hovland sweet spot that you mentioned, Tyler, about you don't want to be peaking right now, but you also kind of want to be a little bit in form. He's been hurt obviously all year. Hideki Matsuyama, he just fired a T13 at the Rocket Mortgage. He hasn't played since then. But yeah, one more thing about Sepp Straka. One thing I was looking back on, I was like, why do I keep taking the cheese on him? He always does really well in the tournament leading up to a major. So he didn't do great leading up to the Masters, but he won.
But he's top 5 right now.
He won the Memorial, right? And then he's top 5 right now. So he's just he lays out those breadcrumbs for you. So again, logically, I get wanting to chase Sepp Straka, but as a multiple-time Sepp Straka wagerer, I would advise everybody to stay away.
You know what's funny, too?
Because he's doing the Sepp Straka thing again.
It's not only that he, doesn't perform well in majors, he's done on Thursday.
Yeah.
He's 7 over on Thursday, and it's there wasted my time, in my investment on Sepp Straka once again. That's just who he kind of is. He is a tremendous tour player. Oh. Tremendous.
No, very, very good. In fact,
but if he goes his entire career without winning a major, I don't think I'd blink an eye. Or I wouldn't be shocked.
But you watched Karma. You may have just picked the winner. Watch Sepp Straka win this thing, and then he'll be the biggest.
Bring this back next week when he's the 36-hole leader.
He was 3rd at Memorial, and he won the Truist. He was T20, and now he might win the damn Scottish. He has a chance.
But then he could also be the worst thorn in our side.
And then he might not
Ryder
make it
Cup
to Saturday next week.
Yep.
Wow.
That's how it's going to go.
Well,
that's how it's going to go.
Because you still got to play it.
All right, when we come back, we got to get into this fight that happened on a golf course up in Canada because there's all sorts of tentacles to this story. We'll do all that when we come back. This segment's been brought to you by Geneva National.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best. Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by Cog Hill as the CDGA Golf Show rolls along here. This was from earlier in the week. I believe it took place on the 4th of July, but the video did not come out until middle of the week. There was a a fight on a golf course. You don't see a lot of like physical fights on golf courses. But this took place up in Canada, which you'd imagine there's even less physical fights on golf courses with our friendly neighbors to the north. But former NHL enforcer Nick Tarnowski was caught on video in a fight that he did not instigate, by the way. But there was clearly a pace of play issue that was taking place on the golf course. And the guys who were playing a little slow, they had definitely been indulging over the course of their round.
Oh, yeah.
And got a little chesty, got a little in the face of a guy that used to be an enforcer in the NHL, and they clearly did not know that before they decided to pick this fight. And that guy got his ass thoroughly whooped in this fight. He was thrown into a lake.
Yep.
He was punched multiple times. He was thrown across the cart path to the point where when he was in the air, he was legitimately horizontal parallel to the ground. It was, I haven't seen a good golf fight like this maybe ever.
And, you know, it all started because of slow play.
Yeah.
And slow play, in the way that it was described, if you listen to the audio, he mentions that they timed him. It took him 23 minutes to get off the tee.
Oh, geez.
I mean, so they were just inebriated beyond belief. And I don't know. I've never met Nick Tarnowski in person, but he is a big, big man. And if you can't recognize an NHL, a former NHL player, just take a look at their fists and their forearms. Nick's are huge. And when he grabbed the guy by the golf shirt like it was a hockey jersey, and then played, "Let's ram your head into my fist," and every time he did it, he yelled out, "Bam!" like it was Batman and Robin. And he did it, like you said, multiple times. It could have almost been 10 times. And when I tell you, he landed these. I'm surprised he didn't put the man in the coffin or in the hospital. But I think if Nick Tarnowski threw me into a pond, I think I'd have just stayed there until they left.
Yeah. I mean, he comes
back out with
slithering
more.
out like he's the Loch Ness Monster or something.
And asking for more. And, Nick obliged.
Oh,
and he threw him across the cart path. Then he picked him up and threw him again across the cart path the other direction back to the lake when he was absolutely parallel to the ground like a rag doll. And finally, his buddy intervened because I think he could be credited to a certain degree of saving his life. But again, slow play, beer, too much, just too much of anything is not a good thing. And they had far, far too much.
I think slow play is the only thing on a golf course that could really instigate something like this. Like, if you accidentally hit into someone, I don't think it leads to this.
No.
It leads to what the hell's, like, seriously? It doesn't lead to this. Maybe Now, maybe if it happens like 2 or 3 times, it probably could lead to this. But from a singular instance, can't imagine it leads to something like this.
Well, how these kinds of things happen, obviously alcohol's involved. But 2, when the amount of disrespect starts to happen and you're not respecting the course, you're not respecting the people behind you, and you're not doing your part in keeping with the people in front of you. And so, you know, unfortunately, there are people who feel that because they've paid this green fee, because they have, you know, extended this kind of money, that they have the right to do and act any way they wish on a golf course, even if it's detrimental to the way they keep up a golf course. And unfortunately, some of the newer players aren't well versed in the overall etiquette of the game, inclusive of knowing your position on a golf course. And it's going to happen like this. And, you know, you start putting beer muscles on, and I mean, you can clearly hear the guy antagonizing this NHL enforcer, challenging him, telling him flat out to his face, he's not tough.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not tough? How many minutes have you served in the NHL in a penalty box?
Yeah.
None.
Right.
This guy served quite a bit.
I think over 300.
Yeah, and so he, you know, I guess in this case, karma, it won.
Yeah.
That guy deserved everything he had coming to him.
You ever been in a fight on a golf course or witnessed one?
I've witnessed a fight, but it was over a gambling debt.
Okay.
But it was a scrap, in the parking lot, and it wasn't all that. It wasn't anything like this.
Yeah.
But literally out on the golf course, I've never seen a fight.
I've never seen one. I was not like a part of it, but I've seen it almost boil to that point at one time.
Yeah.
Because there was one time, and same thing, pace of play.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was a single, and there was a foursome, maybe a threesome in front of me, and they were just dragging. It was one of the slower groups I've ever seen, and it got to a point. I think we were at a par 3. I was like, "Hey, do you guys mind if I play through?" And I usually don't ask to play through groups just because. But when I'm a single and they're a 4, and there was a hold up, kind of made sense. I caught up to them. And they said no. I was like, all right, whatever. I'll just let them go about their business. Then there was a single behind me because I was held up, and I was just like, hey, you're welcome to play with me. This guy, I won't reveal the college, but he is a collegiate wrestling coach.
Okay.
Head wrestling coach. And we caught up to these guys again, and this guy MF'd this group in front of me, and I thought it was going to
oh wow,
it went 0 to 100 in an instant, and I did not expect it. Kind of just came out of nowhere because and then it never got to a fight, but there was a lot of yelling, and I thought it could get to especially being a wrestling coach, and again. I would have been in the Nick Tarnowski camp because these other people would not know who they were messing with.
Right.
Right? Collegiate wrestling coach on the other side, probably could give them their lunch.
Yep.
So
put you in a full Nelson in a matter of 3 seconds.
Right.
And then let's see what you do. But yeah, that situations like that, anytime things are going to start getting to that degree, I have learned, maybe it took me a number of decades to learn this, but just walk away. You're going to walk away healthy. You're not going to walk away hurt. You're not going to be arrested. And God forbid, if somebody escalated a fight into swinging those golf clubs, they would kill you.
Oh, yeah.
And that, in a shake of an eye, you start embedding a 9-iron into somebody's skull. That's going to be the next thing. And so that's why... any etiquette like that, if I'm anywhere involved with that, I just say I'm going in and I'll go putt and practice versus going through that.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
Right there with you. All right, when we come back, we will be joined by Chris Montagano, tournament director of the NV5, a great event that comes to the Glen Club every single year. It's been a breeding ground for a number of fantastic pros. So we will get all the details from Chris, and he'll also brief us a little bit on the Western Am as well. That's going to be taking place at Skokie Country Club.
Yeah, they've got a busy couple weeks.
Yeah, a little bit later on this month. So all that and more coming up next with Chris. This segment has been brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve. Right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 11th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com. Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
This segment brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort. Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan with you on the CDGA Golf Show. If you miss anything, you can find it all on the podcast, CDGA Golf Show, on the ESPN Chicago app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's head on out now to the Jersey Mike's hotline. Jersey Mike's a sub above. Chris Montagano, the tournament director of the NV5 Invitational, joins us on the CDGA Golf Show as tournament will take place once again up at the Glen Club, a great tournament destination in the Chicagoland area. So looking forward to that. It will all get going on July 24th through the 27th. And if you've never been to a golf event before, or maybe like you want to like introduce your kids to it or something, this is a great way to do it. Like I remember going to this event when it was, I believe it was the LaSalle Bank Open way back in the day. And that was the first golf event I ever went to. So,
is that right?
Yep. So the NV5 Invitational now. And we're joined by Chris Montagano this morning. Good morning, Chris. Thanks so much for taking some time with us.
Hey, Chris.
Absolutely. Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Great to be here.
So, looking at this event, we were talking a little bit about it earlier in the show, but it has bred some fantastic players that have gone on to make some noise and win on the PGA Tour, including Scotty Scheffler back in 2019, Cameron Young, Harry Hall, a number of great players that come through this event every single year. What does that mean to you guys when you look at this event and you just see them thriving at the next level once they graduate from the Korn Ferry Tour up to the PGA Tour?
Yeah, it's a great question, and obviously Scotty's the no-brainer. I mean, you can't ask for a better inaugural champion of our event back in 2019. But even if you look at the leaderboard of the Scottish Open, Chris Gotterup was in Glenview 2 years ago. Harry Hall won the event 3 years ago. So I think they're currently, last time I checked, 1 and 2 on the leaderboard right now. And I think, you know, the entire thing that the Korn Ferry Tour is along with the tournament operators that run these events, like we're promoting. You know, it's hard to go to, you know, it's kind of always this hindsight thing where it's like, oh yeah, that guy played in Glenview and you see him on the leaderboard. And so it's hard to promote that on the front end without any name recognition, but to be able to tell these stories of the success that these guys are having so quickly at the next level is really helping more and more with us tell the story of who's actually in Glenview for the NV5 Invitational. Because again, like it's, you know, on the front end, you know, I can rattle off a bunch of names that you've never heard of, but, you know, at the same time, you know, those guys, I say it's like seeing the band before they were big. Yeah. You know, you might not know who these guys are now, but you certainly will down the road. So, you know, you mentioned Scotty and Cam Young, and like I said, Chris Gotterup, Perry Hall, like a lot of these guys have played right here in our backyard in Glenview, and we look forward to seeing another great event here, you know, just over a week.
You know, Chris, the Glen Club, as you mentioned, has turned out a bunch of champions that we're now able to watch on the big screen. But what makes the Glen Club such a special venue for the NV5 Invitational? And in your opinion, how has it evolved since the tournament began back in 2019? Because you guys now quickly have, created a lot of history here now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very fortunate to have such a great host in the Glen Club. Our partners at Kemper Sports. They put on a great show, and obviously the ability to play at a golf course like the Glen Club in the middle of the summer, I think is great. But, Adam Wiles, who's the golf course superintendent, him and his team do an absolutely tremendous job of getting the golf course ready, especially when you consider how much play that they get throughout the year. I mean, it's not a private club, so it's not, the number of rounds you're seeing go through that place are significantly different than a place like, where the Western Am will be the following week, like a Skokie. But it's the guys do a tremendous job of getting the golf course together. I think from a condition standpoint, as we've talked to players year in and year out, from a conditioning standpoint during tournament week, it's one of the better ones that these guys will see on a week in and week out basis. And you can see the scores. If it's the hardest golf course they play, based on the winning score over the last few years, it's definitely not. But I think too, the greens are in such great shape for these guys. I think it allows these guys to just really free it up with the putter and make a lot of birdies. So it's been a great venue. I think conditioning wise does some really nice things, and the Glen Club just underwent a full bunker renovation that got completed this spring. So we'll have some new bunkers out there for the players to test out as well. So it'll be great.
Chris Montagano with us here on the CDGA Golf Show, tournament director for the NV5 Invitational. So, Chris, what's something new or fun that if families are going for the first time, or maybe if they've been before, what's something that they can expect that's maybe a little bit different than some of the other golf tournaments that they would attend?
How about free admission? Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, we've about a month ago we announced a new partnership that we have with the Big Ten Network. They're going to sponsor general admission. So general admission for anybody that wants to come out is complimentary thanks to that partnership. So we're requesting that people go to our website, nv5invitational.com/tickets, and there you can claim your complimentary tickets. It just helps us from a planning standpoint. But we also have some upgraded options. We're bringing back our Trophy Club venue. This year will be sponsored by Casamigos, but it's a venue overlooking the 17th green, which is obviously a pivotal par 3 on the golf course, guys coming down the stretch. But an upgraded ticket, food and beverage available for purchase inside the venue, but been a very popular venue for us this far. And then one of the things from a family standpoint that we're excited about, Discover Golf, based up at Lake Forest. They're going to bring out and do a really cool junior golf activation where kids can come out, hit some shots. We're going to set it up in the parking lot at the Glen Club, kind of along the main drive there on Saturday and Sunday of tournament week. So you can come on out, hit some shots with the folks at Discover Golf. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So, Chris, it appears for the next couple of weeks you're going to be one of the busiest human beings in Chicago because you guys are getting prepared to host Tomorrow's Stars today at the Glen Club. But then as soon as that event ends, the very next day, you guys start the Western Am and the event up at Skokie Country Club. So how do people get involved if are you still looking for volunteers for the NV5 or for any of these events? And are tickets the same way for the Western Am? Are they going to be for free? And do you do anything for kids and veterans?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the NV5 Invitational, we typically take volunteers up to the last minute. We actually have a record number of volunteers supporting us this year, but we're always, it's a great way to get involved. It's a great way to experience the event, and certainly, we can take people really, kind of up to the last minute. As we look at the Western Am, parking and admission to the tournament are complimentary, and they've got parking for the general spectators located at Central School in Glencoe, but you can park there, come on over. It's a great way. I think the thing with both of these events is you kind of hinted on it early on, is a great way for kids and families to come out and see these people because of, they're a bit smaller scale event than a PGA Tour event where you're not battling, 10, 20,000 people, following groups around, things like that, as you might on a PGA Tour event where you got a little bit smaller crowds here. It's easier to kind of go follow a group and get close to the action and see these guys play. And again, we touched on it earlier where, these guys are ready to win at the next level, and it's really no different with the Western Am. I mean, we've got 7 of the top 10 players in the World Amateur Golf Rankings slated to play in the Western Am at Skokie. And these guys, Jackson Koiven is a guy that's playing in PGA Tour events lately. So it just speaks to the level of talent that's out there right now. I mean, I think golf is, golf from a talent standpoint is in a tremendous spot. And again, may not recognize some names, but the talent is certainly out there.
Well, that individual you just mentioned, he did well in the John Deere. And so if you didn't have a chance to see him in Silvis, you could go right up to Glencoe. And I guess that's what I mean, folks. You don't understand how golf heavy Chicago's going to be at the end of July between the NV5 and the Western Am. I mean, you are truly going to see tomorrow's stars today. And so I love the idea of being able to bring out the kids. And I think when you go watch the the Western Am, I think you will be more impressed with what these amateurs can do than you might think, because these are truly guys that are ready to win on that next tour. So, with the 123rd Western Am coming, you guys are set for a busy next couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, and we're and on the women's side, we've got it's obviously out of Chicago this year, but the women's Am is up in just outside of Detroit this coming week at Red Run Country Club, and then again out of town again. But BMW Championship starts a week after the Western Am finishes. So we are in the thick of our tournament schedule right now. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on with our organization, and obviously it all goes to benefit the Evans Scholars Foundation as we work on our mission to send more and more caddies to college to our 24 partner universities across the country.
Yeah, I mean, your Caddies to College program is second to none. I just admire what you guys do year in and year out. Vince and your team are just amazing in terms of what you guys are able to do for the community in that regard. But I do have a question for you, Chris. You obviously have yesteryear to look back on when you do the MV5. But when you're going to host 150 of the world's best amateurs coming in from all over the world, there's got to be some logistical operational challenges that you just don't see at the NV5. Can you elaborate on the more difficulty of running what might be considered an easier event, but is actually probably logistically tougher in certain ways?
Yeah, well, I think you've got, number one, you've got, you're moving golf courses every year. You mentioned, we've been at the Glen Club since 2019 outside of our COVID year in 2020 where we played at Chicago Highlands. But, Steve Prioletti, who's our tournament director for our men's amateur events, I mean, he's got a tall task of taking, his amateur events, and they move every year. So you're working with a different club, you're working on different course setups, you're working on different logistics in terms of housing for the players, finding things to do for the players and their families, because with the amateurs, a lot of these guys are traveling with their families, whereas obviously you make it to the Corn Ferry Tour, you make it to the PGA Tour, you're sure you've got a team of people that are traveling with you, but really with the Corn Ferry Tour, it's guys kind of traveling maybe with their caddy, maybe a girlfriend, wife, whatever it may be, but a lot of these guys at the amateur level are traveling with their families, so making sure that there's things for those folks to do. But I think at the end of the day too, like, you got people from all over the world playing in these high level amateur events, and we're biased, but we think the Western Am is the strongest test in golf. I mean, if you win the tournament, you're playing 144 holes in 5 days. I mean, it's truly special. The mix of stroke play plus match play, being able to find a golf course that fits the molds for both, and obviously thinking about setup as you pivot from stroke play to match play. I think there's a lot of really cool differences with the Western Am versus other traditional golf tournaments.
Chris Montagano with us, tournament director for the NV5 Invitational. Chris, before we let you go, you brought up volunteering earlier on when we were talking with you. If people are interested in that, how can they get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. Most information, anything related to the event right now, can be found on our website. I mentioned the ticket site. So if you go to nv5invitational.com, we've got tabs across the top of the screen, tickets, volunteers, general spectator information. A lot of information can be found right there on our website. So, again, really looking forward to another great week at the Glen Club, and hope you guys will come out and see us. Again, not a lot of excuses when you can come out for free, right?
Right, exactly.
Well, if John's going to save me that spot on the back porch, I'll be broadcasting there on Saturday of your event.
We were just talking about it yesterday. We exchanged some emails with Andrew as well, and we certainly love to have you and have you out there. We'll promise some good weather on Friday morning. Saturday morning.
There you go.
All right. Well, we'll root for good weather and we'll root for a great tournament. Chris, thanks so much for joining us here, and we're looking forward to both events.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot,
Thanks,
guys. Really
Chris.
appreciate you having me on.
Yep.
Chris Montagano, tournament director for the NV5 Invitational. Funny NV5 story for you. This must have been a 2019 NV5 Invitational. So
probably the first year.
The Scotty year.
Yeah.
Too. I was at a restaurant because I'm from Glenview, and I was at a restaurant on Glenview Road. And guess who came walking into the restaurant fresh from the course at the NV5 Invitational? It was none other than, at the time, quarterback of the Chicago Bears, Mitch Trubisky.
No way.
He was at the NV5 Invitational with Dave Ragone, who's the quarterback's coach. They were at the NV5 Invitational. I think one of Mitch's friends from UNC was playing in the event.
Okay.
So he was there to go watch him play on the Corn Ferry Tour. But you never know who you're going to see out there. You might see the quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, these guys, because they come from big universities, if, we have some of those guys get drafted, the next thing you know, you've got football players and golfers who like to hang out together. So to your point, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you see a bunch of celebrities and former athletes out at the Glen Club.
Hey, Caleb Williams, he was at the Players' Championship a year ago, so you never know who you're going to see at a golf event.
You never know. Well, when we were at Augusta, we ran into Dwayne Wade.
A little different than Augusta,
but you can run into anybody at a golf course.
Exactly. All right, when we come back, we will go around the CDGA. This segment's been brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze coming in off the lake, odd sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect. It's a Carmen and Yurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Reggie's on the Beach. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Yingling presents Summer Friday, live from the shores of Lake Michigan at Reggie's on the Beach. A live Carmen and Yurko show on ESPN Chicago. Please enjoy responsibly.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's OrthoAccess Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries with no appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, OrthoAccess provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for OrthoAccess locations and hours.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dubs Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Whether you're a bird enthusiast or simply enjoy the sight and sounds of nature, our Enchanted Garden Songbird Supreme Bird Food is a must-have year-round. Get a 20-pound bag on sale now through July 13th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Thank you to Charlie Bevins for producing today's show. The segment brought to you by Republic Bank. Quick Scottish Open update before we go around the CDGA. We do have some movers here. Wyndham Clark has creeped up 20 spots to be one of the co-leaders right now at 10 under, as is Ludwig Oberg. He's 2 under through 6 so far today. And then Chris Gotterup, who has just gotten going. He's through 4. He's 1 over for the day, but he's also at 10 under. They're 1 stroke ahead of Harry Hall, who you heard Chris Montagano discuss with us at the NV5, and Marco Penji as well. So that's what's going on right now at the Scottish Open. Again, less than a week away from the final major of the year. We'll be breaking it down for you next week when they tee it up at Royal Portrush. All right, Mike, what's going on around the CDGA?
Well, this could be the busiest week of the summer for us. First and foremost, I want to let the 136 qualifiers that will be teeing it up this week in the Illinois State Am. That is our crown jewel, our major of majors. It is the winner of this event gets an automatic berth into the United States Amateur because of the quality of the field that Illinois puts together. The USGA has deemed it as a USAM qualifying site. So Tuesday, July 15th to Thursday, July 17th, out at Stonebridge Country Club, the 94th Illinois State Am will be contested. So good luck to the 136 contestants. But I would also like to personally wish my nephew, Charlie Gilligan, will be teeing it up at his home club in front of his family, members, friends, and everything. So he had a little bit of experience in it last year, and now he's coming in a little bit more tournament tough before we send him off to college out in Connecticut, where he will tee it up for Sacred Heart. So good luck, Charlie, and good luck to everybody else. Play well. We do have fantasy golf, as we mentioned. Get in. The portal is loaded. You can start making your picks and join us in our final major of the year. Tomorrow, on Monday, I should say, we have the biggest fundraiser of the year for the CDGA Foundation. We will be at Oak Park Country Club, and we will have our annual For Our Veterans, and we will be honoring Lieutenant Colonel Wesley Franklin Walker, very near and dear to me, but we will have a great opportunity to be together, raising a lot of money that goes specifically to all of our veteran programming, and we are going to hold a blind vets clinic at Oak Park in the morning. So we have 13 veterans that have lost their eyesight serving our country, and we are going to help them play golf with the assistance of some of the Oak Park members on Monday morning before we go out and play at 1 o'clock and raise 6 figures for veteran programming. So Monday is going to be a big day for us. Also on Monday is the CDGA Family Classic Stableford Championship. So good luck to all of the family teams. This has quickly has become a favorite event on the schedule for many of the families that come together. And so it's always fun to see, the Smiths against the Johnsons and the Wilsons against the Gilligans, so to speak. So all good stuff there. So that is going to be going on at Prairie Landing. So good luck to everybody there. And in about 2 hours or so, 24 teams are going to be teeing it up in our third 4-person scramble qualifier of the year. They did get some rain out in Palatine last night, but they are going to play today. So if you're wondering, are they playing or are they not? You will be playing. You'll be on cart paths only from what our tournament director, Eric Ciotti, had been reporting. On Wednesday, and the shirt that I'm wearing, the Chicago Police Youth Golf Program will have our second event of the year. So if you have a son or a daughter that's 8 to 14 years old and you want to expose them or get them interested in the game of golf, come to Marquette Park on Wednesday at 10 a.m. We will be there from 10 until 1, and we will have all kinds of activities and games that will introduce your son or daughter to the game. And if they're already an intermediate or novice player and they want to become better, bring your clubs and come out and join us from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Marquette Park. The Chicago Police Department and the CDGA, along with First Tee, Kids Golf Foundation, and the Jackson Park Golf Foundation, are going to be helping kids learn to play the game of golf. So if you have a true beginner, this is the place you want to bring them. And then lastly, next Saturday is our second Veterans Cup Series. As you know, we do a lot for our veterans. It'll be held up at Highlands of Elgin. So that's their second of a 3-year series, or of a season series of 3. And then the finals will be at Aurora Country Club. And lastly, Kaylee Pell has told me that the newest head covers have finally come in. We have been sold out because they are so hot looking. And in fact, she brought one down and I immediately popped off my hybrid and I said, I have to have that. So I bought myself a new little head cover for the hybrid, but they are cool. And if you want to check them out, go to cdga.org, go into the member portal and click on Member Golf Shop, and you cannot believe some of the savings you'll get there. But the only way you can do it is you've got to become a CDGA member.
There you go. All right, busy week for you guys.
Busy.
Best of luck with everything going on there. We will talk to you next week, breaking down everything that we're seeing at the Open Championship. This segment's been brought to you by Republic Bank. We'll talk to you next week.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Dionne, what's the last thing you did in the dark?
I don't even know, but this is going to be quite the adventure.
Let's keep it clean.
Keep it clean. This is a little ambient lighting.
I walked by the studio when I got in. I took the train this morning. Silly me. I thought it was, this is great. I'm up early. I'm not going to fight any traffic going into the city. I'm going to take the train. I take the train. I don't even look at the train schedule. There is not a train this afternoon for 2 hours after we get off the air.
Oh, my goodness. So what are you going to do?
Oh, there's plenty to do downtown.
There's plenty to do downtown.
I'll find something. But when I walked past the studio, I thought that maybe Tyler's and their show was, I thought maybe they were doing it from home or something, or because it was completely
golf show after hours.
That's right.
Right.
After
That's
hours.
What it feels like.
It's
That's
like,
what it feels like.
Here's, getting up early for the first tea time, before the sun comes up.
I'm looking at us on Twitch right now, and
do I look like 20 years younger?
I feel like my skin is glowing, frankly. I don't know. I love this kind of lighting. It's really blessing me.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my
There's a gremlin in the dark back here.
I know.
It is a little bit weird, yeah.
Did they say what happened? Why, we just have a little power outage?
They are doing a power cycle, it appears. They were supposed to do it
that was nice of them to
tomorrow.
tell us.
I know.
Yes, it was.
Fabulous. All right. That's
Well,
all
there we
good.
go.
Charlie was thinking
it's
on
all
his
good.
feet.
Yeah.
He was all good. Keeping
Get
an
that
eye on.
spotlight out. That's
It is at the
awesome.
Board of Trade, but I don't.
Yeah, right. So
Hi.
I also saw on TikTok, while I was waiting, that there is a book trend. Do you know the book trend on TikTok? Charlie, have you heard about the book trend on TikTok?
I don't think so.
So if you go on TikTok and then in the search engine, on the search bar, you just type book.
Okay.
And the first book that comes up is supposed to be the book of your life. Now, obviously, obviously it's based on algorithms from what you search or what you already follow and what you like.
Okay.
Right? That's what I would think it is.
Well, I kind of want to do this, but I'm never on TikTok.
But you have a TikTok account, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and do that and tell me the name of the book, because the first book that came up, I started laughing.
Okay.
Mine was called You Are a Badass.
That feels right, Pat.
I kind of think so.
I think so too. The book of your life.
Like, I was like, oh, wow.
I mean,
now I'm trying to figure out the algorithms that would actually lead to that book.
Isn't it? Do you know what mine's going to be? Something about Disney, I bet.
Well, the
you
second then I did it. Yes, just type book.
Not book talk.
Nope,
just
book.
Okay.
Hit return. What's the book that comes up?
Let's see. The Freedom of Forward.
What does it mean?
Well, that's a great question.
Is it like a leadership or a self-help?
This is a quote from inside the book. It says, "The deepest thorns in your side stem from the expectations of others and yourself that were never met."
Oh, that is so you.
I know. The words that you left unspoken and the battles you silently fought.
Come on, that is so
I might have
you.
to read The Freedom of Forward.
That is crazy. That is you.
That is crazy.
Put that in a Twitter bio.
Oh,
That
my
is-
gosh. Charlie, are you on
Slow down,
TikTok?
rejoin? I'm vaguely on TikTok. I don't. My TikTok is mostly like video games.
Well, that's okay. Go on TikTok on your account, and then
might
in the
have to
search
get
engine,
that. I might
search
actually
it.
have to get
I want to see what Charlie's book of his life is.
I do too.
Now, the second time that I did it, I thought, I wonder what happens when you do it the second time.
Was it a different book or the same
It was
book?
a different book, but it would still definitely apply. It was something about spiritual healing or something like that. I'm like, all right, okay, here we go.
Well,
yep.
the second book. I don't know if I want to share.
What
this.
is it?
The second book
Sexual
listed,
positions?
In the dark.
Yeah,
no,
that's right.
No, it's Inner Child Recovery Workbook.
Another
thing I should
self-help.
probably read.
Oh my gosh!
Welcome to Therapy Hour with Peggy and Dionne.
Yeah, I mean, what else is new, right?
Right. Oh my goodness, that is kind
Every
of
now and
spot
then
on,
when I
too.
see like the, I fell into the rabbit hole of TikTok because I started watching that TV show during 4th of July week. I started watching The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
Oh.
Have you watched this?
No.
I don't know that you would like it.
Okay.
It is so trashy. It's good.
Really?
Yes. It's I can't help it. And so then I had to go on TikTok and follow some of the Mormon wives just to kind of see what they do. And then each time I shake my head and I'm like, oh my God, these guys, like trashy.
Really? Oh,
yes.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So I found myself going down the rabbit hole on TikTok this week. Did you do yours, Charlie?
Yeah, I hate mine. It said, "As a man thinketh." I don't know anything about this book, but all I know it's a self-help book titled "A Man Thinketh," published in 1903. Gotta be honest, I don't think there's a whole lot of applicable life lessons from this book.
1903.
What is it supposed to be about? Maybe it's listen, there's a lot of life lessons that can apply throughout the centuries.
It says it's described as dealing with the power of thought, and particularly with the use and application of thought to happy and beautiful issues.
Oh.
Again, I think
I don't see that with you. I was thinking something funny was going to come up.
I feel like male-focused self-help books published in 1903 probably aren't super
really?
chill.
Like that's right.
Yeah,
right. I'm
no.
guessing.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That is too funny.
I think you're right. It is really warm in here. I don't know if I'm having a hot flash.
No, and I was like,
we
no,
may
Dionne,
have to
breathe.
turn.
It's fine.
We may have to turn that spotlight off.
Yeah, we might have to. It's really
because
warm
without
in
the
here.
AC in here, you may have.
So there's no power at all in here.
Down goes Peggy. Down goes Peggy.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It is really warm in here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty warm. Oh yeah. Hello. We lost the power, so but we are still on the air, which is good.
That is
we're
good.
just doing the show
Because we got a lot to talk about.
in semi-darkness.
Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
that'll be better. You know what? We'll
Love
just
our
wave
Twitchers.
to you guys
Love you
from
guys. See,
yeah.
we're waving. We're waving. How many fingers am I holding up?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh.
Are you worried about the Cubs?
I mean,
down to 1-game lead.
I know.
Brewers are on a
I know.
5-game win streak.
I mean, anytime you get shellacked the way that they did in New York is pretty bad. I mean, that doesn't make anyone feel good. And then losing the way they did to the Twins was kind of like, but then you also have to trust that what we saw through that first half of that offense's ability to bounce back we have to put some trust in
right,
that.
you look
at
and you
some
say it's
point,
one
right?
game.
It's yeah, but however, Peggy, I feel like that's what the conversation was in Minnesota. Well, it's just one game. It's 1 of 162. Just throw it away and move on to the next thing. Well, that's easier to do if the next game doesn't look the way that it did last night.
Right. At what point does it become a trend? And I think that is what Jed Hoyer has to figure out, because when you have guys like Michael Bush and PCA having career years, you have to wonder, can they sustain it, or will the league catch up to them, right? So that's why they're talking about you can't just be looking for pitching at the trade deadline. That's why, yeah, if you could get another bat, you may need to get another bat. You probably can't have too many bats.
I expect them to be pretty active over the next couple of weeks before the trade deadline. I do. I think that they will. I think that they have to. I feel like Jed
will. Weren't they already saying this week that the Cubs are already the most active team in talks?
I believe that's what we heard. And I mean, but when you lose 4 of 6 in the middle of the season like this, you kind of take notice.
Yeah.
When you're playing interleague games.
All-Star break, maybe they're looking ahead, but it's also the Yankees. Like this is all eyes are on them again.
Yeah.
Especially when you go out east like that. All eyes are on you. The other thing that I don't buy, that Cody Bellinger was not a little bit motivated by PCA.
That either. I don't buy that either.
Was that PCA at the Cubs convention when he made the comment about Cody Bellinger?
I don't remember.
So,
Must have been.
So the talk was that PCA was asked something. I don't know what the question was, but his answer was, well, to be honest, I think I'm looking most forward to maybe robbing Belly of a home run at Yankee Stadium. And what does Belly do? Go and have a career night of 3 home runs.
3 home runs, yes.
3 home
and then
runs.
what he was on, Bellinger was on Marquee ahead of time, and he said something. So I was watching that, but also at the White Sox
They
last
showed
night. So I
him-
was kind of like,
yeah.
I was reading it, like reading the captions before I actually knew what he was said. But he talked about Pete, didn't he?
Yeah,
He did,
because they
right?
showed him the video.
Yes.
Boog showed him the video of PCA. And Belly just laughed it off, you know.
Yes.
But you can't tell me he goes and has a career night like that.
I know.
You can't tell me. I mean, but yeah, you get shellacked 11-0 like that. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Ian Happ not in the lineup, trying to give him a little break.
He said
to get out of
this is what he said. He said, I know damn well not to hit it to him. We all know that. If you can, you don't hit it to PCA because he's probably going to go catch it.
Well, all of his home runs were in right field, right center field.
Yep. There are not a lot of holes in center field when he's out there.
And
That's
that
true.
one, PCA tried to jump up and go over into the stands to get it, but yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yes,
to see.
I
that.
mean, it is unfortunate. Like when you're in New York, you want to. I mean, anytime you're playing the Yankees, you feel like you want to show up and be that team that catches everybody's attention, and that didn't happen. So we'll see. We'll see how they bounce back today. They've had some injuries. Maybe they are looking ahead to the All-Star game. Maybe the All-Star break. Who knows? Matthew Boyd has been very, very good. It's the reason he's an All-Star. So we'll see how long he actually pitches today because they'll want to use him Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
So-
White Sox also have a 3:10 start today hosting the Indians at Rate
Guardians.
Field.
Guardians.
Gosh darn it, I
It's
did it
okay.
again,
It's
didn't
okay.
I? Thank you. I just automatically, when I see Cleveland.
They were my team growing up.
Like
I
automatically,
think the same.
I do that. We have a really fun show planned for you. We have AJ Przinsky.
I'm so
coming
excited.
up at the bottom of the hour. This is reunion weekend for the championship team, the 05 World Series White Sox team at the Rate. And yesterday they unveiled the Mark Burley statue. That was yesterday, right? Friday.
Yes.
There's been so
yesterday.
much rain in the last couple of days. I can't remember what happened
So-
or what didn't happen.
Can I say something about statues and bronzing people's faces?
Yeah.
There's a cringe factor to it for me.
You thought it didn't look good?
I just didn't think it looked like him. I don't think it can. You can't make bronze look like humans.
Right.
And it's very
It's a
uncomfortable to
statue.
me. I know, but I just don't love it. He likes it. That is all that matters.
What
okay?
did you want them to do?
I don't know. I don't know what an alternative would be, but even like Hall of Fame busts, when they like define their teeth in bronze, I don't like that. Am
Really?
I weird? Yeah.
Yeah,
I just-
I think this is an odd thing, to be honest with you. I'm just I'm pulling up the statue so I can get a good close up look at it. I saw him. Well, no, of course I think it's pretty good though.
You do?
Yeah,
I feel like
he's
as
got the
far
big
as-
cheeks
as- yeah. As far as bronze statues go,
I don't think
feel like
that's
that
bad.
one. My problem with it was
Well, I didn't say it was bad. I just don't think you can truly capture a human in bronze.
I thought they were going to do the one where he has his hands on
It's
his
on his
head after he
head.
throws
That's
the
what I
perfect
feel
game.
like that one
yeah,
was.
that would have
This
been
one
good.
is
So
just kind of him just
iconic.
throwing a pitch.
Right. That's so iconic. You're right, Charlie. That's like so iconic. Like you know it's him, right? Like that is.
Oh, that's
no
a good
doubter.
point. So yeah,
I'll
we
be
have
in the minority. That's
we have AJ Przinsky coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll visit with him about his visit with all of his former teammates. Breaking news yesterday as the Bears signed Ryan Poles to a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
We will get into that as well. So much more to come. It's Peggy and Dionne in the dark on ESPN 1000.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
I was on the hunt for a new car and I wanted something special, luxurious yet practical, and I wasn't sure where to start. So I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic to find me the perfect ride. From start to finish, the process was seamless, stress-free, and I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond to match me with my right vehicle. They will do the same thing for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, please don't hesitate to go over to Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they will help you find your perfect match.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Unlock big savings while adding style and security to your home with Schlage door locks from Menards. High-quality Schlage Wi-Fi compatible entry locks allow you to lock and unlock your home from anywhere with your phone. Get peace of mind and save big money on all door locks at Menards. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-838-2626. That's 800-838-2626. 800-838-2626.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
We were hired to break a cycle.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000. Well, he's going to get a chance to break the cycle.
Yep.
What did you think about Ryan Pohl's contract extension, Peggy?
Well, I think that I think that when Kevin Warren said since the very, very beginning that they were not going to be in the habit of constantly recycling, and so I'm not surprised that they gave him a contract extension because what it does is it aligns him now with Ben Johnson. And so that's fine. This is certainly not a merit raise. This is not a merit extension.
No. Could we?
Not 15 and 36 in 3 seasons with 2 10-game losing streaks and finishing in dead last in your division all 3 years that you've been the general manager.
Would that we all could get raises and extensions for mediocrity at best.
Yes. So what it does is it basically says, okay, you hired your second head coach, your third offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and this is it. You have 5 years to get this in. Is it 5 years that goes through?
Yeah.
So through 2029. Actually, 2029. You have 4 years, so 25, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 years. You have 5 seasons to get it done. So, okay. Yeah, like that doesn't bother me because they are in a little bit of a rebuild mode. So it doesn't bother me. But
you've got to win more than 7 or 8 games this year.
I just don't like. I don't like the Kevin Warren comments about when he says what he likes about Ryan Poles is that he's the first one to raise his hand and say that I can be better. Well, you know what I would rather have than someone who is accountable? I'd rather have someone who had the magic touch.
Yeah, agreed.
Like, honestly, that's great. And, let's go to management workshop and say what a great manager this is because he listens to everybody and is not, afraid to be the first one to take the bullet. Okay, that's great. But you know what I really, really want? Is someone that really has the magic touch.
Yeah.
With his moves. I mean,
but if they're not giving him an extension, like I feel like I like it because it does kind of feel like a layer of stability around the direction that they're going.
And we're not going to say this is a year he has to prove himself.
Right. Because then you're still chasing your tail. Like you're not working ahead. So I like it for that regard. But agreed. You want somebody who has made a difference in the wins and losses, like that you feel like is the magic touch. Yes.
And he's so 500 with hits or misses.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do my column of hits and misses.
Okay.
Hits: Jalen Johnson, T.J. Edwards, Kyler Gordon, the trading of the number 1 pick for DJ Moore, and then drafting Darnell Wright so far. Tyreek Stevenson, getting the right to pick number 1. We don't know if Caleb Williams is right or not. Torrey Taylor, okay, I'm not sure. And Luther Burden III. His misses: trading Roquan Smith, signing Chase Claypool, signing Nate Davis last year. Or 2 years ago, drafting Velus Jones Jr., the offensive line in each of his first 3 seasons. So he has more misses than hits.
Right.
But the jury is still out on Caleb Williams, trading and signing Montez Sweat, overhauling the offensive line, some of the defensive players he just signed this past offseason. So what this 5 years does will tell us if those are hits or misses.
Well, of course.
Then you'll be able to say, a general manager, there's going to be strikeouts, but you need to have more hits than you do misses. Right now, he's 500, slightly below 500 when it comes to that. So that at least that's how I see it.
So by the time this is done, he'll have been here for 8 seasons, correct?
Yes. 2022, he came in. Yes.
Yeah.
2022.
That's a long time to see if this is the guy.
Yeah, 8 years.
That's a long time.
But I do like the whole idea of stability, like you said.
Still not quite aligned with the quarterback, but that I think that's okay.
They're also letting him learn on the job.
Yeah.
Which we were all so tired of that.
I know.
Of the constant new coaches that have never been a head coach before, general managers who hadn't been a general manager before. It just, the learning on the job gets very frustrating.
That's why
for a city like Chicago.
I'm hopeful that Ben Johnson isn't. I mean, there will be some aspects of what he does as a first-year head coach that has to be, that can't help but be learning on the job.
Yeah.
But I'm hopeful that he looks a little bit more like he knows what he's doing than we've seen from the first-year head coaches that the Bears have had in the past. And there's been a honeymoon with all of them.
All of them.
There's been this great moment where you're like, okay, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
And then disaster strikes and you just know the road we're going down.
Exactly. I know. That's why I'm not. I refuse to get too excited in the first year like this. I refuse. I think the division is going to be so incredibly difficult. That you have a lot of new things in place, not to mention like 20 new members of this roster. So new coaching staff. There's too much new. But I see what you're saying, where they better win 7 games.
7 or 8, 8, 9. I mean, they have to be consistently competing in their game. They can't be blown out.
Right, that I agree with. They have to be right there.
No more long losing streaks. You know what? Last night, being at the White Sox game and watching them roll highlights from 05, and I looked over at another member of the media, and I was like, man, I miss covering a winner.
Right?
It's been so long.
I think about this with my career. When I came to Chicago from ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut, I got to cover the last 3 Jordan championships.
Wow, that is awesome.
I did the White Sox World Series, 3 Blackhawks Stanley Cups,
runs,
the Cubs World Series. I was so lucky, and then I semi-retired. Since I've come back, I'm like, ooh, this is rough.
Ooh, it's so rough. I came the second year I was here, the Hawks won again. Then they won again in 15. Then the Cubs won. Then we went to the Final Four with Loyola. And then
and the Bears going to the Super Bowl. I covered that too.
No, I mean
we used to ask. I remember after 05 when the White Sox won, I remember asking the Bears, when you watch them and their parade, do you feel like there's a little bit of excitement that you guys want that? You get motivated by the championship of the White Sox. We were asking every team that.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't even say that anymore with anybody. It's awful.
No, it's awful.
Speaking of the 05 World Series team, let's take a break, because when we come back, the catcher from that World Series championship team, A.J. Przinsky, will be joining us as we talk reunion weekend with the White Sox right here on Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, summer golf is in full swing. Seven Bridges Golf Club is the perfect escape, just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago. That's right, pristine fairways, GPS-equipped carts, and a private course feel. It is the ultimate summer round. After your game, you can relax at the Dock Bar and Grill with a cold drink and great food. For tee times and more, go to sevenbridgesgolfclub.com.
Exosomes, the newest scientific non-surgical advancement in treatments for thinning hair. I'm Dr. Yates, and we're excited to add exosomes to the options you have for treating your thinning hair. Make an appointment and learn more at DrYatesHairScience.com.
Only at True North stores. New True Rewards members stack your savings at the pump. Sign up and earn 15 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. Second fill, get 30 cents off a gallon. Then earn a massive 40 cents off a gallon on your third fill-up. Join now. This offer won't last. Find the True Rewards app in your favorite app store. Download and click the star to sign up. Must be a new member of both True Rewards and Shell Fuel Rewards to qualify. Limit 20 gallons per fill. Additional terms apply. Offer ends August 3rd. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, has everything you need to elevate your summer. Stay cool with stylish fans, energy-efficient air conditioners, and host a backyard barbecue with their top-rated grills and outdoor refrigerators. Enjoy every summer moment with waterproof speakers, portable projectors for outdoor movie nights under the stars, and don't forget kitchen must-haves like ice makers and blenders for your favorite frozen treats. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is a great song.
Okay, this is such a throwback song.
This is a great song.
This is when I was growing up. I mean, we would be line dancing to this.
Oh my gosh. No, I love this. That is good stuff from Stevie Wonder.
This is, I mean, we loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good song. Good job,
That
Charlie.
is good
Thanks
stuff
for
there.
being here this morning, Charlie. It's nice to see you again. This
Good
is
to
like
see you.
this is like an OG show.
I know, right? Remember when we used to do What's in Charlie's Wallet?
Slept here last night. It's just like the old days.
No, you
slept here
didn't.
last night. No,
Did
we
you?
didn't.
Yeah, well, there's now
Did you?
there's these like couch cushions that were in Eric and Brendan's office, so I just put those two together in the podcast studio, and I slept. Didn't even wake up once. Normally, I wake up a few times.
You were
did.
able to sleep through the night on those cushions?
Well, I got here because I bartended last night, so I got here at like 1 or 1:30.
Okay.
And up at 5:45, so I'll take a little nap when I get back. But
Ooh,
yeah, not bad. It's very dark and quiet in that
Wow.
podcast studio back there.
I bet.
wow.
It's dark everywhere in the studio today.
Apparently,
Yeah, very much.
yes. Apparently, they would like us to go to sleep.
Don't
We
tell me.
apologize if we are putting you to sleep
I
right
made an
now.
actual because I stepped outside because I went to Starbucks across the street, and I went outside and I made like an actual physical noise when I saw the sun.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Wow. Oh my
Let's
gosh.
not make a habit of that, okay?
Oh my gosh. AJ's going to join us in a little bit. He's on the bus.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of festivities today, and the game starts at 3:10.
Yes, 3:10.
So they're getting to the ballpark early for. But there was such good energy there last night.
I know.
It was cool.
I know. There's
really cool.
So 312-332-3776. We talked about Ryan Poles getting an extension. You're welcome to join us in the conversation as well. While we go back to talking little Bears, did you see this on Instagram? You guys, tell me how you feel about this.
Okay.
Drake May and his wife didn't tell anyone, but they donated all their wedding gifts to homeless shelters and help centers.
I saw that.
What was your reaction?
I think it's great.
What? You think it's great?
Why would it be bad?
It's a little obnoxious. Like all of your wedding gifts.
I mean, it would have been nice if they get given a heads up.
Like, home is where the heart is? Seriously? Like, you get those stupid stuff that people send you, like, oh, I thought this would be really cute, and it's like a
sayings
like a wall hanging, home is where you're sending these to homeless shelters.
I hope someone didn't make them like quilt them, or a quilt or something, a blanket just for their home with their initials on it.
What about an obnoxious $300 espresso machine?
Well, everyone needs one, I guess.
Really?
That is obnoxious. Who's buying that for a wedding gift?
I mean, this is what I'm thinking. You think they're like, I get the blenders, the toasters, and like shelters can use that stuff.
What did they
really
register for things? Like, did they register for like sheets and things that they were thinking ahead and saying we're going to put stuff on our registry that we know a homeless shelter would use?
What do you think they were on? The Knot?
Oh, I'm sure they were on the Knot.
They were on the Knot.
Right? Isn't that the most popular one?
Look it up and see if they're on the Knot. Because that would be, I just think it really, they're catching a lot of flack for it.
What are people saying?
Well, the other thing is you put in a lot of thought also. So if you knew you wanted to donate to a homeless shelter or some help centers, then like a lot of people put that on their registry where there's a box where it's just donate to, donate to their honeymoon fund, donate to this shelter. Like, just put it then on your, just put it on there.
Like, do you think he used his real name to find the couple, Drake May?
Well, she would be on there, right? Look it up.
This is so classic, Peggy and Dionne.
I know. Drake May. Wife. They've known each other since they were like 12.
Yes.
If I had to guess, I do think that a lot of that stuff that was donated was probably like sold by, like, it's like Goodwill where like you donate it and they sell it and those profits go towards.
And Michael Hudson. Wait, you think that they sold? Wait, say this again.
It's like a lot of times, because like whenever I move, there's like a place near me that like I just drop all my stuff off at. I think a lot of times like you donate that stuff and then they sell it to, it's like a Goodwill situation. Yeah, and then I think those profits go, maybe I'm like misreading.
Yes, the profits do go then to their help centers. But like Salvation Army, same thing. You can drop off there and it goes to their recoveries.
Well,
I
found their wedding website, but it is password protective. So check the back of your invitation, which I don't have, of course.
Ooh, what about their
registry finder?
See if the registry comes up. I would think someone put it up, right?
I would think so too. Well, again, it's on this Zola registry.
Oh, they're on Zola. Okay, I'm not surprised. Okay,
what is that? Why is that so swanky?
No, that's another one.
Okay.
But
did you get any wedding gifts where you were like, great, thanks?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that you end up not using, especially if you're still like people that. In my era, when I've been married, 27 years then, that there's, like China you're not using anymore. I try to use mine at special occasions.
Yeah.
Your silver, no one uses silver anymore. You can't even get anything for it anymore.
No,
so
right.
There is a lot like that. But I think, here's the thing. I donate a lot to Goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
I am constantly going to Goodwill.
Same.
But I will say there are some things that you're kind of going, am I really going to donate this $250 jersey? Seriously.
Yeah, no.
So then I might go on eBay and I might try to sell it on eBay or on Poshmark.
I think about that too, because as we accumulate stuff in our house and I want to get rid of things, I think about the price tag.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, like, the best wedding gift that I got that I still use to this day is my KitchenAid mixer.
Oh, my son and I were just talking about that.
I've had that for 17 years.
I got my grandmother's, and it has worked
Those things last forever.
Forever. I love
Truly
it
the
so
best.
much. I use it all of the time for everything. Yeah, I love that. That is an outstanding wedding gift.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember some of the other things that
There's
we
a
got.
lot of people, though. Yeah, there's
We were
things-
older though. You have to remember, like Ray
I was
and
too. I was
we
in my
already-
30s.
I had lived on my own for like 12 years already. Like
I wanted the new stuff.
You know, well, true. But we both had our own, like, he had his own set of stuff because he was also a divorcee.
Yeah.
And had, like, all his stuff, you know, he had a house because he had kids. And so we didn't need as much. I feel like we didn't register for a ton.
So I have bought a lot of wedding gifts recently. And when you look at the registry, like sometimes I look at it and to exactly what Charlie's saying, you look and go, they'll never use that.
This. And as an experienced married person,
yes,
we know this.
And
so
you're
I'm
like,
not going to invest in
they're
that.
never going to use that.
Right.
But then people say, don't go off the registry. There's nothing worse than getting someone something that they didn't want. And so you're like, you're stuck to the registry.
How do you feel about people who also take donations towards their honeymoon?
Their honeymoon. I think most people do it.
Do they?
I think most people do it, which is so crazy because you have people that do, what do they call them? The getaway weddings where...
Oh, yeah.
The destination.
Destination weddings. And then they're going on their honeymoon.
Dear Lord.
Uh-huh. And you're like, okay, wait a second. I mean...
You guys can just stay.
Like,
yes, yeah, you don't need a second.
You can just not
place to
leave.
go.
I
And
think
then
basically,
that's your honeymoon.
then you're supporting a lifestyle.
Right.
You know, whatever happened to, well, we're not going to be able to afford that. Let's not do that, But yeah, there's
I don't think we live in a world where people think that way.
No, not anymore. Everyone,
insane.
it's like you have money. Even if you don't have money, you're going to go spend it.
I know.
It is go.
I'm trying to teach my children how not to do that, how not to spend it as soon as it comes in.
Yeah. My silver set. That's what I just thought of. What is the one thing that I don't think have ever used that we got
You've
as
never
a wedding
used
gift?
it?
The silver, like the teapot and
so I got
a tray.
The silver.
It's just turning brown in my.
Lovely. The actual silver utensils, like the silverware.
Yeah.
Silverware from my mother-in-law when that's what she gave me, and I've kept it. We use it at Christmas time.
See, that's what we use. I have one set of my grandmother's. I have my husband's, one of his family members, and we combine all of it. And we also combine all of the china. And so we set the table using all different kinds.
That's cool.
So we don't try to match,
Yeah.
but we say this is, all the grandparents, in China. So I like doing that, but then again,
But
it's
then
once,
again, like
it's
you
once
use it
every
once a
couple
year,
years.
and then I'm storing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also don't know what to do with the thousands of dollars of Legos we've had at our house. That's a topic for a different time. But then no one touches
Legos.
anymore. I have so many.
Wait.
Bring it to the office.
Legos.
Producers will be occupied for hours.
Oh, that is so
But
funny.
what I want
you
my
can
s-
resell Legos.
I want my son to take, because we have all the instruction booklets. I want him to take the booklets, find all those pieces,
Yeah.
put them in a Ziploc, and then we can sell it as
exactly.
a set.
Yes.
I told him I would share the profits. Do you think he's done that? Of course not.
I was the queen of garage sales, and my kids
Yeah.
would be like, "Mom, are you actually going to share in the profits with us?" And I tell them, "Only if you help."
Only if you help.
Who do you think paid for this in the first
Correct.
place? Only if you
Correct.
help.
Oh,
But
my
I will
word.
say, when I did have garage sales, Legos and Thomas the Tank Engine, I would put them on one big giant shelf.
Yeah.
It was always the first thing that sold.
Of course.
Because Thomas the Tank Engine had lifetime guarantee.
We love
So
Thomas.
you could buy it and then send it in and get a replacement, get a newer one. Yes.
No way.
Yes, that's why I was
Wow,
I was
what
a
a
stickler.
policy.
I would not go cheap on them, and they'd be like,
Yeah.
"Well, look how worn it is." I go, "Well, it's 100% guaranteed, so you can actually turn it in and get a new one."
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I'm a little ski. Oh yeah, all over it. Speaking of ski, we have AJ Przinsky joining us in a little bit. We got to take a break. When we come back, Peggy and Dionne with AJ on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Guardians.
Coverage begins with White Sox Weekly, hosted by Jeff Meller, today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, it's a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. They have the Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it's the home of over 50 corporate headquarters already. So come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more. Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Transform your home with Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring. The Hillcrest series is waterproof and offers superior protection to stains and foot traffic. Save big money on all Shaw Vinyl Plank Flooring at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. Two matches, one ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens?
I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
You can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults, Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's this one to left center field. Back it goes. Back. Gone! Boy, what a first inning here for the White Sox. They're on the roster. And Persinski down the line and right back. Going again.
So last night, when we were getting a chance to chat with members of the 2005 White Sox World Series championship team, I had a question for our guest, AJ Persinski. I asked him if he actually liked this song.
Oh!
He said, who doesn't? And that's true. AJ joining us now. We are so delighted to have you. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm doing great. It's funny to me because I'm on a landline, and I can't remember the last time I used a landline to make a phone call. So that's kind of awkward. And then Bob Bechtel, I'm in Bob Bechtel's office, one of the junior PR public relations manager guy, and he walked into my office, and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm in my office. Leave me alone.
Well, perhaps it was 2005, the last time you used a landline.
It probably has been about that
long. Right. What have the last 12 or so hours been like for you just to be reunited with your teammates from that time?
Well, last night was great. Getting to see everybody. There's people that you just don't see because everyone lives all over the world, and like Iguchi and Ozuna and Timo Perez and some guys you just haven't seen because everyone's busy and everyone has their own life. So it's just nice to reconnect with them. And then, we got to hang out in a suite and just eat, and the families got to reconnect. And then Afterwards, we kind of went back to the hotel and hung out, a bunch of us at the bar, and just reminisced, told stories, told a lot of lies. And it's just fun. It's just fun. And this morning breakfast was the same thing. So it's just nice to catch up with people that you've had a bond with for 20 years now and get to see them and reconnect, because it's so hard to keep in touch with people these days.
I was wondering if you guys would do a little side trip with Carl Everett to the Field Museum to see if he still didn't believe in dinosaurs.
To see if there were dinosaurs. Yeah, astronauts. But there was dinosaurs, astronauts. There was a whole bunch of things.
There were so many things. I mean, that team. There was so many. Every championship team has to have different characters, right? And you guys definitely had so many characters on the team. But AJ, tell me if this is true. I thought I was watching something recently, and where they talked about, was it Hawk Harrelson that actually convinced the White Sox to sign you because they weren't sure whether you would fit with the team? Is that true?
It wasn't. It was kind of late. It was the White Sox documentary on the 2005 season.
Okay.
So basically, what happened? I was non-tendered by the Giants after 2004 because they thought I was going to make too much money. So I had offers from teams, but Chicago was kind of the place I wanted to go because I love the city, and I was in the AL Central, an organization or a division that I knew very well, and so we were kind of focused on them. And my agent was going back to them, and Kenny was coming, kind of giving us a little, kickback, saying, we don't know, this and that. And so it took Hawk to kind of jump in the middle and call Kenny and was like, Kenny, we need this guy. And I've known Hawk forever since I was in high school. So he kind of called Kenny and said, Kenny, I can get him. And then so Hawk and I went and had breakfast one morning. Hawk had his own table, and he had his own order. They already knew, hey, Hawk, you're going to have your normal, whatever, egg, something, whatever. Yes. And we sat at this table for a couple hours and chatted. And then we left, and Hawk called Kenny, and we got the deal done. But it was there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of, man, am I going to end up here? Am I going to end up somewhere else? But it worked out great at the end.
AJ Pierzynski joining us on the Yingling guest hotline this morning. You did have a lot of characters on that team, Ozzie among the biggest of them. Why did that work? Why did his big, bold personality work with the rest of yours?
Because we all understood Ozzie. One thing Ozzie was good at was communication. You guys all know how much Ozzie loves to chat, right? So it's really hard to get him to open up and say something. So he was great because we had a lot of, yes, were we big names? No, but we did have a lot of veteran guys who had been around, so we understood what it was about. And so when we all got here, Ozzie was great at communicating and telling people what their roles were going to be and what they were going to do and what he needed them to do. And guys took it and ran with it. And if you ask any player, players will say, just be honest with me. Just tell me what my role is and what I need to do. And most players will say, okay, I can do that as long as you're up front. They might not like it, but they understand that's their job and they have to get it done. And that's what Ozzie was great at. Ozzie, you look at guys like Cliff Polite, Neil Kotz, some of the guys in the bullpen, Dustin Hermanson, saved a bunch of games, but then at the end of the year, they're like, hey, Bobby's coming in. We still need you to pitch, but you're our eighth inning guy, right? I mean, he had 20-something saves that year, but he got bumped to the eighth when Bobby got here. So, but he was great at communicating, telling people what their roles were, and then the guys on the team accepted it. So Ozzie was just the perfect fit for that team.
You mentioned Bobby Jenks, and it's just so sad that he lost his battle with cancer. I know you were probably pretty close with him, as with a lot of the pitchers. How has this been for you and for his family, the fight that he went through?
It's just been awful. It's been a bad week since, the news came out. His family's here in Chicago. I haven't got a chance to see him yet, but I know they're here. They're going to be at the ball field today. It's one of those things when you get the news, you just can't believe it. First, when I found out that he had the cancer, I couldn't believe it because Bobby was always larger than life, and you're like, this guy, nothing's going to stop this guy from anything. He'll run through a wall, literally, and the wall will lose. So just to hear that he had cancer and then to hear it was so quick and it was so bad, so fast, was devastating. And then talking to him and his family and trying to help him in any way we could, which there wasn't much we could do. I know the White Sox did the shirts to try to help him with some expenses, and they sold a bunch of those. And he just lost. Let's not forget, he just lost his house in the L.A. fires too, with all of his stuff in it. I mean, it was bad. It was a bad go for him. So, and then to have this, it was just an awful. And then now, so close to what he wanted to be at, which was this reunion more than anything. To lose his battle is hard. I know we talked about a little bit last night, the guys, and talked about him and what he meant and stuff like that. But it's just hard to talk about because you don't really want to. It's tough. Death is hard, but guys are sad. And there's a huge hole of this weekend of him not being here.
Yeah, it almost doesn't feel real to even be all together and not have him be a part of that.
No, agreed, 100%. Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. And today, when we're all on the field and he's not there, it's just going to feel something's missing.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Talking to Mark Burley last night, seeing that statue revealed for him, obviously very, very deserving. He seems to not even like the spotlight. He's always been like that, but it was a neat moment for him to share that with his family, too.
No, that was awesome. That's probably the highlight of the weekend, is him getting that. Well-deserved. We just kind of were joking he doesn't look like him. The guy's jacked in the statue. And we're like, do you even have a muscle in your body? So, but yeah, no, he's awesome. Mark's awesome. Great guy, great teammate, everything. All the highest praise for Mark Burley, and he got his number retired now to get a statue. And the best part is, he can now yell at Konerko and say, I also have a statue, so they can go back and forth on the accolades they've gotten from the White Sox, both well deserved.
AJ, and as a member of the media now, somewhat with your podcast and also doing your analyst work, do you feel like the 05 White Sox team is one of the most underrated in baseball history? I mean, that was one of the most dominant World Series wins, losing only one game in the last 20 years. And yet there are still times on national networks they mention the Cubs, the Bulls, the Blackhawks, and they forget about the White Sox. It kind of drives me a little crazy sometimes.
Well, you work for one of the companies that does that all the time, I think.
Yeah, we do. Yes.
You said it, not me.
I did say it. I just got into a little Twitter thing because they said Bobby was a member of the team. Well, he was more than a member of the team. So, yeah, listen, it's because it's the White Sox. If it was the Cubs, it would be talked about as the greatest run, one of the greatest runs in all time, and wire to wire, 99 wins, win the division, lose only one game in the postseason, swept the defending champion Red Sox, lost the one game, then beat the Angels with the 4 complete games. We'll never see that again. And then to sweep the Astros with all kinds. There's Bagwell, Biggio are in the Hall of Fame. Clemens probably should be in the Hall of Fame. Depending on your view, but he has the numbers. Andy Pettitte was one of the greatest postseason pitchers of all time. You can make a case Roy Oswalt, one of their pitcher was. One of the best Astros pitchers of all time. Then Brad Lidge at that time, that was when he was, lights out Lidge and all that whole thing. We beat him a couple times. So, yeah, I think it's underrated. But, listen, as a member of the White Sox, we get it. We've always been underrated, undervalued. But we know how good we were, and I'll take that team and play any team in history, and I like our chances.
I love it. We love listening to you when you get to be on some of the broadcasts. I love listening to you and watching you on your podcast, Foul Territory, as well. AJ, it's always great to hear from you, and it's great to have you back in town.
Thanks, guys. And if you can get out today, enjoy the weekend. It's going to be a special day today, and just happy to be here, and we miss you, Bobby.
For sure. Thanks so much, AJ.
Yeah, that was awesome. AJ Prusinski joining us here on Peggy and Dionne. The timing is so awful.
Yeah.
It's so awful. It feels like we just found out about Bobby Jang's battle and reading the stories in the last month. And then
so fast. I'm glad his family is there today. I hope that they feel how loved he is, but also that they feel that love too and support in this moment. Because it's just, as he was saying, lost everything in that fire in California, and then they're trying to find a cure or something to keep him alive in Portugal. They're doing everything that they could. It's just and just young children.
Life isn't fair.
No,
it isn't fair. So squeeze your loved ones when you get the opportunity, and laugh when you can, and enjoy each other's company. That's what the White Sox are doing for reunion weekend over at the Rate. And get out to the game if you want. It's a 3:10 start today against the Guardians, and they are honoring the 2005 World Series champion White Sox. We'll be back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne here on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dionne brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville, and we thank them for continuing to sponsor the fun. That was a really great conversation with AJ.
That was really
He's tremendous anyway, but that was really great, and it was neat last night to see them. I talked to Joe Creedy a little bit, and we were just like doing an interview in the corner, and AJ comes over and starts messing with him, and Burley said the same thing. He said it took 13 seconds, and we were all like messing with each other again. It was like no time had passed.
That's the
so
mark
cool.
of a good team.
I think so too.
When that clubhouse camaraderie,
Yeah.
he brought that up, and he said, there was a lot of veterans on that team,
Yeah.
which, we forget, but Jermaine Dye, Paul Konerko, but they were quiet leaders, very
Yes.
quiet. AJ was the guy that took the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Like AJ was the guy who you would walk into the clubhouse after a loss or before a game, and everybody wants to go talk to AJ, but half of the media was afraid to go rock the boat with him because they didn't know if he was going to bite their head off.
Right.
It was like Olin Kreutz with the Bears.
Yeah.
And so often I would some of the guys would turn on and they go, Peggy, you go do it. Peggy, you go ask. You go ask. It was just the same thing with Olin, So I would walk over to AJ. Hey, AJ, what's going on? And I'd be like, yeah, can we talk? And he'd just give me the look. And I'd be like, come on. It's just, I go, get it over with. A few questions. And I'd be like, okay. And then, so it's I really respected, you have to have that guy.
You do.
You
do.
need that one guy
But
in
you
the locker
also-
room
the
that
other
does
thing-
that.
The other thing that because I covered the end of his time here, one thing I like about him and a couple of athletes in town, you had to be prepared with good questions.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
loved that. I
Yeah.
loved that challenge of asking a good question to get that answer that you wanted. And he was definitely that guy. In 2005 though, I was not here. I was, but I remember I remember it. I remember them playing the Angels. I remember that series. And I remember being in California. I had been dating the wrong guy, but we were out there. And I just remember some of those moments that still give me goosebumps.
Yeah.
To watch. I started doing a deep dive on those White Sox, on the documentary, because I hadn't watched the ones the White Sox. But
Yeah.
they're really well done.
Yeah.
It's very
I have to
cool.
watch it. I haven't watched it.
It's very, very cool. Yeah. Very
I feel like I lived it, and then I don't look back a lot and
Yeah.
rewatch anything, or I don't, but I should because I don't remember anything.
You should. Well, I don't remember anything
I'm
either.
terrible about
but
that.
you should. I was having a conversation with someone about my career, and I was thinking about how long, I've been in the industry, right?
Yeah.
And we forget the things we got to see and cover sometimes.
Oh, I know.
We
I know.
forget.
When you take a break from your career, like I tell my son this because he's just starting his career.
Yeah.
I don't live on regrets at all, but there's a few things I wish I had thought about how fun it would have been to keep track of.
Yeah.
Like, how many stadiums have I been in?
Right.
Which
Exactly.
stadiums have I not been to?
in. I'm sure that's the shorter list.
I bet AI could figure this out for me if I told them, like with the Bears schedule, the Chicago Bears schedule, and all the traveling I did.
Yeah.
The only time I did not travel was right after 9/11. I was pregnant and I was a little freaked out. I believe they were playing. Were they
Everyone
playing
was a little freaked out.
Washington or Baltimore? I think they were playing Baltimore that week after the games were canceled the first week. And then after that, they were, and I was actually working for this radio station.
Wow.
And I had to call Mitch and told him, like, I'm not comfortable.
Right,
I'm not
right,
comfortable
right.
traveling to the nation's capital. That's where we flew into. I want to say they were supposed to play Baltimore. So I wish I had kept track of things like that. Like, it'd be fun to say.
Been a little bit more in the moment, you know. Like, I mean, you were, but we were also doing a job. So your brain is always, you know, somebody says, "Oh, what's the best thing you've covered?" It's like,
yeah,
hang on, like,
yeah,
you know, like you just, it's hard to.
I remember I remember the moment that sticks with me the most, and that was the first Bulls championship that I covered when I came back to Chicago, and the media were allowed on the floor, and so we were standing behind our cameramen underneath the basket, and I just remember them throwing the ball up, and then Michael and Scotty just one standing on the scorer's table. Michael jumped up on the scorer's table, and Scotty stood up on the stanchion of the basketball net, the hoop. He stood on the stanchion there and was just waving to the Bulls fans and everything. And I just remember taking that all in, thinking, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I'm so glad you did that.
Incredible.
Like that moment that
Yes.
I did that 2015 when the Hawks won on the ice at the UC.
Yeah.
I stopped. We were on the ice walking around trying to get interviews, and all of a sudden I stopped because I wanted to see. What it felt like, and I can still close my eyes and picture that. Like Taves walking around with I can still see it, and that was a moment for me. That was very cool.
Well, 2005 with the White Sox we were actually able to ride the buses with them in the parade.
That's what we did in 16
and
too.
so we rode the buses and we're doing interviews with the players. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And I remember going through on the south side, there was an overpass coming up, and we were interviewing someone, and someone at the front of the bus goes, "Duck!" And we turn around, and it was like, "Oh my gosh!" And everybody just ducked immediately. And so those are the moments that you, but it's typically the first ones. You don't tend to remember a lot of, the middle ones. So very, very fortunate. But earlier in the show, we were talking about books.
Yeah.
And that TikTok trend where if you put your the word book in the search bar, whatever book title comes up first is supposed to be the story of your life. I saw a story about a book that and leadership. We're talking about leadership with AJ Brzezinski as well. That I found this to be very, very interesting. So one of the books, former Iowa women's basketball coach Lisa Bluter, she was really big on collecting books on leadership. So when Caitlin Clark came to the Hawkeyes, she was always looking for ways to help Caitlin become a leader.
Wow.
Caitlin used to be the type of player that didn't trust her teammates, didn't think they worked hard enough, didn't think they worked as hard as she did. And one day, she was upset, and they did a circle of trust after practices where if you have something on your mind, you got to bring it up. And it was the circle of trust. And Phil Jackson used to do this.
Wow.
So in his book, Sacred Hoops, Lisa Bluter started coming up with these ideas that she would highlight that how he dealt with Michael Jordan.
Wow.
And Michael Jordan being a superstar unlike they had seen before, and how Phil actually helped him through some of the isolation, some of the loneliness of being like that, and also some of the responsibility of being like that. And teaching her, Caitlin Clark, like Michael, she would say, "Here, go back and read this." and she would have Caitlin read an excerpt on. It is your responsibility to give all these autographs and to always do the interviews.
Wow.
Just make sure you always give kudos to your teammates.
Yes.
Don't make it all about yourself. So there were so many little things that I was reading about that, and I thought,
oh, that's so interesting.
why did the WNBA not do the same thing when Caitlin Clark was coming, right? It is so interesting how much that really helped Caitlin Clark in how to deal with the celebrity that she was going to have and how Iowa was able to deal with the celebrity that she was going to have. The other thing that she taught her was they're coming after you. And so in the Big Ten, teams would double team her. They would play her really physical. And there's an excerpt in Phil Jackson's book. NBA did the exact same thing with Michael Jordan. We all remember the Detroit Pistons. They, as I think Phil Jackson said, what they tried to do with Michael was throw him off his game by raising the level of violence on the floor. And I taught him, be the peaceful warrior. Wow. Don't be the complainer. Don't be the one that gives it right back to them. Be the peaceful warrior. And so when it started happening with Kennedy Carter.
Kennedy Carter.
Kennedy Carter, thank you. I always want to say Kennedy Carter with the Sky. When they started really playing Caitlin Clark really tough and physical, and you saw that her return, they were double teaming her with their bigs and everything. Be the peaceful warrior. Don't be the one that's like complaining and throwing up your arms and all that. Just take it, accept it, and trust your teammates to make the play. So I found that
is very interesting,
crazy, that full circle, that has come. So there's another book of Sacred Hoops by Phil Jackson that still applies with leadership and how to bring the best out of leaders today. So I just thought that was interesting. I was going to share with you.
I love it. Now I have 2 books to read. The other one that that TikTok told me to read. What was it called again?
Oh, I don't know, but that
Freedom,
was mine said "You Are a Badass." That was the name of the book.
That's good.
I was just
the Freedom of Forward. I think I put it in my cart.
You really did?
I think I did.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
I did. I mean, that's what it says. Okay, great. You know what happened this week for me?
What's that?
So, we're renovating our house. Can I tell this story? Do we have time to tell the story?
Yeah. You want us to break before we have to go for our final segment?
Yeah, why don't we do this story on the other side of the break and then we'll wrap up.
What
is it about? What? Give us a tease.
No.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. Dionne tells all. In the dark. In the dark with Dionne when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze coming in off the lake, odd sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect. It's a Carmen and Yurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Reggie's on the Beach. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Yingling presents Summer Friday, live from the shores of Lake Michigan at Reggie's on the Beach. A live Carmen and Yurko show on ESPN Chicago. Please enjoy responsibly.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yingling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yingling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
This is it. The legendary live band, Fish, returns to the road this summer. Fish. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, July 18th through 20th, United Center. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Everything's right, so just hold tight, all right.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard, whether it's protecting equipment or storing yard tools. Suncast's durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to suit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. We have a shortened show today because coming up after us is White Sox Weekly with Jeff Meller, and then the White Sox and Guardians on the day they celebrate the 20th anniversary of the 2005 World Series championship team. So fun to see so many of those guys out there. And I don't know if we keep these things, but last night when Ozzy and Scott Pasednik jumped on the broadcast with Len, it was hilarious.
Was it?
I was driving home and I was laughing out loud. It was fantastic.
Oh, I missed
it. Was great.
it.
It was really, really good.
Well, a day after the Cubs got shut out by the Yankees 11-0, they looks like Craig Counsell has let Nico Horner lead off against lefty Max Fried, and a leadoff triple led to a score with Kyle Tucker driving him in.
1-0.
So 1-0. Cubs lead the Yankees. So interesting as everybody has analyzed Craig Counsell's batting order every single week, every game. It's people are worried. It's only a one-game lead now, and the Brewers are on a 5-game win streak. And they've got a nice, there is a lot of baseball left, and sometimes the break comes at the perfect time.
Yes, maybe it will. It'll be a nice reset for
It's a bad take.
everyone.
That's your comment?
Yes, exactly.
Come on,
That
Jesse.
is it.
Doesn't come on, Jesse.
Come on, Jesse.
I love that. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, so last week, we're renovating our house.
Yes.
And I was, when I was at the Cubs game, I don't know, last week, but during that last homestand when they, whatever, someone commented on my picture, said, we were at the game. And so it was someone from Midwest Cabin custom cabinetry or something like that. So I started doing a deep dive on this person, and
wait, they commented on
they
what?
just said, they go, we were at the game. I was like, oh, that's fun. Then I was like, oh, who's Midwest Cabinet? Because I'm building cabinets.
Yeah.
I'm like, who is this? So I start doing a little deep dive and find out he's an ex-Amishman. So guess
Did
who's-
you say
so-
brother?
I did.
My brother.
Oh my gosh.
First
So
thing I thought once I heard
So I
Dionne
started
talking about building cabinetry.
I was like,
my brother.
I was like, can we
or
please
actually, they would
bond
say
over this?
my brethren.
My brethren.
My brethren.
I was like, oh, he's from Arthur, Illinois, him and his wife. And they're like, he's sweet, sweet guys. Anyway, building my cabinet for me because, I mean, I
You
trust
couldn't tell
they're
they
like
were
in the
Amish?
family. No, I didn't even think of it. And he said that he's from down in Amish country. I was like, oh, do you have a connection to the Amish? Because, I'm dying to share.
He didn't have
that-
like the tendrils?
No,
Those-
no. He's no longer Amish.
Oh.
I
You
didn't
know,
wanna,
I am so obsessed with the Amish.
I just thought
I
it
didn't
was
want to pretend I knew all the rules and stuff like that, but I was like, how is he commenting on Instagram?
No,
'Cause I thought-
he's not Amish anymore.
Okay.
But, he was. Anyway, came to the house, building my cabinet, and I feel like I just had to choose him because it was the connection that we share.
So
our families.
So I really think, I told you that I was watching The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
Yes.
I think we need something with the Amish wives.
Well, that you can't, no cameras, no pictures.
Well,
That's
as
part of
long
it.
as it's not, as long as they're not the ones taking it, right? So
That's
this is
true,
the
I
rules
guess.
when we buy stuff from the Amish in Wisconsin. Like when you call them to come and do the cabinetry, you have to either call the neighbors or they come over. They use the phone. It is actually physically on their neighbor's land, but it can reach all the way over to their property.
That's a long cord.
Well, it's just like the Mormon show. It's like, really, this is a stretch of the rules. Okay.
Well, yes.
But you were telling us, for those of us who have forgotten, that Dionne's Amish.
My family was. I was never, but I am literally one generation removed from a horse and buggy. Yes, that is true. And no electricity.
Right. So they forbid the use of electricity from public power lines, automobiles, telephones, televisions, and computers. But I saw them. You know what they do? You will see them in some of the resale stores.
Yeah.
And they buy a lot of parts, like a lawnmower part, a motor and they concoct their own motors
Power
and
source?
power sources.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, of course
They're
you know
quite
this.
Innovative.
Resourceful bunch.
They are.
Of course you know
to
this.
the surprise of no one in this conversation.
So technology is viewed as a distraction.
Of course.
From community and you think?
You think?
You think?
That's what they got
We
right.
all need
We all
exactly
need some
right.
time.
And it's a temptation from the outside world.
Also true.
Clothing and appearance with the Amish. Plain, modest clothing is a cornerstone of Amish life.
Mm-hmm.
Distinct styles for men and women.
If they would be open to it, I think a Peggy and Dionne trip to Amish country would be.
Okay, that would freak me out. I get a little, I have to be honest with you, I'm a little, they avoid patterns in the clothing. That's why it's so
it's
simple.
all plain,
Why?
Yeah.
Why? I don't get that.
Now I believe this is still true, but women pinned. There's no buttons involved, just pins.
What?
Yeah, straight pins too.
Well, isn't that convenient?
That's why there's
So many kids. Oh my gosh. Men wear beards after marriage.
Yes,
also,
that's how you can
did tell us
tell.
that.
Yeah, I told you
so
that.
that's how you know he's married is if
grow
they
their
have
beard
they have a
after-
beard. You're exactly right. Clothing is fastened with pins or snaps, not buttons. I don't understand why. Why?
I'm not sure. That I don't know either.
Wow.
The eyes on the prize.
But divorce is not permitted with the Amish church. Those who seek it are excommunicated. Whoa. Wow.
It can be now. Not everyone does this, but leaving the Amish, it can be very, my grandmother was shunned until she passed away at 99 years old. There were Amish that would not interact with her because she and my grandfather left the Amish church 50 plus years ago. and they still upheld that rule. I remember as a kid, she was at our house. Speaking of garage sales, she was at our house for a garage sale, and this group of Amish women walked up and saw my grandmother and turned around and walked away
because they knew who she was. Well, that's what they say. I was trying to get someone to build a wine
painful.
barrel table for me, and Amish Joe, who I was using in Wisconsin, suggested that I use this company near Madison. And I said, well, do you not make these tables? And he said, yeah. He said, I just do this part of it, so you can go and use these people. Well, trying to get a hold of people, it's like you have to be very, very patient. Very patient. They know everybody by first name. They're like, oh, Joe, he's a cousin of my cousin's who does this. And they actually have they know someone with a truck that could pick up those wine barrels that you have.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, it's quite.
Well, what I am learning, and this is the first time we've done a major home renovation, this is what I am learning is patience has to be a part of the process, no matter whom you're working with.
Yes, it's hard.
And a high tolerance for dust. Like dust on everything.
They didn't cover everything?
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
But it's still, like it feels like everything got, you know what I mean? Like I've cleaned so many things.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it looks beautiful. Like I'm excited. But anyway, yes.
I'm so excited that you had a little Amish interaction.
I know, right? And then when I talked to my mom, she said that she used to know people from Arthur, Illinois, that's a very big Amish community. I didn't know that. So
that is, I bet they would know.
Well, right. I'm sure if she knew, had shared all the last names of the people, it would all.
Do they have last names?
Yes, Miller. Miller is Miller, Yoder. Those are probably the biggest Amish last names.
Really?
Oh yeah. And my mom was a Yoder, married a Miller. So there's a chance we're all related, Peg. Exactly. I know. My parents have those family history books. And I remember we were kids. My dad has one for his Miller family.
Must be
oh, it's insane. But my dad has one for the Miller family, and then my mom has one for the Yoder family. And my sister and I were like, they both start the same way.
What?
Yep. And they're thick books.
Whoa.
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's a
But
little crazy.
I'm relatively normal, so it's fine.
Yes, exactly. Big weekend here with the White Sox having their reunion with the 2005 World Series champion teams. You could hear in AJ's voice the emotion talking about Bobby Jenks. That was very sad.
I love that the Sox put that patch on the jerseys for the rest of the season. I hope they really take a moment today to celebrate what Bobby did for that team and what he meant to that group. And even though he was so young and what he was able to, such a dominant pitcher. And when he came in, you knew the game was over. He just was that kind of guy. I got a chance to talk to him a couple years ago. He had gotten himself clean, right? I think that's what made it so hard is that he battled so many demons, got through all of that, and then cancer and just awful. If you say a prayer for his family, that's
Cubs
really
are trying to build on their one-game lead in the division as they are in the Bronx taking on the Yankees this afternoon with a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. Yes, Nico Horner did lead off against lefty Max Fried. So far, they're getting a little bit of run production early on and early in the order, which is good, which is what the team has been looking for.
All-star Matthew Boyd on the mound for the Cubs.
Oh, that's right. And news yesterday when Adam Schefter broke the news that the Bears signed GM Ryan Poles to an extension. He was likely signed to a 4-year deal. They would never reveal that early on. And everyone kept asking, how long is your deal? And they wouldn't say. Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like he got a second 4-year deal, basically. He is now under contract through 2029. That lines him up with Ben Johnson's 5-year deal. So pressure's on, sort of, but not really.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Sort of, but not really.
And I don't know how to feel about that a week before training camp starts.
Exactly. Lot coming up here. It's White Sox Weekly coming up here at the bottom of the hour, followed by the White Sox and the Guardians. This was fun in the dark. We got some air conditioning. We survived. We did not pass out.
Charlie, thanks so much.
Thanks, Charlie.
Our thanks to AJ Przinsky, and thanks to you for listening to Peggy and Dionne.
Make it a great week.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th.